The hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for making us part of your day. We don't take it lightly, so here we go. Good time gang settling in. We are live, all the way live. Rick, Bubba, Adler scheduled to join us in 1 hour from now for the main show. So we will break down stories of the day, kind of skim the surface of some of them. Then the main show will break them down even more. We'll jump into some private lives. We'll take unscreened phone calls if those start coming in. So we're just going to have a good old time. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? What's up? Gentlemen. Lot to break down. Prior to the show, we were talking about Caitlin Clark. She's been in the news.
A lot of that. I finally figured out who it was.
Yeah. He's finally dialed in on that.
Pretty
Helmsy.
good shot.
And, we've talked about NIL deals and college players, student athletes going on to the next level of whatever sport they play and actually getting a pay cut. And this is a real life example and the latest example that we're looking at. Caitlin Clark's potential WNBA contract and what she's currently making at Iowa with her NIL deals. She will actually make a drastic change from an estimated $3.5 million, ranking fourth at Iowa, playing right now with NIL deals.
Now, we know and we've seen how these speculations on what people make can be a little off.
Yes.
But she probably makes a good chunk of
No, listen.
Yeah.
She does. And you'll see her. She's in a ton of commercials.
She sure is.
She's banking.
She sure is, big time.
Yeah.
Well, fans were shocked to hear that the best college basketball player of all time, they're saying women's basketball player of all time, would potentially earn less than $80,000 in her WNBA rookie contract as the top pick, despite fans are quickly pointing out jersey sales and different things. But the rookie contract in the WNBA versus what she's making now with her NIL valuation that they're estimating total when it comes to endorsements and everything else, they're estimating it at $3.5 million. There's the difference in where college is now and where some of these rookie contracts are, especially with some of these, leagues that don't bring in the revenue like the WNBA. They're not going to make those rookie contracts that some others might.
But the big picture, because of who she is, she will bring her sponsors with her to the NBA.
Yes, she will.
She sure will.
But it's just funny. Well, I say funny. Ironic. You just look at her salary because of the rules, the rookie contract rules. It'll be between 64,000 and 76 based on where you picked. Then you get 1,000 more each year after. The highest paid WNBA player makes $242,000 a year.
Right. Yeah.
So, but like I said, she will bring her sponsors with her. So, but it's funny to go. You're going from in college. You're making this in your salary.
Yeah.
But of course, in the article, they have to put this in here. But again, it's apples and oranges, like we've said before. NBA players make more than $10 million. This is average more than $10 million every year compared to the WNBA, who earn $116,000. Well, that's because the NBA actually generates billions of dollars, and the WNBA doesn't.
No.
So when you go see, before you go, they're ripping the women off. It's all based on what the revenue is generated by the league.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that's why Caitlin Clark has done so well, and she is. I know this is some people not like this, but she is the face of college basketball.
Sure
right now.
is.
Like not
right
women's,
now.
not men's, but the face of college basketball.
She's one of the few that transcends.
Well, and here, listen to this. Iowa, their basketball team has always been a revenue sport on the women's side. But her alone and the attendance and all that has jumped at $2 million per year.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of money
that
she's generating.
Yeah,
right.
the lines around the block to get in those games. And it's pretty amazing. Her latest companies, the list of companies for her NIL that she currently has deals with, and some of them were long. It's a long list, but some of them are pretty good. Like as far as the extension of how long the deals are. You got Nike, Gatorade, Bose, State Farm, Buick, H&R Block, Shootaway, Goldman Sachs, Tops. I've never heard of them. And
that's trading cards.
I guess maybe so. But that's the list that gets her to about $3.5 million. And good gracious alive.
Yeah,
that's a remarkable achievement by her. And but yeah, going to the NBA, she'll to y'all's point, she'll take them with her. But the biggest picture is just hearing the difference in the numbers.
Yeah, but again, that's what that market will bear.
Yeah.
And that's the business end of it.
Right.
But the WNBA is looking for people like this because, like I say, people who normally don't know, because I was cutting up a little bit. I didn't know who it was at all. She has got so much press and all. It's good for the league, and that's they don't have that every year.
Right.
The girls coming out, moving up, that people are household names.
Sure,
she's one of the few.
Yes,
which will help their
superstars
league.
Like this will get butts in the seats. Which will help the WNBA attendance and ratings, which means in the future, Caitlin Clark can help pave the way for them to all make more. But until the revenue is up and attendance is up, then they're going to continue to have these low rookie contracts.
Like when they compare the NBA salary to their salary, that's ridiculous.
And that's why they have to go to places like Russia and play overseas when
WNBA don't generate that kind of money.
No, it doesn't.
No, they just don't. And it's nothing against women. It's just the facts that. I mean, my goodness, you can't pay somebody a certain amount if the revenue's not in.
Exactly.
So we're learning that on this show.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just a life reality.
Absolutely.
It sure is.
In all businesses.
Yep.
That's right.
All right, 14 and a half minutes past the hour. We're off and running. We got a lot to do today. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. We'll take your phone calls if they come in. You always want to join the conversation, you can do so. They'll be on screen, though. We'll discuss a couple of other things. Greg having to jump out a little early today. We'll discuss that. He's got to get mom somewhere, which duty calls on that front. Calls. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You might disagree, but things aren't as dismal as they seem. Now, there's a point. Your family, their future, your future, you all deserve a chance. You all deserve the protection. Turn to self-reliance with My Patriot Supply. Start with 4-week emergency food kits by Ready Hour. These meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Get each Ready Hour 4-week food kit for $60 off and free shipping. That's preparewithbubba.com. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the promo code Bubba. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour in the Good Time Gang. Settling in, having a good old time. We have a number of things to hit today. Real quick, last segment here this hour, Greg's going to slide out. He's got to get his mom to a doctor's appointment checkup, and duty calls, my friend.
Yeah, just routine, nothing major.
Yeah.
She's good.
Yeah, but she still needs to get there and
You
get
routine,
back.
you check these lists on
Sure.
certain things.
That's right.
You get done. So,
That's right.
Anyway, so I'll get to sit in the weight room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's part of
I'll
it.
fall asleep. No, that's fine.
Right.
Somebody will wake me up at some point.
You sitting there.
Yeah, while I'm sitting there.
And
I hope I don't snore.
Right. I was sitting in the doctor's office the other day, and we've talked about this. The guy's phone rang, and I forget what
Don't tell
song
me
it
start
was.
talking.
It wasn't. It was like a guitar riff or whatever, and that was his ringtone. Now, understand, there is a sea of people in there.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And we're sitting in there, and and he won't answer it, and he's fumbling with it.
Can't get
and
it shut off.
It wasn't like to the level that Rick brought to the table. I think it's on the last best of where the guy's screaming at the car wash, and he's like, oh! He's doing all that. But it was close. I mean, he had himself a conversation,
So,
and everybody in the entire
Why do
place.
they do that?
And it was so uncomfortable.
I sat at a doctor's office one time,
Yeah.
and a guy right across, he gets his phone out on speaker. Hey, he's just carrying on speaker.
On
You can hear
speaker,
both
so you can hear
sides.
everybody.
Oh yeah, it was just. I thought,
Good
buddy, why
night.
don't you?
So I want you to document what you see in there, because you'll be left out there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you'll be left out there in the waiting area, and so I cannot wait to hear.
it's early too.
Hear
I
that
may catch
breakdown.
some Z's.
I know.
What are you about to do? I do have an update, and it's quick
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
because I know people are just waiting by the radio to get this update.
Okay.
And Greg wasn't here, so he doesn't know.
Okay.
But the whiteboard fell again.
Oh, I did. Did I hear?
Did you hear that?
I did. Where was I? Oh, I know.
It's time.
I know. I
Time.
had
Masonry. So we got to have some
your
nails.
plan
in
ain't
there.
working.
no. I had such a productive day, and we had, I won't call it a remodel, but we have been fixing our team room and offices and getting it like we like it and all these good things. So had a big chunk out of that taken out yesterday, which was good. And then I had, and we had a productive practice. And then I even had some lessons last night. Like, it was just a productive day. And our graduate assistant texted me last night, and she said, "Coach, I got some bad news. The whiteboard fell." And I was thinking,
Part of me wish you would've saw it.
such a productive day, and then that.
You know,
And then that. Good night.
And so I asked her, I said, did it damage it when it fell? And she said, yeah, there was like 2 pieces laying over on the side. So I got to
that's
do
so good.
first. Now I'm going to have to get a new whiteboard. Plus, I'm going to have to your point, I'm going to have to actually get into the blocks.
Yeah,
different.
yeah. It's time.
Glue
And
stick.
some
You can only
teachers-
buy so much tape.
I know. And some guys, y'all don't understand how much tape. I mean, I bought 2 rolls and put on.
Yeah.
It just,
For a
it
few
won't
bucks,
hold
you
on
can
that.
find what you need.
And a lot of people gave me some really good ideas.
Oh, of course
like
they did.
and they say it works, but I had already bought the tape, and I was it was personal
I
at
kind
that
of want to
point.
use this tape.
I was personal with me. I was like, I just
Yeah.
want to see if this will work. And they said, you can take sandpaper
Yeah.
and go over the
can.
bricks,
You
and that'll
can.
help.
You
And
can.
they gave me a specific glue that I could use, but I had already had tape. I wasn't gonna go out and buy glue. Okay. So, but I just wanted to. I know
Gorilla Glue.
I know
All right.
people were wondering if it
Yeah.
stayed up,
Yeah.
and
What
it
about
did
that
not.
stuff that guy lifts that 2,000 pounds with?
Greg,
on
that's
that
what
commercial?
the Gorilla Glue stuff is. What I use. The
they
Gorilla
lied.
Glue tape. Now,
you
that's the-
understand?
that's
He's
the-
been to the home improvement place so many times to try to fix this because he didn't want to
I
screw
didn't
or
want to
hammer into the
Yeah,
wall.
I didn't want to get into the blocks.
Don't have to.
Yeah, you're gonna have
So-
to, buddy.
My gosh,
So, yeah.
you wouldn't
You
think it
have
would
to
be
get it
that
all.
heavy.
You have to get it all.
It's not
level.
either. It's not. It's bigger than that piece in the middle here. This piece
Yeah.
of plastic. It's big. It's probably like double that size and a little thicker. But turns out
It's
that
time.
tape just won't hold.
And are
on
all
that. And
all
it's
the
all
walls, all the walls, the
Yeah.
blocks?
Go in there and look at that one in Rick's office.
Well,
How's it hung up there?
well, he had two or three guys come in here and
I know.
actually put
yeah. Oh, yeah. He
do
didn't
it the right way.
You can bet he didn't do it.
You can get the right drill bit and screw.
That's
and
all it
and
takes.
it'd be
Buddy,
done.
calm down.
I'm
That's
just
all it
telling you.
takes.
I'm just telling you.
There is one wall.
Fix
so-
one shower head. Now he knows
It would be
everything.
so simple, and you don't have to buy a whole thing. You just take your little drill with you,
know.
Yeah,
then go
you
to the
go.
home improvement place and get the right drill bit, and then the right screws, and it's done.
There is one wall in there that's not blocks, but it's kind of rounded
You like
off.
that snap?
It's
I
a
like it.
weird. It's a weird rounded
Yeah,
off wall,
yeah.
and I don't think.
Who's
it'll work.
decorating? Is it you?
Well, there's really not any decorating. That's the next step.
Would you take that picture of us three that Speedy's got in his office where we all got that
We all
serious
look
look on our face?
disgusted.
We're going,
Well,
You
look
need to put that
disgusted.
up.
That's actually in my office here.
Yeah,
So
that's a good picture. We're all
Look.
just sitting there like, what in the
I
world?
think we got coffee in our hands
Yeah.
too.
I think we do.
Yeah.
You can bring
At the
the
old place.
you can bring all the ladies in the office and go. You see this picture right here? This is how I feel right now. You say, I'm disgusted with y'all.
Yeah.
And
I
the
got
way
it.
you're
I got
playing-
it knocked out of gear.
That's true.
leaning against
We
it.
do have a look about it.
You're contemplating.
Yeah.
All right, so there's your update.
Yeah.
All right,
there you go.
then.
So no
I like
whiteboard.
it. I like it. I
So
like
if you're
it.
going to draw on your whiteboard, you got to do it on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody look down at my
Look
feet.
down.
You see this
I was
board
on my
right
knees
here?
earlier writing this on here.
Yeah. What do you do?
You
Well,
tried.
I mean, you know what you do. You go get what you need.
Speedy's got it figured out. Let him do it.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you.
You
Either
can remember how
that-
to get to Jacksonville. It's
Mhm.
been so long.
buddy. Or you can do the nails, but I think the screws would be good. It'd be easy.
Hey.
Can I ask y'all something too about traveling back and forth? Because Speedy, you're on the road too. Do y'all feel obligated? We've
Don't
talked about
include
this
him if he's
before,
not.
Buddy.
but do you feel obligated to buy something if you're constantly using their bathroom?
Yes.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Usually breath mints.
I'll go. It's funny you said that. I'll go gum sometimes.
So I go breath mints because when I drink my coffee in the morning when I'm done, I kind of like a mint.
Yeah, you do have stank breath.
I know.
Well, I actually need some gum or something, mints, but I've been buying protein bars because
Oh,
I'll
that's
eat
not
them
bad.
throughout the day.
Yeah.
But that didn't start till a couple weeks ago because I
Yeah.
started feeling guilty. Because
Now,
I don't
if
have
I-
to get gas every time,
That's
but
what
I
I'd
do
say,
have to
if I-
pee every time.
If I
Yeah.
pump gas, I don't buy anything.
Now, I'll tell you this.
That's me.
I have done this before. If I frequent a place a lot, then sometimes I will go, okay, this one time I need to pee and go. Because I'm in here so much. I'm supporting y'all. But like if I'm just stopped at an exit, then yeah, I will.
If it's busy and they really can't see me coming in,
they're distracted.
I'll go, if there's a long line and everything's hopping, I'll just go in and go out. Plus, but if I walk in and they're sitting there going, "Hey, how are you?" I'm like, God,
plus
I gotta buy some mints.
They don't know who's out there pumping gas and all that, But just to answer your question, I do feel
there's one place
I do buy something. I know that sounds crazy. I do.
There's one place that the timing on gas and the timing on me needing anything out of the store is not the same as me using the restroom. So I find myself just using the restroom a lot, and I've started feeling bad for it.
Yeah.
I can relate to that.
So I've started buying protein bars.
Well, that's not bad. That's
That's
an expensive stop.
Well,
protein bars at a convenience store, they're proud of them.
They are.
Yeah.
But I've actually,
$6?
But I've been eating them like when it gets later in the day and whatever.
You can
but
buy a box of those at the grocery store for the same price.
Yeah, it's not the best investment at all.
No, it's not.
It's an expensive bathroom stop.
It is.
It's south
Maybe
of
I need to
$3.
go with breath mints.
Yeah, maybe
they're
just
pretty
have a truck
expensive.
full of breath mints like Greg.
They're surprisingly they cost more than I want them to.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they're close. They ain't far behind the protein
there's
bar.
not.
They're nudging
They're not.
I
but
need
they
to
last a while.
I need to
They
meet
do.
somebody around a certain area where I can just go in their house and
In their
use their
house.
bathroom.
You just stop
that's what I
by.
need to do.
Listen,
Just
Hey,
stop by every day.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 77 and the
Oh.
the 431, the in between that,
You want
somebody's house
some
in
safe
that,
place.
Yeah.
just some safe place.
Oh,
that
there's
they're
tons
good.
of woods around there. Just act like you're checking your tire.
Hey, I've done that too. I've found two pullovers that
Oh, yeah,
I
I've
can
done
pull right up to the gate, and I can get in front of my car, and nobody can see me on either side.
One day he's going to hear, "Hey,
Oh, I know.
know.
Some guy's gonna come out. What are you doing on my property?
They're probably got a camera out too.
that's true. There's cameras everywhere."
Let that guy take us a break.
Rick and Bubba.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there, whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without 'em, brother. Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Welcome in. It is 35 minutes past the hour, and we thank you so much for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. As always, thank you for making us part of your day. As we roll on back, we have as we roll on back. Wow, Yancey
We're rolling
is,
on back.
Yes, we are trying to talk through it.
Yeah, that's all right, buddy. I like to see how you handle it.
Yeah, well, you threw me a little curve. We're making it. This portion of the show brought to you by Field of Greens. Field of Greens is something that, Hamza, you still take Field of Greens?
I haven't lately. No,
You
I
haven't?
need to.
Look, that's why
I
his
can't
hair's
tell
so
the
thick.
difference.
Yeah, I took my one scoop this morning as I woke up. If you want to know my routine, because I know Greg does. He loves stuff like that.
I'm all about it.
I wake up, take me a scoop, mix it,
Good old dump.
shake-
Come on.
But this is in the middle of a spot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
It helps with that.
we
dude.
won't send this one to him. But no, I mix it up, take it out of with a little shaker, and then go take a shower. Not the other, Greg, and then get ready for the day, and then we're off. But it's just part of the morning routine. We've been talking to you a lot about this. They have a variety of flavors now: wild berry, strawberry, lemonade, lime, and others, and it's completely improving my life. I know. I feel the difference when I'm taking it. You may see and hear about competitors out there, but the facts are that this is nutrition the way nature intended. So I'm enjoying it. I can tell a difference in just the way I feel. and not that lull in the day. It just has really helped me. And so it's a 100% money back guarantee too. So you have nothing to lose. And so maybe help you improve. Try and do a little bit better. Maybe this is what's missing. Try it out. Save 15% off your first order and get free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code Bubba. That promo code Bubba is going to unlock the savings, okay? Fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba to get to save that 15% today on your first order and get free rush shipping. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so last segment with Greg here, and then just a routine doctor's appointment with his mom, but he's got to get her there. And all that, so he's going to leave and go do that, which is where he needs to be and what he needs to be doing. But I want to get this one in, and really, I'm kind of uneasy on this one here, Helmsy, because I don't know where it'll go. But I feel like we're doing better on saying everything that we're thinking, maybe not doing that.
I think you and I are.
Yeah.
I don't think this one is.
But just,
I don't know.
I kind of just want you to picture this. And what you would do.
All right, then.
A 61-year-old California man
All right.
is threatening to sue I'm dancing around some stuff here. A very nice, luxurious hotel in Las Vegas.
Okay.
Because he's claiming he woke up to a scorpion stinging his private parts.
Was that a bad dream? Or this really happened?
While he was sleeping.
Come on.
And again, Forbes has this hotel at the top of the top in Las Vegas.
Scorpions can get in anywhere. How you gonna sue them over?
Well, I don't know, but on Monday he told a Nevada station KLAS that he awoke in his hotel room around 8 a.m. the day after Christmas, December the 26th.
Merry Christmas.
To the feeling of somebody stabbing me in my private parts. He went to his room's bathroom where he said he spotted an orange scorpion in his underwear.
He might have picked it up out walking around town. It was on his clothes and came in. How's it the hotel's fault? Right?
Yeah. He said the scorpion was about an inch long, sitting on a pair of blue boxer briefs. Picture it.
He went on to say,
he said the hospital visit.
Speaking of the scorpion,
like for some reason he's got his hands in his pocket too.
It's cold.
He for some reason he said that he panicked. I get it.
Oh, I get that.
He went to the
Nobody
hospital.
wants to see that.
He went to the hospital.
Blue boxers, scorpion, inch long.
He said the hospital confirmed that he, in fact, had been stung by a scorpion.
Well, heck, I don't think I need a hospital to tell me that.
No, he said everybody was in shock. Nobody believed it. Even I couldn't believe this was happening to me, he said.
What kind of effect did it have on him?
Well, I want to point this out. Well, I better not.
He said that the hotel staffers were very dismissive and unapologetic. Others,
what were they gonna do about it?
I don't know.
I got to
help
tell
him.
you, if somebody comes down, if I'm working the front desk and somebody comes down and tells me they got stung by a scorpion in D's,
Yeah,
then that's the area, by the way, if you're wondering.
it is.
And I'm concerned. I'm concerned for them.
You really?
I mean, there's nothing I can do but call a doctor or maybe get them some
is
help
it-
to the hospital. But
I don't know what level of poison scorpions,
Yeah, I don't
Well,
either.
he
What's
said-
the long-term effects on that?
I don't know, but he said he
Not
was
like
in
a copperhead bit him.
he said he was in
That's
a lot of pain. He said that
I bet.
he didn't write a very good
Sensitive
report.
area.
He left a stinging report. Anyway, he said he had no idea how the scorpion got into his room, but he blames
Well,
the
who
hotel, saying it must have already been in the bed when he got in.
Well, again, like I said, you can't. I mean, a scorpion can go in anywhere. For all he knows, like I said, it was on his clothes when he was out gambling or whatever, and he came back in. You don't know. You can't prove that.
They say he's lawyered up and considering suing. He hasn't. And it's not clear what kind of scorpion allegedly stung him. There's all kind. There's three
I'd
most
kill him and
commonly
kept it.
seen scorpions. You've got the Arizona bark scorpion. It's less dangerous. Imperior, and then the desert hairy.
I think it was the Desert Harry, from what I'm hearing.
I knew you'd land there.
It says less than 10% of scorpion stings cause symptoms like fever, body aches, fatigue.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm thinking of what if he turns into like a superhero like Spider-Man?
what are you going to call him?
I don't know.
What would be a superpower he gets from that bite?
I don't know. But what if he's called D's?
I wonder if
I'm
he
sorry, I
had
had
like
to put my hands on my
I
shoulder.
did.
Yeah.
Well, you better than what you
My
could have
hips.
done.
You wonder what, Greg?
I just wonder what kind of effect it had on the stung area.
Yeah, the swelling that came
Yeah.
with it. Because he did say he was in a lot of
I
pain.
mean, he had to get a syrup bucket. I mean,
it says here it's unclear the scorpion. Why didn't you scoop it up in something and take it to the emergency room with you and go, this right here stung me?
yeah.
And then that
is it
way
a
they
hairy,
know.
Or what's the other one?
It's I don't know. So you naming it, just you shortening the name with
That's
Harry?
what you said.
Yeah,
Desert
yeah,
Harry. Is
yeah.
it the Desert Harry?
Right. Desert Harry.
Bald-headed brown dog? What is it? I
You
mean, I don't
scared
know.
me.
I mean, they all have different names.
They do, buddy. Thank
I tell you,
for that.
the story uses that one word
A lot.
and why we go with D's. But
yeah. Well, it is the official medical term.
it is, and that's
Scrotum.
what I was going to ask.
No.
No, Greg.
It just starts
Starts with a T.
with a T, and we're not going to say it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
what I don't understand is if it's medical, why can't we say it?
Hey, we
Right.
can't.
Like
We
it's
can.
probably more mature for us to say that than D's.
Well, now
It
you're the one that
is.
said D.
I know, but I did because I didn't want to say the other word because
Right.
you scared me to death.
but we
Word,
should.
That's the medical
I just
term.
said private area,
the
private
medical
parts, and I
term.
think everybody understands.
Yeah, I think everybody
Well,
gets
there's
it. Well,
it's
there's
the pair.
different parts.
Well, it's the
That's why
pair.
it's parts plural.
It's
and
the pair.
Correct. It is.
Yeah,
It is the
That's
pair.
it.
Okay.
That's it. That's all we need to say.
It's one of the pair that got stung.
Right.
Dang.
Imagine though dropping your drawers and all of a sudden a scorpion falling out an
I
inch
imagine
long.
waking up in the middle of the night and with pain like that.
I guess that's where I was going on this, trying to reason
Dang.
what
What
is
happened?
happening to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, because you're half asleep anyway.
But if you, I mean, it takes you to get to the bathroom to find out there's an inch-long scorpion in your underwear. I mean, think about that. I think I would have realized that immediately.
Probably lost thousands at the casino and then got stung in D's.
Yeah, well,
Rick and Bubba.
Hey folks, Rick here. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. If you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, I got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $1 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size doesn't fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200, 800-511-1200. Programs and services not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Hi, I'm Jade, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the savoriness of the sausage, the fluffiness of the egg, and the butteriness of the biscuit. It's amazing. The perfect start to my day.
Hi, everyone. It's Justin. A little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the fluffy egg, the melted cheese, and the sizzling sausage. It's the start to your morning that you didn't know you need.
Order a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data? $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan? At an amazing price? With no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely.
Totalmente.
Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Now 10 minutes until top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us. We have a story, Helmsy, from yesterday that we can update you on that is on ESPN today. And it has to do with the Iditarod that we mentioned yesterday and the phenom musher and multiple-time winner, Dallas, did we say Seavey? I think is what we
I think
that's
landed
what we landed on. Yeah. Anyway, Iditarod officials on Wednesday imposed a 2-hour time penalty on him for not properly gutting the moose he killed during the race earlier this week. Now, if you missed yesterday's show, we talked about the fact that he encountered a moose that got entangled with his dogs, ended up injuring one of his dogs pretty badly, falling onto his sled, and in self-defense, he shot it with, I think he said, a pistol of some kind. And part of the Iditarod rules are that if anything like that was to happen, then you have to properly field dress and gut the animal. And he said in the article we had yesterday, hey, I did the best I could. And then he moved on. Well, the race marshal, he and 3 other people on the panel of race officials investigated the circumstances surrounding the death of the moose, which we just discussed. And they have, I guess, determined that he didn't properly gut the moose that he killed. He is a 5-time Iditarod champion. Encountered the moose shortly after leaving the checkpoint when we discussed this on Monday. And as I said, he used the handgun to shoot and kill the moose about 14 miles into the 22-mile run outside the village there in Alaska at around 1:32 a.m. Monday. And according to the panel's finding, he spent about 10 minutes at the kill site and then mushed the dog's team about 11 miles before camping a 3-hour layover. And so they're saying that I guess he didn't properly finish the job. Maybe he left it. He kind of I guess maybe left the job unfinished. And he did say that he tried to do the best he could, but the panel and the marshal, I guess, determined that he could have done more. Maybe
I don't know how they do this, but currently the standings has him still in the lead. So I don't know if they just have no way he's come back from that kind of.
Yeah, they're saying the 2-hour penalty will be added to his 24-hour layover.
Okay, there it is then. So once that happens, he won't have the lead anymore.
It says the moose was retrieved and its meat salvaged and processed. Iditarod associates in the city there in Alaska were distributing the food to the locals. But I'm sitting here trying to figure out why. I mean, what did they determine? I don't really see it in the. Okay, here it is. The officials agrees that the rule was broken, and that the competitive advantage was gained. Can oppose time. Okay, so yeah, he didn't. They feel like he didn't gut it completely. I guess gutting includes taking out the innards. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna get into some of the yucky stuff, but they determined that the animal was not gutted
appropriately.
Yeah.
Well, it'll probably cost him the Iditarod.
Yeah. But anyway, that's the update because that ended up being a segment in this hour and during the main hour. Because we've always kind of just been intrigued by the Iditarod and talked about it. But there's your update. The Iditarod musher, well, now they've determined that he should be punished a time penalty, so he'll serve that 2-hour delay after his 24-hour layover. So there you go for that. All right, so we've hopped around. We talked about a number of different things this hour, some a little bit less serious than others. You always hear about the steps. Do you remember when you really were into counting your steps with your Apple Watch and you would walk around the building and at times would just walk around the table in the break room or the conference room? That always owned me.
Yeah, I would.
But they
miss those days.
They said 10,000 steps, this article does, 10,000 steps really could keep you from an early death, especially if you're sitting all day, like maybe your job is that you're a driver. Or you are just sitting at a cubicle or a chair all day. The question's always been asked, do you really need 10,000 steps a day for good health? And they're saying although certain studies have shown that you can likely stay healthy taking half as many steps, a new report finds that 10,000 is still a good goal for certain people. And I know some of you do kind of count your steps and look down at your watch and see kind of how you're doing for the day. Mine gets on to me sometimes. If I haven't moved enough, it's almost like it's going, hey, here we go. Hey, come on, lazy A, get up. But a comprehensive study involving more than 72,000 individuals has revealed that the increasingly daily step counts could reverse the health effects associated with prolonged sitting. So I guess it's just basically they did a bunch of cardiovascular disease studies and all that, and they basically was like 10,000 is a good mark, so keep at it.
Yeah.
So for those of you out there that do that, and there's a lot of you that do, or you try to at least go for walks and all that every day.
I get well over that now, so I don't have to sit there and stare at it. But there was a time where I felt like I needed to monitor it, but those days are over.
Yeah, you don't have to get up and walk around the studio now, buddy.
No. I'll tell you this though: the hour and a half or hour 15 there and hour 15 back, it kills my health
Yeah.
regiment.
Right.
Like I don't get to do as much as I used to. I'm looking forward to being able to do that at some point again.
Yeah, because that's 3 hours of sitting no matter
It is.
what.
It is. That's 3 hours of sitting that I didn't have.
Right.
And so I still get plenty of steps in with what I'm doing. If it wasn't for that, if it wasn't for being on court and moving around, I would be in this study concerned that I'm not getting the appropriate amount.
Yeah, it's great, and I think I've even brought it up before. But you know, some of the neighbors on the Cove, man, great neighbors by the way. But there's one in particular, Shannon, that I see him walking a lot, and I'm like, hey man, you getting after? He goes, I'm just trying to move. And really, if you just have that goal in mind, you know, just, hey, I'm just being active. I'm just trying to move. I'm doing something. And those blue zones, I don't know, we've talked about it a lot, but on the Netflix, the Blue Zones documentary, where they went around to different blue zones around the world, this 20-year study, most of the time it came back to where people were just active. Their diets were different and all that, and
diet
portions
and moving is
It's important that every day they were moving.
Yeah.
They were doing so. If it was gardening, if it was a craft that they were really into, they had a purpose. But most of it was that they were exercising, but they didn't realize it because where they lived, their daily activities was exercising.
Well, one of the things that in that documentary, and we can talk about this because Greg makes fun of it,
right?
But it is so true. In one of the cultures, they didn't have any furniture in their house. And you think, well, that's crazy. But what it did was it forced them. That didn't mean they didn't sit down. They would sit down in the floor.
Yep.
And they had these little tables, and they'd sit down on the floor. And the thing was, think about the people that are aging. One of the things that it really hinders in the aging process is we hear all the time of people falling down, losing their balance.
Correct.
And so the fact that they had no furniture or limited furniture, they would constantly have to sit on the ground and get up. So they were getting up and down to do whatever they needed. And you think, well, that's not a big deal. Well, it is. If you're sitting on the floor and you have to stand up all the time, that's a squat.
Yeah.
And so their balance and agility and all these things was better because that was just their culture. They didn't do that they didn't go into it saying that's just the way they had lived their lives.
That's right.
But if you think about that, if you're getting up and down from a seated position off the floor, you're working your body.
That's right.
It makes sense.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
See how many lyrics you can change and throw back all this stuff in there?
It's all kind of.
Yeah, it was funny. I've got people doing Corona with the Macarena. Of course, the Macarona, you got that out there. Then, Adler does an original yesterday with Dexy.
COVID-19.
Yeah, with Dexy's Midnight Riders. So it's you know
Just
what?
a little flat, but yeah,
Sure,
it's a good song.
It was fantastic. So so what do we do? Because we're getting down now to Thursday. That Wheel of Meat's going to spend today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
And our toilet paper idea, it makes for great fodder, and I think it's good to throw that out in the show, and that's definitely funny. But I don't know how you in all these restrictions. How do you get the toilet paper to people?
Okay, so we'll look at all the options there and kind of break it down. What is the goal and what can and can't we do? We'll
call it Rump Ribbon 2020.
We've also got this issue going on now where we're having, it looks like a debate about what you call it. And President Trump has referred to it several times as the Chinese virus. And that got some early pushback, and he just keeps doubling and tripling down on it because he simply says it came from China.
Right.
So we'll talk about that and how is that offensive? Is it dangerous to Asian Americans to call that? or is it just a bunch of propaganda?
Well,
I know this, Rick. When we had the swine flu, I didn't go out and kick a pig. I don't know about y'all.
And I didn't stop eating pork, frankly.
Nope.
Evidently, I think I know
because
the difference.
I felt like I already had the ultimate, in your face to the pig. I mean, we eat them.
I know the difference. Rick, I'm not going to hold it against someone who happens to be Chinese that lives in America. I'm just talking about that's where the virus originated.
Right.
I got
It's
enough
a
sense to know the
geographic
difference.
term.
Yeah, I got enough difference to know.
And we certainly didn't go back and put these montages together, but you can go back and see clearly.
Yeah, the media was calling
that everybody was calling it that in the beginning, and then somewhere along the way, CNN and MSNBC decided we couldn't do it anymore. And then they would be mad at everybody who did it, even though they had been doing it.
Yeah, a week earlier.
Is that them? Is that them saying that we decided not to do it anymore, so everybody should too?
Well, where y'all at on this? Because somebody has actually, and I don't know where they got this information, probably fake news, but one of the reporters did ask him yesterday if he was okay with people saying Kung flu. That someone in the White House had actually said that.
They flew
now, he
through
pressed
that.
them. He pressed them on it and said, "Who said it? Where did you get the information?" That kind of thing. But somebody evidently is calling it Kung flu.
I got to tell you, that's funny.
And I think
there
so
was
as
a
well.
joke. We called it that one day last week because it was a joke going around, people.
Now,
that's
look,
all it is.
Let me say though, because I only like funny things must be accurate.
Mm-hmm.
So I do need some of you martial arts people. Maybe it's Adler. Is that accurate though? Is Kung Fu a type of Chinese martial arts? Or is it Japanese? Or is
it's a good question.
Because if it doesn't fit, it's not funny.
You're ruining it for me right now.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying. Look, comedy to me has to be
the
accurate.
movie, the TV show Kung Fu. Lynn Kane, wasn't that his name?
I don't remember.
It's
stepped
amazing
out,
you
sorry.
remember that.
He was referred to as a Chinaman.
Was he?
By people who
that's
didn't
true.
like him.
You know what? You're right. Yeah. So maybe it is accurate then. If it's accurate, that's funny.
It's just Rick. It's just because the
Here it
words
is.
fit together.
Though there are Chinese martial arts that predate Kung Fu, and you get Kung Fu is thought to originate outside of China.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we all get it.
But don't we refer to it though as though it says in the beginning, though there are Chinese martial arts that predate Kung Fu? We don't think Kung Fu is truly Chinese.
Everything in this genre, in this topic, goes back to the TV show Kung Fu and David Carradine, who was the character in it.
Right. Okay.
And whatever they did, that's what I'm going.
And he was half Chinese in that, and
Half American,
and they
right.
called him Chinaman.
Yeah.
It was almost like Cher's Chinese version of half breed.
Yes, that's correct.
I got you. Okay.
Here's another source saying that, here, I'll put it on the screen.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Andy. Karate was developed in what is now Okinawa, Japan. Kung Fu in China. So there you go. Okay. All right, then I think Kung Fu goes.
Kung Fu is based on the fighting technique of animals, Rick. I know that.
Well, Barney Fife taught us that.
Yeah,
We learned
he
a lot
broke
today.
it down to us.
Oh, my goodness. Let me tell you, if you want to binge watch, go back to that Andy Griffith show. That thing, what a great show.
Oh, it's a great
Now, you got to stay in black and white, and you don't acknowledge Warren. But, I mean,
Right.
still, up to Warren, it's magic.
That's gold.
It is magic. Don't forget when we first get introduced to Gomer Pyle.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, thanks for being with us today. Brand new hour beginning right now from the old Big Boy studio. National Anthem gets us started. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Come on, Birds, get your act together, buddy. All right, so here we go. A brand new hour, kickoff hour behind us. Greg and Speedy and Helmsy all got that for you. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers, you passionate bunch, you. Thank you for being here, either watching this live or archive. If you're listening live on Rick and Bubba's radio network, thank you. And thank you, stations, for being bold enough to carry the show. If you are catching us on our podcast archives, thank you for being with us. If you're streaming live on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, thank you for being with us. If you're catching one of our full archives on the TuneIn app, thank you for that too. Whatever the case may be, as we always say, whether live or archive, we're glad that you're here. Missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Everybody looks good at the starting line. Yeah, they do, Paul Thorne. It's going the distance. That's the hard part.
Yep.
That's the hard part.
The old distance.
Bubba, how do?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Well, ready to go. We will unpack another one today. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this week. From time to time, we will take a week off on that. We have taken this week off. It'll come back next week, but this weekend, I'm sure, with the 180-something or so Rick and Bubba universities that are out there, there may be some you missed, so a great opportunity to grab maybe one that you went, I meant to go back and I meant to check that one out. So
didn't do it.
Do that over the weekend. Greg was here in the kickoff hour. He will not be with us the rest of the show, as you will find out with all of us at any given time. Sometimes there's things that have to be done, and be in prayer. I mean, there's nothing super serious, we hope. But anyway, Mom, is 82 now, and she is going for a stress test today. Speedy just had one, but it's she's had a hard time feeling well. They're trying to figure out exactly what that may be, and today they're trying to rule out heart issues. So be in prayer about that today. Greg's handling that, which I'm thankful for, and he'll be back with us tomorrow. So, and you have a chance to see Greg today, though. If you're in Birmingham, Alabama, Greg will be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall there, 11 to 1, gripping and grinning. So you can go by and see Greg today in person. So you can have your own time with Greg today if you're in the Birmingham market today. So we'll unpack the stories that happened since the last time that we were together. Boy, you were telling me, Bubba, there's an update on this Rust movie issue that looks like there's some people some sentences being handed down.
Yeah, we've got a guilty verdict in that. We had somebody ushered off to prison yesterday. We'll get you updated on that. Joe Biden will face the nation. Is that tonight?
Oh, that is
it
tonight.
State of the Union tonight?
It is tonight.
And they're saying it could be the biggest moment of his political career. Can he pull it off tonight?
I actually think...
And not get hung up.
Well, I think he can, because I think that, like they say, like we all know, they've been practicing. It will be written for him. I don't know what they do when he has good days. Being someone, here's where I don't understand, though, and there's nothing they can really do about it.
Do you think he's on the juice?
Well, I think he's on the juice, but I know, and unfortunately we know, having parents that developed Alzheimer's, dementia, whatever he has, but they usually are better in the morning. Mm-hmm. They really should do the State of the Union in a special morning edition. Usually, as the day drags on, they get worse, and night is really bad for them.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how they overcome that, but I think they probably will. If I were them, I would be trying to set up something where on Friday's show, we come in and we can't believe how short it was.
Right.
We're like, man, now that's somebody that got the State of the Union. They got to the point, they got off the stage, and they were done. I don't think I would put him in a situation where it got real long.
Well, we'll break that down, and already some of the points that we know he's going to be bringing. Guess what? To help cure more of our problems in our country, the president's going to introduce new taxes.
Good. Good.
So that always solves everything in a free market.
That will
also, Alabama's been in the national spotlight with their IVF ruling.
Yep.
And looks like we may have a fix for that was signed into law last night. We'll look at that too.
We will look at that. That's really brought up a lot of discussions, and I will just be completely transparent. I know you've probably, I think you've been
Please
there too.
do.
Is when people are emailing me about it from a spiritual standpoint, I haven't really thought about that much.
No, I haven't either.
It's forced me to. I mean, I've called my pastor. I've talked to him about it, and he was kind of in the same boat. And he said, "Well, you got to start where we know. We do believe that life begins at conception, so you got to start there." And then when you look at what's actually going on here, then you kind of walk back from there. And I said, well, yeah, that's true. And that really complicates the situation. It really does.
Yeah.
So anyway, but that really isn't what's been overcome. What's been overcome is, looks like however you feel about it, you're going to be free to exercise it how you want to. Right?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah,
We'll see. We'll break down the details.
Yeah. So that'll be coming up. So there you go, and we will take your phone calls today. We'll work those in today. The archive from yesterday's Bible study is available. Look, yesterday was. If you normally catch it, you're fine. You'll get it. But if you're one of those that's kind of hit or miss, I'd make an effort to listen to yesterday's or watch it. It was special. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trump is trying to lead America alongside the rest of the world during a worldwide pandemic. And I'll tell you one thing that he is not, he's getting tired of, and that is being in these press conferences, by the way, where people's lives are on the line.
Yeah, a lot of people.
And we've got an economy that has been completely destroyed. We're trying to get on the other side of it so the economy can recover, while at the same time protecting as many lives as possible. And the reporters, instead of trying to figure out what our medical teams may have discovered that may finally stop this, he keeps being asked why he's calling it the Chinese virus.
Yeah, and this is how it played out.
And he's very tired of it.
In yesterday's press, enjoy.
I would like to begin by announcing some important developments in our war against the Chinese virus. We'll be invoking the Defense Production Act just in case we need it.
Why do you keep calling this the Chinese virus? There are reports of dozens of incidents of bias against Chinese Americans in this country. Your own aide, Secretary Azar, says he does not use this term. He says ethnicity does not cause the virus. Why do you keep using this? A lot of people say it's racist.
It's not racist at all. No, not at all. It comes from China. That's why. It comes from China. I want to be accurate. Yeah, please, John. Please.
Behind you. Are you comfortable with this term?
I have great love for all of the people from our country, but as you know, China tried to say at one point, maybe they stopped now, that it was caused by American soldiers. That can't happen. It's not going to happen. Not as long as I'm president. It comes from China.
All right, so that he's letting you know why he has started doubling down on it.
China.
By the way, he wasn't doing this. He was saying COVID-19 and coronavirus until China tried to say we brought it there.
Yeah.
And you explained this. I didn't know we had a
there was some kind of
China.
event called, I think the name was the Military Games, and we sent several teams over there. You have to be like active service to play in it. And it was hosted in Wuhan or close to there. And they're claiming we brought in this biological weapon to release on their people, and that set Trump off. He couldn't take it then. But again, the media, CNN, NBC, all the liberals, they were calling it the Chinese virus 2 weeks ago.
And they were doing Wuhan a lot.
Yeah.
They really called it the Wuhan Chinese virus, Wuhan virus. And then somewhere along the way, as they continue to be the politically correct police, they decided, because they're better than the rest of us.
They care more.
Yeah, they decided whether we should be allowed to say that or not. And certainly, how about this? I don't really buy. I mean, I don't, unless somebody can call and correct me. Maybe you can. Maybe you can. I don't really buy that if you are a Chinese American, whether you're here and a citizen, or this is your heritage, or maybe you're here, on a part-time situation, I really don't believe that you're being attacked by Americans because somebody can't seem to reason out that Asian people had nothing to do with this. The president is referring to the country and the food market from which it came.
The geography of it.
Yeah. I just don't think that there's people out after Asian people and being mean to them, thinking Asian people caused this. I just don't think that's true. It sounds good, and it makes you want to go, oh man,
Rick. If you are doing that, if you are showing favoritism or discrimination or whatever you want to say to folks of Asian descent because of this, you're a moron.
Correct.
Okay, stop doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And look. It did start in China. China drugged their feet. They did not contain it. They did not share it with us until a guy illegally went on the internet and told the rest of the world about it, who is dead now, by the way, who was 34 years old. He didn't really fit the profile of those that should have died from it.
Right.
And Trump is calling it the Chinese virus. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. Do you think, just being devil's advocate, do you think, though, that this is so important that this is petty of him to continue to do it? Like he just is going to do it because he's mad? Do you think that why do it if it's going to continue to cause distractions? Why not
that's a good
you don't have to give in to it, but just stop doing it on your own accord, because every time you do it, you're stirring up distraction that is unnecessary just because that's not
well, I think
I'm just saying, does it lack wisdom? Right. Trying to do.
"20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us for a brand new one. Okay, so this became kind of a big topic on the show in the state of Sweet Home, Alabama. Involving IVF and that procedure for those who have fertility issues to be able to have biological children. It really is a miracle, and many people are walking around right now because of this miracle. But then came the ruling by a Supreme Court justice that these clinics, if they were to damage them or be negligent to the embryos that are fertilized, it's like causing the death of a person. And then that led to clinics, as Bubba, you predicted, saying, well, until we get a ruling on this, we're not going to do this procedure. And then that really brought all sorts of issues to those that were ready to go to have the procedure done, doing all the shots, getting the body ready, and then they were put on hold.
Yeah, the point being there was a large group of people that were midstream of this process. They paid a lot of money, and timing is everything with this.
Oh, yeah.
And like you said, there's a procedure of getting ready to go for this, and when you just stop it, then they lose that window. That window of being able to do it. So we were hoping they would quickly fix this problem, and it looks like they have. Governor Ivey signed a law late last night protecting IVF. The Supreme Court ruled, as you said, back in February, that frozen embryos are children and should be given same protection under the law. And this caused the major 3 IVF providers in the state to pause service out of fear of prosecution. So hopefully this will fix the problem legally. There still are moral and ethical questions that have to be asked and answered by a lot of folks.
Mm-hmm.
But I think hopefully this will fix the legal problem, and that the IVF clinics can resume what they were doing today. I mean, no more waiting. Let's get back to it.
Yeah.
Now, to the greater issue of embryos and what to do with them, and if there's an accident in a laboratory. You know, unless they're being negligent, accidents are going to happen, and we know that. So I don't know how you handle that. But we believe, or I do, that when an egg is fertilized, it's the beginning of a person.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I think then we're going to have to look at how many of those we're gathering, how many we're freezing, how many we're, what we do with them. I mean, there's some deep ethical questions there that I know there are some already in place, but I think that's going to have to be really studied, looked at, and broadened on a lot of fronts. But I'm very happy for the families that are going through this right now,
People
that are
we know,
able to resume that right away.
Yeah, and it is, I guess, and it sounds like we're in a similar place. You and I both have the same belief where life begins. And I honestly, when it came to IVF, I wasn't all that focused on the embryos that weren't being used because I was really concentrating on the procedure of IVF, and walked away from it saying, God's hand is still guiding this, and it's still how God creates a person. So I have no issue with the procedure. And honestly, just being completely honest, I never really went any further than that. And then when this case came up, I'm like, now what is this all about? And I was like, oh, wow, I haven't really thought about, how many you fertilize, what you use and you don't use. I had never really gone down that road.
Yeah.
And so this has forced me to go down that road, and I'm developing that. But I like what my pastor said. He said, well, you have to go to what you believe and work back from there.
Yeah.
And that is true. So that's helpful. So,
and even I again, like you said, I'm not really up on the technical part of this procedure. I know, for the most part, we refer to them as embryos because they've been fertilized in the laboratory and then replanted, so to speak. But they're apparently, in talking and getting email, there's also one procedure where they don't fertilize the egg; they just replant the egg and then fertilize it once it's back in the mom. So
didn't know that.
So that would be a whole different thing.
Sure.
At that point.
Yeah.
So it is a complicated issue, and but I think what we want to do, what I feel good and comfortable with, is always coming down on the side of life. However we need to do it.
Of course, yeah.
And we have to define to do that. We have to define the moment that life begins, and it's not something else. And without better, knowledge or more proof on it, I think it's when it's fertilized. I don't know how else you rearrange that.
Well, you even saw this on All Places of the View. You even saw, which I was a little surprised, that one of the hosts, Sunny Hostin, whatever it is, that she said she believes that life begins at conception. And when she was challenged on that, people said, well, that's your religious belief. She said, no, that's what science says as well.
Right.
And that goes back to, I remember Kathy Ireland, who said she used to be pro-choice until she looked at the science of it. And she said, she used to be a spokesperson.
When you have a DNA code,
right? Yeah.
You have a person.
Right. Yeah.
And that DNA code is made up part of the father, part of the mother, but is not identical to either one. Well, at that point, when you're an embryo in your mother's womb, you're a different person.
That's right.
Okay, if you take out your spleen, or you take out part of your liver, or you take out whatever, it has your same DNA. That embryo, that child, does not.
Yeah.
And to me, that's where science absolutely can show us the dividing line.
Correct. And so it seems like, which we see a lot even with gender, is that the far left in our country, they want us to worship science until science tells them something they don't want to hear.
Yeah, right.
Then they go back.
Then they move to squash.
Then they say that science is now just our religious convictions.
Right.
But we're like, well, no, they actually run together. Yeah, but I didn't like what science told me on this, so I'm going to abandon science now and say it's only your belief. Yeah, but it's not. It's actually science too. But anyway,
you have to understand, and again, we've pointed this out, that the far left in our country has only one sin, and that is disagreeing with them.
That's correct.
And that's the only sin out there. Anything else is go, except you disagree with me.
That's right. Well, you disagree with me. You've had it.
You've had it.
But this ruling today, Bubba, correct me if I'm wrong, everything we're discussing, the state of Alabama, the government, is saying IVF procedures are protected from the lawsuits of what happens to the embryo, they can proceed, and then people will make their own religious convictions about IVF, how they see it, and whether they think that it's something they want to participate in or not. But we're not going to deny access to this treatment. Is that what happened?
Yeah, and if we get into the fine print of it here, the immunity provided by the new law would be retroactive, but excludes pending litigation. Civil lawsuits could be pursued against manufacturers of IVF-related goods, such as nutrient-rich solutions used to grow embryos, but damages would be capped and criminal prosecutions forbidden. But far as individuals and providers of IVF, these clinics, they are going to be immune from prosecution criminally or civilly. Just for, I mean, you could still have malpractice or something. Nobody's covered completely in that, but they can't be prosecuted under the fact that an embryo is a person, and they have damaged that person, as long as they're in that process of trying to help a couple conceive.
Well, it goes back to what we've been saying on this show for a very long time when it comes to this issue of abortion on demand. The conversation we should be having is where life begins. That's the conversation we should be having, because once that conversation is complete, well, then it's like, well, do we have the right to take the life of an innocent person? Then that's the whole discussion. And so, but what we're trying to do is say, no, I don't want to have that discussion. I just want to be able to do what I want to do, because it, unless of course, with my body. Unless, of course, it's remember we saw the inconsistencies during COVID. Unless you're forcing me to take a vaccine.
And then you can tell me what I do.
Then you can do with my body whatever you want. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our part as citizens of the country and be reasonable, so maybe we can get on the other side of this. And here's a bizarre concept that might motivate you. Minimize the deaths. Minimize death. I mean, how can that not be a motivator for you? I mean, how about can't that one? I mean, doesn't that kind of have a sting to it a little bit? I mean, hey, now'd you put it that way?
Yeah, I don't know. We're hearing so much. There's some of the experts saying we need to go on a total lockdown for a month and it would be over. Others say if we do what we're doing, it's going to carry on for a year or so. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
I don't know.
Well, Adler came in here and gave us another thing on the being afraid of words. And I don't know who this reporter is, and he couldn't remember the name either, but they write for The Atlantic. And this person, there it is. So this idiot, okay, he's talking about that nobody calls the 1919-20 pandemic the Spanish flu anymore, and not because we're soft on Inquisition. It's just not a useful way to name a disease. He's trying to go after. He did a whole thing. But listen, just stay with it. So then, of course, in a shocker, because this is good that the times we're living in, people actually went back through his history. And in 2016, he was calling it the Spanish flu. So there it is. So here's the problem. None of this is sincere. None of it is sincere. His name's David Frum, I guess that's his name. Yeah, so he's ripping Trump, saying, you may talk about the stuff that, like Bubba just talked about, we don't do that anymore. Well, yes, you were. You were doing it in 2016. There's no sincerity to it. If there was some sincerity to it, you would at least go, well, God love them. Look at them and their sincerity. I don't agree with it, but they're sincere. But they're not even sincere.
You know what? It's a sign to me they really ain't got any problems yet. If you really have problems, you ain't care. You don't worry about a word. You're just glad to have a laugh every now and then.
We have a pandemic of a virus that has never been seen. We're trying to figure it out. I think that we will. I think we will get on the other side of it. I don't think panic and chaos is the answer. It never is. And if we'll just be wise, be smart, be prepared, get on the other side of it, we'll minimize its impact. We'll figure it out. But let me tell you something. Guys, I know for people who've been through other things, I know you had similar things back when, we thought we were about to, the Depression certainly was horrifying. We didn't live through that.
9/11.
The Cuban Missile Crisis. I remember our parents telling us, and we were little kids, we didn't know what was going on. We were stupid little kids. All I was worried about is whether my Green Bay Packer uniform fit. And but there was a time you're going, well, here it is. This is about to be the war of wars, and we're going to start dropping bombs on each other, and all these different things. However, this is one of those things, like Bubba said about 9/11, to where this is altering culture and altering behavior, and we have to deal with it. But it is to the level enough that us asking questions about what we're calling it, I just don't think that makes its way to the. I've got one question that I'm going to ask the leader of the free world. I'm going to ask the guy who probably is leading the country because of our free market, our capitalism, the experts we have in the medical field. We will certainly work with others around the world. But this is the leader of the free world. And you know what? I have been put into a position to ask him a question about a pandemic that has caused an economy, one of the biggest economies in the world, to completely shut down. And I get my question, and I want to take him to task over whether he calls it the Chinese flu or not. That's the question you have? I'm sorry, we can't quite get that one to the top right now.
Well, I think it shows the mentality. They're more worried about some word or some meaning or something they can politically make hay with the president on than actually covering the story.
Yeah. So it's like the questions that we're asking when we get a chance to talk to someone. I would probably say, hey, we love this guy you got that's kind of running this. And, he was talking about what a great job he's doing. His voice gets hoarser by the day, though, because he has to talk so much, kind of like ours. And my question would be, hey, I know, have y'all got enough evidence yet to think this acts like a lot of viruses, like once you get it, you're immune? That'd be a great question.
Yeah.
And the answer is no, they don't know yet. But, that would be the question. It's what we ask the scientists when we talk to them. Hey, man, we need to know this. Because the reason why you need to know that is some people say, well, one strategy, if it is like the other viruses, but we don't know, then good, that'll start knocking it down because people who do get it won't keep getting it over and over again. But we don't know that yet. When we talk.
Yeah, I actually emailed Dr. Jody. Is it Dion?
Dion Odom.
Dion Odom.
Yeah.
And asked, is there a way to tell that? And she said there will be, but there's not now.
Yeah, it's not there yet.
Yeah.
And just like a lot of things that is going to happen. And we asked her that when we interviewed her on the air.
Yep.
And she said, well, you certainly want to say all the viruses of the past have that, but we haven't seen this one yet. So
35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. All right, so as we work our way back, you heard that, and Bubba, I gave it yours today over at the store, the Rick and Bubba store. They had pulled two of these T-shirts, one for you, one for me, and I've been meaning to go by there. It's been over there for a couple of weeks, and I was over that way yesterday, so I popped in and grabbed them. I'm wearing this new 3 Decades of Radio Gold shirt. Hey, I love this. This really turned out nice. Comfortable T-shirt, great logo, got a little distress feel to it.
Yeah, it's distressed like us.
Yeah, that's correct. It's almost like this shirt has sleep deprivation represented on it. So anyway, those are already been moving pretty good at the store, but know that they're there now. One of the new shirts, we're throwing out some 30-year stuff that is unique. A lot of you have gotten some of the old classic stuff, and we'll go back and look at maybe some of the classics and put them out there. Like I said, we had a request for that today saying, hey, put one of like the shirts that just has the simple logo on it out there too, just for us to have if we never got one when they were out, and we'll do that too. All right, so Bubba, we continue with our updates today. I mean, we gave you an update out of Alabama.
It's a Rick and Bubba
another update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news.
Everybody.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
Rick, you remember the accidental shooting of the actress? Is it Hutchins is her last name. How do you say her first name? Helena Hutchins.
Helena.
That was shot with a gun Alec Baldwin was holding.
Yeah.
On a movie set.
Yeah, Adler, do you know the correct pronunciation?
She was the DOP, right? Director of photography, I thought.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Cinematographer.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But she was on the movie set.
That's correct.
And was accidentally shot by a bullet that came from a gun that Alec Baldwin was holding. And to this day, he says he didn't pull the trigger.
Mm-hmm. Of course, her family disagrees.
Right. And
that's where he messed up.
The armor, the person responsible for the gun, and her name is Hannah
Gutierrez
Reed. Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
Gutierrez Reed. And I tell you one thing, that name is not easy, but neither's her title, armorer.
Yeah.
Armorer is not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy to
Tough.
say.
Well, she had been charged with manslaughter. She was found guilty yesterday.
Wow.
On that charge, she was acquitted on the charge of tampering with evidence, but now will face 18 months in jail. As a matter of fact, when the verdict was read, she had to remove her jewelry and hand over her phone on the spot, and was carried right to jail.
And out you go with law enforcement.
Yep.
What about that feeling? I don't know. I've been escorted from a place before, but never off to jail.
Yeah. Hutchins' family released a statement after the verdict, said they look forward to everyone else responsible for the death of her facing justice. An apparent reference to Baldwin, who faces trial for involuntary manslaughter coming up in July.
Now that's where his family or her family wants him to face justice. But you and I were talking. Does this ruling actually help Alec Baldwin?
I don't know, Rick.
Let's be lawyers for a minute.
Let's say this: if I'm Alec Baldwin's representative, I say, well, my client was a victim of this person who is now a convicted felon, and who is serving time because she was ultimately responsible for all the weapons on the scene. He had reasonable assurance, or should have had, that any gun he picked up was not loaded.
How does it feel to defend Alec Baldwin?
Well, when I do that, I told you, I said that was kind of my gut feeling on this to begin with. Did it make him nervous that she went to jail and he thinks, hey, I'm going too? Or does this give him the cover he needs to say, see, it was her responsibility. She was found guilty, so obviously it's not my fault. Now, do I think he has lied about pulling that trigger? Yes, I do. I don't think for a minute that gun went off without him pulling that trigger.
No, yeah.
Do I think he is responsible? I think anytime you have a gun, you have to be somewhat responsible, but on a movie set where everything is supposed to be make-believe, I don't know how a bullet was even allowed 20 miles from that place.
Well, I remember when we first did this story, one of the accusations is the whole movie set, the way it was ran, and they were using these guns at a range offset somewhere, and things got mixed up, and that's how it happened, and that's why she had the involuntary manslaughter conviction. But for him to say he didn't pull the trigger, I think that's where he first made a mistake, because now it's obvious you did, so now it looks like you're lying about certain things. And if you're hiring somebody to do your job, to defend him, they should have done their job. He shouldn't have a loaded pistol on the set. He shouldn't at all. I mean, and that is her job. That's why she was hired, to protect the set on making sure the weapons were properly ready for shoot.
And to Bubba's point, and that's the first thing I'm going to say as his lawyer, I'm going to try to get everybody to forget about him saying he didn't pull the trigger. Yeah. All I'm ever going to talk about is, well, now even the court agrees with us. I mean, the court agrees that this person who was in charge of all weapons, the court just ruled that she was negligent to the point she may go to jail for 18 months.
He is in jail.
Up to 18 months.
Up to 18 months. They just hauled her off to jail, took her jewelry and her phone. So the ruling has now come down. It's no longer speculation on our part that the person who handed my client the gun that he thought had blanks in it, that person was negligent. I don't even know why we continue to charge my client.
Yeah. I mean, I could see that, and again, I'm not a huge Alec Baldwin fan, but I don't know now that this has come down how he is going to be responsible, because if you do, then how are you ever going to have a movie with a gun in it again?
And then the first time that somebody points to my client and says, "Now you said you didn't pull the trigger," I want to object. Irrelevant, Judge. Irrelevant now. Irrelevant. It doesn't matter whether he pulled that trigger, didn't pull that trigger. The gun he was handed was the person handling it was negligent. You've held her accountable. This question is not even it's irrelevant.
Now,
I'll watch the judge and whether he's going to allow it or not. But I'm sure I'm going to try that.
Now, he wasn't just an actor. Being the man in charge of everything. Now, is he guilty of maybe having a loosey-goosey
objection?
Staff,
Objection. My client cannot be held accountable for the person he hired not doing their job.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just
my client has never been loosey nor goosey.
Yeah, I'm just
so now
saying,
you're making my client responsible for her behavior. I ain't going to judge.
A civil case could be brought against him of maybe having an environment that doesn't that everything was just.
Are you saying
because he was
the producer, as executive producer, which he was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this could circle back the other way.
Right.
Yeah.
Is he liable for hiring someone who was not capable of carrying out that job?
You never know when it will end, but I do think this
You better get on that
conviction
road.
does help him.
Yeah, you better get on the other road, on that civil road now. I think your criminal road's going to be a hard road now.
Yeah, and I'm not up on it. I don't know if some of those have already been brought or not, but I know this case and that conviction does help him, I think, because that is the person that was in charge.
I think
that's what they were hired to do.
I think we'd be pretty good lawyers, by the way.
Yeah.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Is that good or bad?
Sustained.
Overruled. Overruled and sustained.
Sustained
Are those the
is
same thing?
No. Sustained is good.
Opposite.
Sustained, you want the judge to say your objection that he or she agrees with.
It depends on what side you're
Well,
on.
That's right. Yeah,
That's
the one
true.
talking or the other.
What you don't want is for you to object and say he's leading the witness and the judge say overruled, I'll allow it. You don't want that.
No.
What does order in the court mean? I've always wanted
Settle
to scream
down.
that.
Settle down.
Order in the court.
Settle down.
It means be quiet, quit screaming that.
If y'all scream and holler again, I'm gonna start getting the bailiff and I'm gonna get security and we're gonna start walking folks out of here. Now it's got to be order in here. This is a court of law.
Just speaking of just court of law in general, Speedy, you sent
Sounds
me.
like me talking to my family.
You sent me the Fonnie Willis latest stuff.
That's a mess.
Oh wow, my camera's blurry. When in doubt, don't say anything.
I know.
And she just keeps talking.
Yeah.
In fact, she's asked a question, and I think we're probably going to cover it later in the show. She's asked a question. The judge says you don't have to answer that,
And she does.
and she answers
What
it.
a good one.
Yeah.
It was about her going to D.C. and all this kind of stuff, and then anyway, she denied ever going to the White House, and now documents have come out where she officially went to the White House, so she was caught lying under oath.
Right before pressing those charges against Trump.
I know.
She met with the VP.
Yeah. What's bad is when somebody gave you the ruling that you didn't have to answer it.
You don't have to answer it.
Yes. Yeah.
What?
Oh, if you're trying to be against Fannie, or that's not how you say her name. Is it Fonnie?
I think it's Fonnie.
Fonnie. You just go, guys. Just let her talk.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Just let her talk.
Yeah.
So we'll look at that when we come back when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Declare that, right. and hopefully we'll know. But I'm not going to have my question, why my family is quarantined somewhere, or I'm trying to figure out when we can go to the grocery store and not, and whether this thing's airborne or not. All that. That's kind of the questions I'd be asking. I'd be talking about what we're going to do about the economy. I'd be asking them. Those are fair questions. What about people? And I saw one yesterday that's standing there in an empty restaurant going, "What's going to happen to us?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think those questions are just, they got to get ahead of whether we call it Chinese flu or not.
Well, and
it's just got to get ahead of that.
We have $100 billion bailout that's going to be rolled out.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many questions with that. How are people going to get their money? Who's going to get money? But you're worried about the name of it.
It would be like,
see, that to me, that shows you where reporting and journalism is, and this is supposed to be one of the top in the country.
It'll also
world.
tell you that the administration is doing a pretty decent job because that's all they can find is what he's calling it. If he was doing a really bad job and things were behind, then they'd be dogging that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be dogging the name.
Hello, Anonymous. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fantastic.
I was calling in regards to the virus.
Mm-hmm.
I work in a warehouse for a subcontractor for Mercedes-Benz, and they originally told us that if we had to be off because of the virus, that we wouldn't be pointed. If we get 6 points, we no longer have a job.
Right.
They come to us yesterday and told us that if we take off, we'll be pointed. And the other supplier that's in the same warehouse, they're sending their people home and telling them it's underneath volunteer status. The two plants themselves is doing the same thing starting next week. But we were told if we miss, we're going to get fired. And there's like 25 of us on the day shift.
Well,
we're in an area, we're not that far apart from each other.
Well, Anonymous,
side by side.
Let me ask you this: when you were first told you wouldn't be pointed, and I'm not used to that terminology, did you get that in an email or written? What was the deal?
No. Last Wednesday, when this really got going good, they had a little. Hold on a minute, train.
Are you telling the train to hold on?
Hold on, train. Yeah.
We can hear you fine.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Johnny Cash talked about the sound of that train. Go ahead.
Okay, we were given a little film right after lunch last Wednesday, telling us to make sure we wash our hands, blah 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 blah. And at the end of this meeting, I was the one that asked, okay, if they said that if you don't feel well, don't come in. I said to them, okay, what about the point system? Oh, we're going to work with you. That's no big deal. Da 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 da. And then yesterday we were told, you'll come to work or you won't have a job.
Well, that means that one of the real Germans finally found out about this.
Yeah.
What do you think about the point system? Who is going home? You will make the bins.
So, listen, here's the thing. It's going to be confusing. I'm sure it's confusing to your bosses too right now. They're probably getting mixed messages. Honestly, we just haven't had anything like this in a while, but I don't think that you're going to be fired over it right now. I think that would be that would kind of fly in the spirit of the whole thing. But here's the thing. I know there's some places that have hourly workers that have been told they can come in and work if they want to. They don't have the public.
That's the volunteer.
That's what they told us. That's what they told the other.
There will be no volunteer here.
They can come here if they want to, but if they don't, that's okay.
Sounds like to me somebody's got one of the real Germans. Everybody else has got these Americans.
Yeah, the salary people are still coming in some places, but again, they're not doing their normal job because they're not open to the public, depending on what they are. So are they still even making automobiles right now, or have they shut the line down?
I guess she's probably people recognizing her voice. But I'm like you.
That's the point.
Yeah, they'll have to work through that. I mean, they don't have any choice.
Yeah,
really.
I would just get with your boss of the greatest common sense and talk to them.
Because I believe, now I know what she's talking about.
That you can fly?
I'm sorry. I do. That is precaution, blah, blah, blah. But obviously, if you get diagnosed with it, they can't fire you.
The federal government's telling you not to come in there.
You can't go anywhere for, what, 14, 20 days?
Yeah, the federal government has stopped foreclosures. They have stopped evictions, everything. We've kind of put everything on hold.
Yeah, and like on this other, hey, keep coming if you're not sick. I don't know how all that works,
Kevin, welcome to the program. Go ahead, Kevin.
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Kevin.
But
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. So how many of you have done this yet? But the first time we brought it up, I thought, oh, my goodness, I got to do this. So the first time you were listening to the show or watching it, or maybe this is the first time, and you heard us mention HomeTitleLock.com, that you immediately said, I got to know whether my name is still on my home's title. Well, if you haven't done that, you need to. We can fix that today for free, so don't put it off. You'll never know that a thief took off the title until it's too late. So why don't you titles right now to our homes? I hate this, but they're easily found online. And these criminals, or maybe you have a rental property, or maybe it's some rogue family member, they can simply forge your signature on a home sale form, then they refile as the new owner. And when that happens, friends, bam, your home is not in your name, and your home is not yours anymore. And then at that point, these wonderful human beings, lower than well dung, which is on the bottom of the ocean, start taking out loans on your home, drain your equity, and then they usually disappear, leaving you in debt. And here you are trying to prove you didn't do it. And you know what your homeowner's insurance is going to do? Nothing. Just the normal identity theft software, not a lot of help here. You're going to need something that is designed for this specific crime. That's why you got to go to HomeTitleLock.com. Use our code Bubba, and for free, they'll find out if you're the person on your home's title, and then they'll also, after they do that comprehensive scan of your home title for free, they'll also give you 30 days of protection, so you can try it. Okay, so go right now and find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or simply go to HomeTitleLock.com and use our code Bubba. All right, so we have more updates. We talked about Fanny. It's Fanny, but her name is clearly spelled Fanny.
Yeah.
But it's Fanny.
Fanny.
And Fanny is really her own worst enemy.
She is.
Fanny just not real credible.
Fonnie Willis seemed all ready to destroy Donald Trump, but has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, in her testimony, we're going to hear her right now. It's going to be very specific, and it's going to be categorically. She is going to deny that she visited the White House when she was in D.C. before she went on this attack against Donald Trump. Unfortunately, that's going to turn out not to be true, but here she is saying it in our first clip. Here we go.
University. I went to D.C. for that. Seems like I've been to D.C. one other time. Oh, I went to D.C. for the Global Summit. Actually, yeah, those were 2 separate trips.
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll just ask it, and Your Honor can decide whether or not it's appropriate. When you went to D.C., did you go to the White House?
I did not go to the White House.
No. Well, apparently I'm going to get the answer anyhow. There you have it. Next question. Okay. When you went.
You couldn't hear what the judge said. You don't have to answer, and she did.
She walked on top of the judge, who was actually giving her protection
to answer the question, and apparently perjured herself.
Yep.
At that point, because now they have records that she was at the White House.
Yeah, and Adler was showing a little bit of that when that clip ended, but this next one will back it up.
Yeah, here's showing that what she just did, and the judge tried to save her from doing it, that she absolutely lied. Here we go.
Yeah.
One of the other things I did was I did a open records for the White House access, and we had records that Ms. Willis and the mayor of Atlanta were at meeting with the vice president.
Okay, and so this is the access history. How does that work? The White House keeps records of anybody that comes in and has any kind of official meeting for sure?
Yes, and my understanding is it's highly regulated who can access the White House, and so you have to apply in person or apply ahead of time, and then they give you a time when you make the appointment, and they give you a time when you're allowed to be in and when you have to be out by, and they track you. And I mean, that makes sense. They don't want anybody lingering in the White House, but they keep that, and so they're called WAVE records, I believe is what they're called, and I'm not sure what that's an acronym for, but they're publicly available. They're open records.
Hey, Fonnie. All the people who are trying to reveal you as a liar have to do is go look. You're right there on the record. You did go to the White House, and you're a lying a wank. You're lying.
So why is this an issue? Because Fonnie does not want to let this go up the pipeline, so to speak, and it looks like that she went to the White House to get her marching orders before she filed the lawsuit.
Correct.
Which would implement the vice president and or the president in a scheme to interfere with the election. By filing an interfering with the election lawsuit against Donald Trump. So this thing could be like, in the old cartoons where you have the gunpowder and they light it and it goes, follows the trail. When it gets to the barrel, it explodes.
Yes.
This could be more problem for the White House, and even more so maybe for the vice president, who may be the I hate to use this term, but the bag man.
Did you just go there? Well, the term, as I watch Fonnie Fanny, the term may have never been used more perfectly. She can't get out of her own way. I mean, here is the judge saying you do not have to answer them on asking you if you visited the White House while you were there, and she just steps on top of the judge, says, I didn't go by there.
Well, you know why? Because she's arrogant, she's cocky, she's a narcissist. I mean...
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
a narcissist. Yeah,
that's it. You got it.
And all the hubbubaloo or whatever that word is before this regarding Fannie was about you've misused funds, you had this relationship that you lied about, and all of that was just to show her character and say she's not a credible district attorney to bring these charges against Trump. And now this takes it to a whole nother level. This is not just our person has lied before. This is a unbelievable level of corruption as it appears.
Now she actually has given them the evidence they need to open a congressional investigation as to what those meetings were about, what were discussed, and was the VP and the administration critical in trying to urge them or give them the green light or even consult them in the prosecution of a political opponent.
Yeah,
in
you're all over
Georgia.
that, Adler. The way it started was, pointing to Nathan and Halava. He was paid twice as much as the other colleagues and wasn't qualified.
Yeah.
Now it's been turned up a notch. Oh, so you did go to the White House. Oh, you lied about it. Oh,
yeah, it's
well,
the whole
up?
thing's crazy. And see, here's the where it all began. There's a judge now has to decide, is she suitable to still prosecute this case against Trump? Now, it doesn't mean the case will go away, but she will go away. And the next whoever's in line to hear it may look at it different, may try to prosecute it, may not. You
But
never
not for
know.
the election.
But there is no way under the sun that anybody can let her continue to prosecute this case.
No.
Just because of all
No.
the sideshow with this. If you really think Donald Trump's guilty and you really want a clean conviction on him, you have to have somebody else do it at this point. She is absolutely out of the game and has lost all credibility, and I don't know that won't have charges brought against her for perjury. And then if you have a district attorney who has been found guilty of perjury, how do they ever do their job?
Right.
So I think she just keeps giving herself more trouble. A lot of it's with her cocky attitude. quite
Yes.
frankly.
Yeah. Did you hear the song that her lover dedicated to her? So, Fanny, be tender with my love. So I think
She was.
Yeah.
So you were thinking singing it over and over?
I was like, didn't Beach used to do a song called Fanny?
Here's her.
Fanny don't lie about going to the White House. Don't lie. It's on the record.
Here's the
Don't
record.
lie.
It's right here. The appointment was made on 2/24/2023,
Close your eyes.
and they met on 2/28/2023. The
Fanny
visitee,
went by to see how my life.
V. POTUS, there it is.
There it is.
I'd like to hear the VP's thoughts on what that meeting was about
I can't remember.
before they can get together and compare notes.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Listen, what you're talking about on the incense and everything, I read that same article, and the problem is it's much too early, and there's too few numbers with that. I think what we're seeing is what's called idiopathic responses, but I got something even more than that. Why are we suppressing the fever?
Well, Kevin,
I've heard that too.
Kevin, are you a doctor, by the way?
Yes, I am.
Okay, are you a primary physician or what do you practice?
I'm a primary care physician.
Okay, anytime we had a fever growing up, we would take things to get rid of the fever, but isn't the fever what gets rid of what you got?
Well, here's my thing on it. I am not
hang
an
on, Kevin.
evolution-
All right,
Kevin, can you hold on through the break?
Because there's real specific questions with this, and because we do know that if fever reaches a certain number,
It starts doing damage.
It's now damage, and this virus is pushing people around that 103 mark for adults. We're getting kind of hairy there, aren't we?
Kevin, just hang on.
All right,
We
Kevin,
want to get the full
We'll
story.
talk to you when we come back, and I know some of the others had some things they were going to add too. So we'll take more phone calls if you want to get back in. Speedy will take those now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So there we go. More phone calls coming in. We had the doctor that was helping us, Kevin, talking about, that there are some health officials. And, Kevin, we did say that some health officials, and this started in France, and I saw some people in London also talking about it, that with this particular virus, the fever, if you're using the Advils or the ibuprofens, it may not be the best choice of action with this virus. Then you said certainly there's not enough cases for us to drop the hammer on that. But then you asked the bigger question, should we let the fever roll a little bit? But certainly we don't want it to stay up into the danger zone where we're getting up into where it starts to cause trouble if it gets too high, right?
Oh, that's not necessarily true.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah.
Well, here's the first thing. One, I'm not an evolutionist. I'm a creationist. But what I do to try to take the religious side to just say a higher being. Okay?
Okay.
So this higher being integrated into us this fever response from square one. Okay? And what happened is we developed aspirin back in the late 1800s, but just like Jeff Goldblum's character in Jurassic Park, we decided we could suppress fever before asking the question, should we suppress fever?
Right.
That's fair.
Right.
So what happens when you get a viral infection and you start spiking a fever, the reason that happens is because the virus uses your own cells' protein-making mechanisms to make itself over and over again.
Right. We've seen that in all the diagrams.
It hijacks your replication machine.
Exactly. Well, guess what having a fever does? Slows or shuts it down.
It fights back.
Yeah, it keeps it from producing as much. Now, like your last commercial says, trying to sleep with a fever is very, very hard, and that is where you need to do the best. You need to rest and sleep, and that's hard. But when if I have an infection of any sort, I don't suppress the fever during the day, and I only suppress it if I can't go to sleep, because we were given this gift of a fever, and all we've been doing, and the studies we've been doing, by the way, have all proven that we're better off not to suppress the fever.
We usually do that just because we want to get back up.
Yeah, you want to feel
get
better.
Back to work and do whatever because we're all tough as nails. But but I understand it, and there's a logic to that. But let me ask you this, because we've had this in our family too. When you have people that get sick and they deal with cancers and all this, their fever can spike and be very high. Is there a point where your system is not operating properly and it's letting the fever get out of control and doing damage? I think it can damage your brain, right?
Yeah, like when you start hallucinating and all that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can do that, but I mean, most of that all happens with heat stroke. And with heat stroke, not fever, what's happening is you're having an inability to cool the body. Well, you still have your ability to cool the body even with the fever. It just the body's saying, no, we got to keep it up here and keep this viral load down while we're doing this. I can't say 100%, but there is not any. I mean, we as a nation are fever phobic.
Right.
We are
scared to death of it.
No, we are.
And it's just like for me, if I get a 99, I'm warmed over death.
Right.
But if someone else gets 102 and 103, it takes that much to do that. Again, it's all back to that idiopathic.
Since we're talking fever, why is it that younger people can handle fever better than older people?
Maybe we're just crotchety more.
Yeah, I don't. Because a lot of a baby has 102. It's not a big deal. If I have 102, I'm walking around thinking it's the end of time. So.
And with the baby, again, I've had this just recently too. People call me and say, "Should I do this?" I say, "What's the baby doing? If the baby is just cranky but still doing things and whatever, that baby's fine. It's the baby that's the limp noodle,
right,
that you want to be concerned about. So look at the baby totally.
See how the fever is affecting them.
Doc, let me ask you, how big of a temperature change?
From the Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, a brand new hour. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler all here. Greg out back tomorrow. You can see him, though, in Birmingham today, 11 to 1 at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. So if you're in the Birmingham market or listen to us on ZZK, go see him. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us far and wide. We appreciate you being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
We do. We finished up with Fanny Fani. Also a story today. It's been revealed that she paid her lover, Nathan Wade, almost double the salary of his colleagues.
Oh, really?
So that's also in the story of her did meet
Yeah,
her.
there are 12,000 texts that they had before they were actually seeing each other, according to their testimony.
Fanny, thank you for my salary. So
I'm gonna sing like that all day.
Yeah. So anyway, that is that it needs to be added to the update on she did meet with Kamala Harris and lied about it. All right. So Bubba, now we go to the mind melt. Bubba and I have been following. There was a time, you're not going to believe this, when Joe Scarborough was like a fan of this show.
We were on his show.
We were on his show, and he's almost the reverse of Adler. I mean, Adler went from leaning to the left a little bit to now being completely alt-right.
Yeah.
He and Elon Musk.
I would say Adler was in the middle.
Yeah, it was he?
I wouldn't say left.
Okay. Well, he voted for Obama.
Okay, you are left.
Okay, thank
I'm
you,
sorry.
buddy. I mean,
First term only.
But that was about a chick, wasn't it?
Don't tread on me.
Wasn't that about a girl?
Yeah, weren't you trying to be?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, trying to be.
Plus, it was
casting
in
a-
Alabama. It didn't matter.
Right. Oh, you're saying the vote didn't do any damage.
No.
Yeah.
I did not elect him.
By the way, Sherry and I, y'all probably were saying
Is
we're
that when the
laughing.
butcher had to vote?
Yeah, right.
No. It was before.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry, all this is being brought up.
Yeah,
Sorry.
listen, but we were laughing at home. Do y'all realize? Did anybody watch how quickly they called Alabama for Trump? The special.
yeah.
Alabama was called for Trump. I'm serious. The polls closed at 7:05. Alabama will be for Trump, and so. But anyway, so Joe Scarborough is the opposite. He's gone from being a conservative to being completely wacko, and it all started when he met this woman.
Oh yeah, his wife. They're married.
Yeah,
now.
right. And what
but
kind of
let me
mind
ask
melt?
you this: is she a blonde Vulcan, and she's done a mind melt on him? Is that it?
I don't know, but he's just talking crazy.
Yeah.
Listen, you're not going to believe what he's about to say about Joe Biden.
And with a straight face.
Yeah. All right, so here's Joe Scarborough talking about the State of the Union and the state of Joe Biden. Here we go.
I think he's better than he's ever been. Intellectually, analytically.
I can't believe it.
Because he's been around for 50 years. And, I don't know if people knew this or not. Biden used to be a hothead. Sometimes that Irishman would get in front of the reasoning. Sometimes he would say things he didn't want to say. This is, and I don't really, I don't really care. Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the
That's
truth.
not necessary.
This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Not a close second. And I've known him for years. The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years. If it weren't the truth, I wouldn't say it. And you.
Oh no.
Is that his wife's family?
I guess so.
Yeah,
Got to be. You know about the mind melt. Yeah. All right. First of all, we know something's wrong.
It sounded like a Russian name. I thought she was a Vulcan.
Listen, let me acknowledge. I have a big head and a long face.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
we have
yes.
some big heads in the
I
room.
got a noggin.
But
buddy.
what I want to notice about Joe Scarborough, and tell me if I'm imagining this, his head has gotten larger, and it starts growing up.
Can I say something?
His forehead and the top of his head, like a light bulb almost, seems to be getting more mass up here and lifting.
Yeah, I think it's his hairstyle, Rick.
They've almost like an
Jimmy
alien
Neutron.
He looks just like Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, he's got tall hair, which adds to the length of his head.
It seems like, though, but look, go back to when we were on his show, because I think this may be a sign of the mind
He was
melt.
a conservative congressman at one
and
time.
had a much smaller head. His head has grown as the mind melt has been happening. As he turns more left, his head seems to go up and out. Picture Jimmy Neutron, as you said, Bubba, but also picture how
He's got
light
that
bulb,
candy corn head.
how light bulb would be his chin, and how the light bulb goes out, almost like an alien head. And I think we're watching his head expand as he gets dumber. And so it's almost like his mind is getting melted. And I'm sorry, I know that I just got an FU from Joe. Oh, no, I won't sleep tonight because Joe Scarborough says that I don't agree with him. The fact that the current version of Joe Biden is the sharpest he's ever been. Maybe he was just not very sharp. I don't know what you're talking about. This is lunacy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's saying something
You
like
know,
this.
the fact that Joe is going to the FUs, if you don't agree with me, just shows you how ridiculous this is.
Oh, that's
right.
I mean, if you have to, And look, I don't care. I think some people too always confuse passion with correctness. You can be passionately wrong about something.
Sure can.
It doesn't matter. The passion level has nothing to do with the truth.
No.
And as he's sitting there reporting on MSNBC, he talks about how he's had a friendship with this guy for 50 years or whatever, yet also claims to be the news, the source, the facts. And it's just such a lie. That's what bothers me so much about that clip.
Well, he admits that he is not a neutral journalist and what he wants to portray himself.
It also means if he's been hanging out with him for 50 years, he would have had to start that at 10 years old.
Right.
So, stuff like that.
The left always does. They say things that you can easily check.
Yep. Yeah.
But even when you check it and say you haven't known Joe Biden since you were 10, they don't care. They'll keep saying,
is it a Vulcan mind melt, or do you think it's a Jedi mind trick? See, we got two different things here.
I think it's the trick.
When that woman
like
walked,
that? Or where they would just go, you think Joe Biden's smart?
And I said,
You'll be mad about it. Anybody disagrees?
Let me tell you, this right. This
I would be mad about it if anybody disagrees.
This
help you. You think he's old?
Rotate.
What?
Rotate.
What?
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna give you the truth. Rotate. Here comes the truth. Damn it! If you can't handle it, I'm Jack Nicholson, sort of.
You look like an idiot. That's what you look like.
How would you,
y'all? Listen.
Come on.
I hate to say it. I think Hillary Clinton's handling this better than anybody.
Thank
she
you.
said it's old Joe, but we got to vote for him. We got no other choice. If you're a Democrat, that's the attitude you ought to have.
At least people
don't try
think.
to sell us on the fact that he's sharper than he's ever been.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes you look like you're losing your mental ability.
Oh, short gate.
Yeah, look, understand. It's like you claiming you got a third string quarterback, and you're coming out and you're trying to act like he's better than Tom Brady, and if nobody likes it, and you're just like, well, you know that's not true. Why don't you just say this is the best quarterback we got?
Right.
I mean, this is we're not going to vote. And here's one of the reasons why. Let's get Van Jones in here.
Oh, Van.
So you either have the lunacy of Joe Scarborough trying to convince us that what we see isn't real, aka gaslighting. Now Van Jones is the other end. If that doesn't work, then they let you know that if Trump's elected, it's over.
And listen, Van Jones not only on CNN, he was going to work in the White House.
Yeah.
Or did work in the White House for a while before they finally said, look, this guy is a raging communist. We got to get him out of here.
Here's Van Jones saying if Trump wins, Europe is in trouble because Russia will invade. Here we go.
And Van, what does President Biden need to do at this point to earn those Nikki Haley supporters, bring them into the fold? We saw the Biden campaign putting out a statement from President Biden almost immediately after Nikki Haley walked off that stage in South Carolina. What do you think?
I think he needs to talk to her donors and her supporters and say, if you want to, a year from now, watch Russian tanks rolling through Europe, then endorse Donald Trump and get on that bandwagon. But understand you're going to wake up one morning and you're going to see horror across Europe, and you're going to have American soldiers, sailors having to go over there and do something that we could have done with dollars, we're going to have to do with blood. If you want to continue to see the country being divided and unable to govern itself and treat itself well, get on that Trump train. But you got a place over here. Now, he also, I think, needs to make a stronger case for what he is going to do to keep the economy moving in a good direction for people who go into grocery stores and can't pay for their groceries. He says he's going to sick the DOJ and the FTC on these grocers, these corporate grocers that are ripping off Americans. He needs to lean into that for the
They
voters.
always think that's the
but
answer.
for the people like us who care about a democracy around the world, they have a binary choice. We're out of NATO and Russia is running over Europe, or you stand with Joe Biden.
Of course, he's conveniently leaving out the fact that Putin did nothing when Trump was the president and waited for Biden to invade.
Trump is trying to get the NATO nations to do what they agreed to do.
Right.
And he's only giving them a little bump to do that.
And
Van Jones, has he developed a lisp since
Yeah,
he
a little bit. I caught that
he
too.
didn't have a lisp
I
on
caught that
CNN
too.
when he was a host.
Just a little one.
Yeah, and he's, of course, blaming grocers, not government for high prices. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You might disagree, but
If you're at 98.6 or whatever and a virus can function in that, how much rise in body temperature does it take to kill that virus or slow it down?
Good question. I don't think we have that answer.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what about the where we're talking about the different things that you try to do, and certainly sometimes you end up getting chills too.
What the chills are? I thought were tied to the fever. Your body thinks it's cold when it's really not. What's all that?
Well, what that is your body, the way it works a fever is it just says, okay, 98.6. No, right now we want you to be at 102.6.
Right.
Well, what do you do when you get cold just from being outside too long?
Sweat.
You shiver.
And shiver, yeah.
You shiver. And shivering is the muscles twitching, and it generates the heat.
Oh, I see.
But during that period, you think that you're cold because the body's reset your set point.
Yeah, it's really warming itself up, and you think because you're shivering, and outside you'd be shivering to try to get warm. Right now, your body's trying to warm yourself up to fight.
Yep.
And, all right, one last thing. Do you believe this thing about the normal temperature for those that were born from the 2004s? You seen any of this? Is any of this accurate that it may have dropped by a degree?
I think that's total crock.
Thank you for clarifying that, Kevin. I appreciate you for calling, man. See you.
You're welcome.
All right, man.
You know, this is an oddity. My mom, who has gone on to glory, but she had this thing. She never ran a fever ever in her whole life.
How about that?
Yeah, and I'm sure
She
that
need
was
to be
some kind
studied or
of,
something.
Well, like she said, that's not a good thing.
Well, that's true
because you don't fight the virus.
You stay
that way.
sicker longer.
Yeah.
Mike in LaGrange, Georgia. Mike, checking in. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, y'all talking about the car manufacturers working or not working. I work at the Kia plant in West Point, and up until I'm going to say midday yesterday, they had no plans at all to stop production. They were doing all kinds of protocol, sanitizing and
right.
cleaning the restrooms twice as much as they normally did. They were doing a lot of preventative things. Well, the Montgomery plant in Alabama closed day before yesterday, I think, because there was a confirmed person there that had the virus.
Right.
Well, that plant produces one of the engines that go in the Optima. At the Kia plant, we use 5 different engines, but only one is made at the Montgomery plant. So they were running low on engines this morning. At 7 o'clock, they stopped production.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So,
because if you don't have that, you
right.
You're just coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, you could easily say, well, wait a minute, you make 5 other motors, and you got, and they go in, the other vehicles, but all of those parts have been put in line, staged for days and days, because they don't run just one car on one line or another car on another line. That one line produces 3 different cars.
I got you. But it shuts the whole line down because you can't do the Optima stuff.
Right. So there's a Telluride, then a Telluride, then a Sorrento, and an Optima, and a Sorrento, and 2 more Optimas. They do it randomly. They say it's better for less repetitive hand motions to help people out.
Yeah, to help the workers. Yeah, so it doesn't get so mundane. We learned that over our big years of manufacturing and industry. Yep. Well, that's you see, you guys are revealing to us that this effect on the workforce and the economy and our hope and what we're being told right now, and that's all we can go with is what we're being told. If we can just kind of hunker down for a period of time, extremely, and it is extreme, that we can knock that curve down, which is going to save lives and get us back to normal life quicker. We'll see.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
.21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Tonight, Kevin Derryberry in Crestview, Florida, First Baptist Church. Crestview, as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Go hear Kevin tonight, fellas, and you can plug into one of the small groups doing the curriculum. It'll be a treat to be with Kevin tonight. All right, so this weekend, Bubba, you know we love to just say, hey, look, let's just talk. Let's get into real talk right now. So this weekend, Starkville, Mississippi, Man Church Conference, fired up. Granger Smith going to be there. James Spann, which he'll play a role here in a minute. Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking. We got Chuck Hooten coming in. It's going to be special. It really, really is. That's a great room. So excited, but now here comes a little, hey, and this is the way I am. I have to be like this, and I want to know, if I'm you, fellas, that are all coming to the conference, if I'm you, I want to know this. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this at all. The parking is going to be a nightmare. I'm just going to tell you, okay? We've been investigating that, working with Mississippi State. The baseball team is playing that weekend. It's an SEC matchup. Yeah, I don't know if y'all know this. The Bulldogs have quite the following.
Yes, they do.
They sure do.
So, and it's a college campus, which has all of its own nightmares. Okay, right now, Spann is calling for Friday, 90% chance of rain in Starkville. Okay,
yep.
So now that's not going to affect us doing the event because we're inside the theater and we don't care. And Saturday it looks like it's going to clear it and be fine for the second day. But that means, as you and your guys are rolling into Mississippi State, you're going to need to get a game plan. You need to plan that you are likely going to park a long way from the theater and could be walking in the rain to get to the theater. So you just need to be prepared for that. And I would get there early to go ahead and get my parking handled, because I'm not going to act like the parking is going to be easy, because it's not.
Right.
I mean, what we're going through to even get our gear in and park, it's going to be ugly. So I just want you to know that. But you know, you just, and as long as I know that, right, then I get a plan. And I'm thinking that maybe I've cast such a gloom picture that when you get there, you go, well, this wasn't as bad as Burgess said.
Right.
But what I don't want is for you to think, man, this is going to be no big deal, and go, wow, this is a little more complicated than I thought it'd be.
Right.
So I want you to get it. And this is how I protect myself, and we kind of do this. You know, I'm just this kind of guy. If I go to the worst case scenario, then I go, oh, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. But I want you to know, what I'm saying is, don't be like we can be as men going to events. The doors open at 6. It starts at 7. So let's roll up about 6:15. You don't want any part of that. Okay, that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
So get your plan together. Look forward to seeing all of you there. But I just wanted to give you that heads up. I even asked yesterday, should I give a heads up? And everybody said, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let them know.
Right.
So be aware of that. And you know, it's what we're going to do is take all those that are going to the baseball game, and we're going to take an additional 1,000 men and throw them on top of that on a college campus in the parking. That's always a blast on the college campus. So just be aware of that and plan accordingly. And also, I did just have one guy who said, I got a group going. 2 of our guys aren't going to go. And he sent me his tickets, and they're on the floor. And he's not going to charge anybody. He just wants somebody to use them. And I said, but I don't want to sit you by anybody, you know, that you wish we'd have never sent there. So you know, if you're somebody says, like, I think I could be good and sit by him and I'd like to go, I know this is last minute, just email me and be the first to say I'll take them, and I'll email those to you, and you'll have them, and we'll see you tomorrow night. So looking forward to that. So just a heads up.
You know, Rick, maybe with the rain coming in, that the baseball game, they'll move a doubleheader to Saturday and one Sunday.
You know what?
And that might help a little bit.
I didn't even think about that. That could be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
Hate that for the baseball team.
Right, but I'm just thinking, you know, they'll probably do something like that.
So anyway, just, and then, all right, so other things you guys.
Well, by the way, I need to give y'all a heads up on something. So if I sprint out of here at any moment, just know that.
You all right?
I don't. There was something in the fridge in our cooler, and I opened it up and I drank it, and it's gone bad. Like, it's horrible.
What did you get?
It was one of those fruit drink things and I mean, it not only tasted horrible, it smells bad. It's the whole, and I drank way more of it before I realized it. So just a heads up.
If
y'all see me
one of
sprint
the
out of here.
replenish drinks?
Yes. Yes.
Was it in the cooler or in the refrigerator?
It was in the fridge. Like it was. I mean, it was sealed up. It's just gone bad. The expiration date was clearly out of that, but I just assumed it was good because it was in there and. Just
so bad.
Just know that I may have to just sprint out of here at some point. So I don't know how this is going to go.
Just don't throw up.
Yeah,
that's why I'm going to be with you.
Right. So did you not notice an odd smell when you were taking it in?
No, not well. That's when it I had already had like 4 gulps, and I'm like, wow, this doesn't taste good. And then the smell hit me, and I was like, oh goodness gracious,
it smelled.
Okay, and I did, and then I thought, well, maybe it's just my taste buds. Maybe I've done something. And I took my nose down, and I'm like, oh, wow, this is bad.
Okay,
real bad.
Anybody well-versed on – now, we know if you got expiration milk, we know it's bad, doom, gloom.
Yes.
What's the aftermath of outdated energy drink?
I don't know.
Or not an energy drink. It's a sports drink.
It's a performance replenish type deal.
Performance drink. I would say kill a water.
Well,
I'd overwhelm my kidneys so much and the stomach that it's like
it was rough.
It can go sour and it can grow mold.
Oh,
that's good.
No.
That's what I'm reading right now.
Turn up the whole thing. Go ahead. See if you can do the whole thing. Challenge.
No, I don't want to make myself even more.
Be careful.
Yeah, just breathe through your nose while you're drinking.
There's nobody catching
it. It's been a long time. I remember as a kid.
Shouldn't you be drinking Pepto or something?
I feel like I need to.
I remember as a kid. This is what this takes me back to. I don't know. I was like 9 or 10, and I thought my dad's Pepsi.
Oh no!
That was sitting there. He got in the shower, and I thought, oh, awesome! I'm gonna sip on his Pepsi because he wouldn't. At 10, you don't get to drink Pepsi before bedtime.
Right.
Well, it was chewing tobacco spit. And that is the same feeling that I have now.
Right now.
Oh. Right.
And as I was going through that.
You brought up a new topic. I've never even been concerned about expiration dates on sports drinks.
Yeah.
Never.
And again, I've really thought, oh, this is just a taste bud thing. But when I stuck my nose down and smelled, it was just use the word rancid, Adler, I think.
That's the
ferment
word.
Even.
Ferment, whatever it was.
Ferment.
It was awful. Bad.
Well, if
Real
it
bad.
fermented, it's probably good because there's probably enough alcohol in it that it killed anything
Right.
bad.
I was about to say, if it fermented, you may start spouting off like Greg in here in a minute.
Yeah. I put the wrong milk in my cereal one time.
No, I remember that. Yeah, but
that was all natural.
That was all natural. You were good there. This is not natural. Don't Google it, Helmsy. Whatever you do, and don't even look at your email. Phone calls phone calls are next.
Take another sip. Hurry up.
866 We Be Big. Any topic you want to talk about, you can join us, and we'll take your phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Issues, but love hearing what's going on with all of you out there. Kevin Bubba's got an issue, and this is what's going to break your heart. It involves technology, and it's out of Huntsville. So prepare for a little bit of a heartbreak coming. Another Kevin here. Kevin, tell us what's going on in your work situation because of COVID-19, better known as coronavirus, a.k.a. the Wuhan flu, a.k.a. the Chinese flu. Chinese virus.
Hey, and the best one I heard yesterday is the Kung Flu.
Look, I think I may start drifting that way. I like Kung Flu.
It's funny.
I mean,
you got to admit that's good.
But anyway, go, Kevin. What's happening?
So they're encouraging us to come to the office. You know, they'd like for us to still be productive.
Well, sure.
As they're trying to encourage the 6 feet distant rule thing. So with the parking lot being distant, though, and most of the people working from home, the bandwidth has been a problem as far as networking, letting everybody get to the resources they need. So to fight that, they've stopped any non-essential websites they've blocked, which means that we can't listen to you guys either on Spotify from the podcast or
Bubba,
we've got another coworker and I actually bond over talking about you guys' show every morning. So we don't have that to talk about anymore.
Can you work from home, Kevin?
Yes, I can.
Well, I'll just do that then.
Yeah.
That has got to be the option.
You got to go home.
What I resorted to is if by the end of this week it's not fixed, next week's just going to be a bust.
I understand their problem and I see what they're trying to do, but we don't want to kill morale.
I was about to say, my goodness, you're Huntsville.
That's right.
You're Huntsville. I mean, the rockets. All right, let's talk about this for a minute, Kev. So, would they not allow you at the office to have a radio? Because you could just be audio only, but you could hear us on 100.3 The River.
Right. That's what actually a coworker and I were talking about yesterday. Is we said we need to just get a big boom box and come in and play you guys for the whole office.
Hey, man,
they're
for
gonna
everybody.
All down
Let the river run.
Look,
Amen.
keeping morale up is going to be more important from here on than ever.
Hey, look, they'll pry your Rick and Bubba from your cold, dead hand.
That is exactly right. Exactly
Stand in the gap and all that. So Kevin, thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one. God bless.
Persevere, my friend. Morale, Bubba, you're all over
That's
it.
right.
You can't break
Morale is very important.
Sure it is.
All right, Jeremy says his situation as far as work has taken a bizarre turn in Tuscaloosa. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
No, we're getting after it.
Yeah, the place I work at, we produce boxes for several large companies like Publix, Chick-fil-A, Bojangles, any of your chicken finger places, those kind of places.
Mm-hmm.
And several of those have instituted that they've ordered more boxes here recently because of more to-go orders.
Yes.
People taking stuff home from bakeries and stuff like that from Publix. So we're actually really encouraging our employees to come to work as much as possible just because we need the production.
Yeah, but you can't have a COVID-19 come in.
No, and that's what we're pretty much telling them. Unless the virus comes into that particular factory, we're going to be open and running as 100% as close as we can at least.
So you're saying the need for more boxes because people are doing more takeout has actually helped your business?
Wow.
Yeah, and it has in a sense for sure.
Yeah. Think about others. I was thinking about, look, if you're in the grocery business, you ain't hurting.
No.
Oh, I saw some numbers, Rick, and it was a national chain, and they were not even a grocery store. They're more of a hardware big box thing, and their national sales a week is about $700 million, and it went to like 1.7 trillion or something. It was
Bubba,
unbelievable.
you just jumped all the way to
a billion. I'm sorry, a billion.
My goodness, you got to burn the T's.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Whew.
billion.
For a minute.
So that's, I mean, it literally more than doubled last week.
Wow. Julia, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Oh, my goodness. I was just going to mention that. What do y'all think about this virus being a plague?
Being a plague? Well, I mean,
as in what context are you talking biblical or just?
Yes, biblical.
Well, I mean, I've heard this said to me one time, and I forgot who said it, but it was right. If you have a biblical worldview, all issues are biblical issues. They all are,
right?
Because they're all under the sovereignty and the authority of God, who has not left His throne in any situation. But I heard it laid out perfectly, and I wish I could remember all the big words that were used. But the Bible really talks about God. There's three different ways, and really a fourth, if you look at Romans chapter 1, forms of God's wrath. And I can't remember the big names, but I can kind of tell you the definition of them. And one of them is the obvious one, and that is the wrath of God on sin to the unrepented. That's an eternal wrath that comes from Him because He's holy. We're not. If you're not redeemed, then at the end of your life or the return of Christ, and there's some other things that go on. But the bottom line is, if your life ends.
It's time to go to the phones, baby. 35 minutes past. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show, we have locked arms for years now. And over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor. 70% of 1 million said, you know what? It made a huge difference in my life. And that's good news because this is happening all naturally. It's not some overuse of over-the-counter pain meds or you're not addictive properties of the opioids. It's all natural. 4 botanicals that always have shown that they some promise in the gut and taking care of the body's inflammatory response. So if inflammation is the culprit, Relief Factor may be the answer, and it may be the all-natural answer. I take it every day. I take a pack when I get up and a pack before I go to bed. So if you want to get yours right now, $19.95, that'll get you 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks whether it's working for you, and you can join those that it has helped by going to relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Derek in Illinois is standing by. Derek, go ahead.
Morning.
Hey,
so a couple weeks back, Helms showed wisdom by not riding a skateboard. But in that same week, Tom Brady was running the fastest he ever ran in the 40.
Yeah.
So my son and I were playing with his friends football in the park. Well, my son's 11, and these 15-year-olds walked up and challenged us to a two-hand football game, and that was 2 weeks ago, and I haven't been walking right for 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. No. Remember, we told you this, Derek. As dads, you're in pretty good shape till puberty shows up, and once these young males go post-puberty, it's a different animal. It's a different game.
Well, the quarterback of the 15-year-old said, "Wow, that dad can run," and so my ego started taking over. Like,
That's the worst.
I still got it.
That's the worst.
And the next day, my hip started clicking.
Oh no, not the click.
Well, I think you're missing what the late Toby Keith tried to teach us. Now, I'm not as good as I used to be. But
I'm as good once.
Yeah, I got one in me, but see, your one was over, and you kept playing. You know, and that's where you ran into trouble. We've only got one now, Derek. So I hope you can nurse yourself back to health. But it's true. I remember being out there going basketball. Oh, look at me owning my sons. They can't do anything with me. I can do this at about half effort. You know, and they get mad because you're bigger than them, and you can shoot it and then all of a sudden, there's that time you walked out and they all look different. Yeah. Their voice is deeper.
How you doing?
Yeah, their legs are bigger, and you're like, what happened?
Yeah.
And
hair on their legs.
And all of a sudden, you're fighting for your life out there.
You're like, wow, this is real.
Oh, I'm down 11.
Well, I can't box him out anymore.
Let's go to Joseph. Well, y'all pass. Joseph, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Monkey Grass.
Thanks for the call, my brother. What's on your mind? Go ahead.
So, I was doing a lot of backpacking this past summer, and one of these times I went to town, I drank almost a half gallon of chocolate milk, and man, my insides were wrecked.
Joseph,
I couldn't get that toilet back.
Joseph, the name chocolate is great, but you got to remember it's also teaming up with the name milk. And milk is as dangerous a drink as you can ever try to play games with.
Especially while exercising. Anything dairy, I stay away from. It'll spoil in a second. Get all heated up.
I
just feel like it will.
I've made the mistake too when anything involving milk or milk product or whey or anything like that. I made the mistake when I was even young. It was running day for preseason football, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. My blessed mother, she said, "Hey, since y'all are about to go do a workout and run, I know you slept too late to eat a breakfast. Let me fix you a Carnation instant breakfast." Well, that mixes with milk.
Ugh.
And
is it a milk?
Yeah, and it tastes good. It's like chocolate milk.
Yeah.
But I understood about trying to watch what you do post workout. When it comes to milk, even when it's good, for some reason, when the body's in duress and it's getting hot and it's sweating, it really is the bad thing to have drank.
Yeah, it's like the stomach says, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, right.
You know what I haven't had in a long time, speaking of that, is just chocolate milk where you get the Nestle's, had the top and you get the powder out and mix it with a long spoon. Man, it's been so long since I had
Has
one.
the rabbit on the counter.
Yes. And, you sneak a little of that powder and just taste it.
Well, I've never done that, Bubba. Can you do that?
Yeah, you can do it.
Okay. Let's go to Amanda.
What I hear.
Amanda in Hueytown. Somebody's running there. Wait a minute. Let me check the warning. Amanda, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I've been listening to you guys since I was in high school, and I've always been curious about how y'all came up with Bubba's intro line into the show.
That's been asked before. You may have missed that explanation. So in 1993, Bubba was a reoccurring character on the show, not co-host yet, and so he would do good old boy theater, or I'd just bring him in for commentary. Bubba the engineer, and he and I. It seems like Bubba. Maybe I don't have this vision right. That we were sitting down trying to decide how to introduce you when your character came on the show. And we were just jotting down different things.
Yeah, I think
on
we
like
just
a
started.
napkin or something.
Yeah, we just started making up things. I think we even tried it 2 or 3 different ways on the air, and it just kind of settled into the one we got.
Yeah. And it's been. I had somebody email me about a week ago, and they said, "Are you just playing a recording of Rick bringing in Bubba?" And I said, "No, I do it live every time." And I said, of the 30 years, I might have mixed it up a handful of times, but rare. It's ingrained in there. But that's how it started. It started bringing, and then once we started the show, in '94 as Bubba as co-host. We just kept it.
Yeah.
So there you go. We continue. Let's go to Lindsay, Dallas, Texas. Hey, Lindsay, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
All right. Hey. So I just thought I'd brighten your day. I actually emailed these to Adler and Speedy, but I have 2 patient registration forms with 7 gender options.
7?
Oh, I do see that now.
7.
7?
Oh, wow.
7.
Well, look, I don't even like the fact that they allow you to say other, or I don't want to give it, but they're actually listing 7.
Yeah.
Bubba, look, there they are.
Yes.
All right, so gender identity, male, female.
It starts off strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Transgender,
And then
female to male. Transgender, male to female. Can I say that word?
I don't. Well,
Gender queer.
Oh, thank you, Adler.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Choose not to disclose.
Right, I've never heard of that one.
Additional gender category not listed. Put it in the blank.
Yeah.
Wow, cat.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I work for a large hospital system, and this came from physicians associated with the hospital I work for.
Wow. The thing that is so troubling about this, Lindsay, and I can tell you feel the same way. This isn't real.
No.
This is not. This is not the real world.
What I love is we changed
it's
language. I
pretend.
mean, somebody rewrote the pronoun laws, and I don't think they had the authority to do that. I
Right,
think
correct.
they have to have a meeting on that in England somewhere.
Yeah. Oh,
I didn't. I don't know.
And all this
I don't
time they've been
either.
telling us ain't wasn't a real word.
Yeah, you
know?
can't stand on that.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Mark Robinson, he can tell you how many genders there are.
Who's that?
Remember his speech, whether in North Carolina, in the church?
Oh yeah. The guy now he won. He
I
won the
think
Republican
so.
nominee.
Yeah. Hopefully going to be the next governor there.
All right, let's. Where's the? Oh, I lost the Alec Baldwin guy. I was going to ask him a question.
Man.
Cameron in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Cameron, go ahead.
Hey guys, Cameron, the Talladega Clown. How you doing?
Talladega Clown.
Set my Cameron free. All right, go ahead.
Hey, I don't know if I can follow 7 genders, but I was reminded when you were talking about the Carnation Instant Breakfast. My dad used to do that when I was late for school. He'd zip open one of those, and one day he poured one in a jar, and I noticed there was some movement in there. And then I realized there were actually maggots in there. So some fly must have landed on the powder as it was on the conveyor belt and laid its eggs.
Oh, Cameron, good night. Look at that. And Andrew in Vestavia.
Eggs go.
How about Andrew has calculated how many hours he's been listening and watching the show.
Really?
You want to hear this number?
Yeah, I bet. I don't know if we can go that high.
Andrew, go ahead.
We got 933 hours and 15 minutes left of the Rick and Bubba show. Now for Bubba, that's probably about 500 hours because he's out half the time.
Right.
Oh, that's how many's left. Okay.
900 what? What was it?
933, did he say?
Something like that.
Hours?
Over 900
Is
left.
that what he said, hours?
Yeah.
Hours, yeah.
One time I ate some soup at a restaurant, and I thought it had like poppy seeds in there. And I got to the end of the soup, and I looked real close, and those poppy seeds had legs.
You and these little tiny bugs.
It was terrible.
They either get on you and
It was
get
a
into your
bad
skin.
time.
On you, they're in
What'd you do?
Did you get sick?
I was very sad.
Did you get sick?
No, I didn't get sick.
All right. Well, no harm done.
Stomach acid to the rescue.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Unredeemed, then God's wrath is poured out on the unredeemed sin in your life, and you are cast out of His presence forever. Then you have the kind of wrath that He's used throughout time that is more what you're talking about. It's a type of wrath that He uses the fallen state of the world to hand down for His wrath for all sorts of reasons, for refinement, for testing, for destroying evil. That He uses the things, weather and things like disease and that, and then you have that kind of wrath. Then you have, of course, the kind of wrath that Romans chapter 1 talks about, and that is abandonment. He abandons a culture. He abandons a nation.
Turns them over to their own.
And turns them over to their own sin and just walks away and removes His hand, which you see that's what Paul is talking about in Romans chapter 1. Of course, there's some very specific things that are there that, of course, we had one president refer to as an obscure comment. And not very obscure. It's pretty detailed. And so and then there's another one, and I'm trying to think what it was, and I can't remember which one it is. But it has to do with the final judgment. But that may be the first one I was talking about. But anyway, yes. I mean, God's wrath works in different ways, and but in the middle of all this, it's sometimes it's not just wrath; it's just part of the fallen creation. Yep. And then we, as his people, are being, tested through the process. And I think one of these for the church right now, just like we talked about way back when we had that conversation, I think it's on one of our YouTube videos in the past, is those of us that are redeemed and have the hope and the peace and the joy that is found only in redemption. Right now we're the plywood salespeople that nobody cares about when it's a sunny day on the beach. Who cares who's selling plywood when there's no threat of hurricane? But now when the hurricane starts getting in the forecast, suddenly the plywood salesman becomes everybody's friend, and everybody wants to talk to him about what? His plywood. They couldn't care less about his plywood when they don't need it.
Right.
So there's always something going on, and we never know every intricate detail because there's so many things, and God is so vast. But we do see Scripture talking to things that are easy to understand in general, and one of those is God's wrath and pain and suffering and what God is doing through it. I mean, there's multiple scriptures about that.
So, Julia, what do you think?
Well, I agree with you, and there's another question I want to ask. Do you remember a lady named Carrie
who
worked with you in Gadsden?
Yeah. Carrie in the sales department.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my daughter.
Oh, is it Carrie Griffith?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Heartbreaking.
I'm sorry. Transition there.
Courtney.
Okay.
What?
He had told me something earlier, and I understand the part about when these things happen and they get out there and they start trending and people start looking at them, and these were Bible verses about where God says in the Chronicles about that at times he releases epidemics and then he all these different things that he does to get his people to repent and all that, and we certainly are familiar with those. And so one of them was out that actually had the English word epidemic for the Hebrew word that was being translated, and so Bubba said, because somebody sent it to me, I sent it to Bubba. We both put it on Instagram. He said, is that out there? And I said, yeah, I think it is. And then he told me that.
See, I didn't know if that was you had done it in your Bible and highlighted it and took the picture of it, or somebody.
No, it is the exact same image that y'all used yesterday that she is using in this.
Right. So it's not how you feel about those scriptures and all this kind of stuff. I can't believe that a Kardashian is putting anything out about the Bible.
She had added to it. She put a red circle around it, and it said, "Pay attention, children," on it. But it is the same verse.
Wait a minute. A Kardashian is telling us to pay attention about God's wrath?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
We're showing it right now, bro.
Okay.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah. Has this Kardashian decided that they're in fear of God now and they've submitted to his authority and repented?
Rick, I'm just reading the story. That's
because the Kardashians, before y'all start jumping off into the Old Testament, go ahead and roll through Romans chapter 1 one good time. I mean, it's just
right.
Yeah, well, undoubtedly. I mean, part of this epidemic could be the Kardashians' fault. I mean, I'm just saying. But look, maybe she's made a change. I hope so. I hope that's the case.
No, it was
maybe Kanye is rubbing.
Yeah, Kanye might be working through the sister back to all the Kardashians.
10 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get more phone calls coming up before the show is over. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so working our way back, a couple of videos of interest here. We got a bizarre one, and we'll talk about it, where we have a woman. She's in one of our, looks like national park somewhere, Adler said, and she's marveling at the fact that her hair is standing on end and that the air around her seems to be electrified.
As Adler points out, this is probably a sign that lightning strikes are very near you, and something's building. I don't know, but we don't know what happened. She wasn't struck by lightning, right? So here she is somewhere. And
What is going on, mami? Apunta para allá. Apunta. Oh my God!
That's her poking.
She's poking the air.
She's poking the air, and it sounds like bacon frying. Is that the Grand Canyon?
What a view!
It may be, yeah.
And her hair is
y'all.
Well, here's the question: is it actually static or just the wind blowing her hair up? I don't know.
No, that's static.
Yeah,
that's
the way it's
100%
standing straight up.
It looks like sticks up in there.
Yeah.
Well, look at the firmness.
Yeah,
of
her
it.
hair wouldn't be standing straight
But
up.
I've never seen anybody be able to draw an arc by sticking their finger in the air.
Now that part, yeah, I've seen hair standing on end, but I've never seen this finger thing before.
She may be if she's in a air that's that electrified, she is in danger of an immediate lightning.
Yes, absolutely. She's
Yeah.
about to get struck.
Yeah.
If that happens to you, do not stay there.
Yeah,
Turn into a superhero.
That doesn't look. Now there's
I would
always
get down on the ground real quick.
There is always, and of course I'll play the role of Greg here. There is always the option that the hair is truly standing on end, but the sizzling sound was added in post production.
Okay. Maybe they hairsprayed her hair up straight.
Well,
too?
no, that,
No,
it
so
could
you
be.
straight up, you
It
think
could
that.
be a hoax. We got to always say, hey, it might be a
Thank you
hoax.
for pointing that out.
But her hair may literally be standing on end, but just the sizzle part, or both of them are fake. You don't know. Could be all fake, partially fake, or completely real.
No, I think they're both real. It's like an old lady and her daughter at a national park. I don't think they fake it.
You don't
But
think that?
I could
But
be
see,
wrong.
here's the thing: we
could be
heard
wrong.
That was just Greg's point of view.
Been wrong a lot.
We heard the static. You almost ought to be able to see a spark with that much noise.
Sounds like the lightning round.
You know, even when you get a carpet shock, you'll see a flash
Right.
sometimes,
Yep.
and,
All right.
and you didn't see it there.
So let's watch her finger touch the air again. Oh
Oh wow, that does sound bad.
That's dangerous.
waited too long.
Very dangerous.
Now I will say this:
Oh my God!
if she's faking, and she certainly could be, she's a good actress. It seems believable that she's a gas that is making that noise.
That is crazy.
Yeah. So
I would say if the air is that electrified, I bet the camera's acting up too.
it could be. But
That is high.
Bottom
energy right there.
line-
I've never seen that. Maybe it's true. I don't know.
bottom line,
I've never
if
seen
your hair stands up like that and the air around you is becoming electrified, seat cover.
Yeah,
and
people
it is
who
very
have
cloudy.
who have been struck by light. Yeah, it looks like storms blowing up.
It does look like storms
and a lot of times you'll have that electrified air, so to speak, in front of the storm. I've seen it with, the AM towers. We used to hear them start popping, 2:00 in the afternoon for a 5:00 storm. So
Right.
it does happen.
This is a demonstration of static electricity, and this guy's going to put this puffball up in the air and make it float using static electricity. And this is what that lady's hair looked like.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Wow. Looks like a sea creature.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah. And we've all seen where you can take a balloon and stick it to yourself and all that.
Make it do the same thing.
Yeah.
Make
Did
your
y'all
hair
think
stand
she
up.
was standing too close to the edge with the wind blowing?
Just a little
like
bit.
that?
I wasn't looking at
My
what
wife
she
would
was
have.
saying.
She would have. Look, when Brody, our son, went to the Grand
Not that
Canyon
way.
with his
Oh, no,
buddies.
Bubba.
Yeah, with his buddies, she told him, "Do not get up to the edge of that canyon." And I'm like, "Babe, we're not even going to be there." And she went on Live 360.
Yeah, that way too close.
Yeah.
To see where he was standing,
'Cause that's the
and got
clip.
mad about something through Live 360 that the dot was too close to the edge. And,
Live 360.
and I was like, baby, I'm not sure that's an accurate picture of how close he is to the edge.
He's upset by the dot.
Yeah, look how close that dot is. And so anyway,
The dot could vary a little bit.
it could a little. All right, so here's the next one. We have footage of a helicopter with engine failure. Crashes onto a sandy beach. Anybody? Are we about to see people like?
No, it's unbelievable.
Did they survive?
Everybody survived. One
Okay.
person had to be hospitalized. There's 4 people on board.
no, Bubba, look!
And they filmed the entire thing, the whole thing going down. You're gonna hear the alarm start going off, and that's the engines failing. They are, I don't know how many, 1,000 feet in the air, 600 feet in the air, and they're above Hawaii, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Oh,
Boom,
no.
right there, boom.
What?
Oh my goodness!
It just went out?
That's it.
They got to auto rotate down.
Yep, and they're trying to get to that sandy beach right there.
Oh, they're going down. Listen.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
Oh my goodness.
Really getting close.
Down. Oh my goodness. Oh, I got nothing.
Oh, guys.
Oh my God.
There it is.
Okay, I don't know how we describe that to the audience that can't see, but it was mania.
Well, I've wanted to take one of those tours too, and I don't. That's very concerning.
When we were there, this was on the table to do one of these.
I want to go over a volcano.
Yeah, and I wanted to do exactly what they're doing.
does
I wanted the view they're looking at right there. I almost got in a helicopter just like that.
Yep.
And now, if you say, "Well, these things are crazy safe," all everybody's got to do is say, "You seen that video?"
Well, I have a cousin who has flown helicopters his whole life, all over the world, and he's always told me. He said, "Look, if all goes south, at least we have a chance, because of the way these things are built and they can auto rotate. Going down, the air forces the blades to turn, which is basically like breaking your fall a little bit.
Yeah."
And
you could see them turning after it went down, to your point, Bubba, when they started going so fast.
So they walk away from it. So you have to say success, right?
Yeah, but I bet you couldn't drive a penny nail.
Oh no,
no.
But let's say you're in an airplane and that happens. What do you do? What do you do? You try to land in the shallow water?
You talking about ball of fire?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
they'll never get that sand
wasn't
off
a ball
of
of fire yet, but
right.
I thought he was going to go for the water. To land in shallow water.
He stayed pretty calm.
He did.
Yeah. That's a good policy.
Speaking of footage, did you see that terrible footage of the family of five?
I saw
plane
that.
crash
in
Nashville.
Yeah.
It's awful, terrible. But see this video, everybody would have had to mute the audio if I was in there, because they would say, "Now, see if you can stay with it when you hear the grown man screaming." This is it.
Everybody seemed pretty calm.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know. Maybe we just couldn't hear him in the back.
I guess he avoided the water in case you get knocked out. Then you drowned.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where you would do that, but you think too that there would be some softness to the landing.
The soft beach worked. Yeah, it worked. But boy, what an intense situation when suddenly you're like, what a beautiful view. Boy, you know what? The helicopter's a lot quieter than I thought it would be.
Yeah. And for some reason, the blade is not spinning like it was. I can see it.
These headphones are great.
Let me tell you, I really, honestly, everybody told me this would be loud.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Why didn't we hear a Mayday call or some of that?
Oh, Bubba, I don't know. They went right into the mode, didn't they?
They didn't have much time.
It went from I'm flying to
that was
nothing.
30 seconds.
And by the way, those of you that can't see it, that are listening, please don't picture a large beach. This was not a whole lot of beach to hit on.
No.
It hit a pretty small beach.
It's like sliding into second. What are you talking about?
Oh, me. A lot of rocks, too. Lots of rocks.
Right.
Mountainous, rocky.
But that Nashville crash is very strange. The pilot made a very quick U-turn and nobody knows why, and a family of five.
Yeah, overflew the runway, right? And then did a U-turn.
Because that was so deserted. It's like Tom Hanks was going to walk out of a cave. Go, hey, how you doing? Well, I mean, nobody was
there.
there.
It did look like that beach.
Yeah, it really did.
Rick and Bubba.
Knows.
But when I saw the story, I recognized the picture, and that's why I asked, did you shoot that? Because I didn't know where it came, but it could have come from anywhere.
Yeah. You know, every time you have these things, Scripture starts coming out all kinds of different places. Some you find on your own. Some people send to you. Some say, hey, did you see this? And all that. But the big story for me was that a Kardashian was actually putting out Bible verses talking about God and God's call to repentance. Now, that I just...
I know that's why it caught us all a lost guard.
Yeah, because when all I was hearing in the beginning was, this thing is out there trending, and then I heard, also my mind went, did he say a Kardashian posted this? And it's like I had one topic going, I didn't have time to spend on the other topic, and that was it. So, well, there you go. But anyway, so undoubtedly, if there has been a change, there's no new pictures yet. But anyway, so
I will say this: she may have had some kind of heart change, not in that area.
Well, in all fairness, when I had a heart change, the dealing with all the things in my life that needed to be changed took time, and it's still continuing.
Well, and I'll even
still
say this.
Yeah,
I've been floating all the way to about December, and I see nothing that is really like, oh, I can't believe she put that out there. You know what I mean? For Kardashian.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see. But these,
all her stuff is positive and health related and fitness related and all that.
As this scripture talks about, and I understand, and all of it's been kind and been toned down a little bit. I understand this is the time when everybody wants to let us know all the things they know about ancient Israel and all that. I got all that.
Yeah.
But what the bigger point was, and if this is what we're talking about, that maybe these adverse conditions, as we've been talking about, it always forces everybody to start thinking about, am I right with God? And that's one of these positives, and maybe that's taken. It always takes. Now, sometimes it doesn't last. 9/11, you couldn't find a seat in the church, and some lives were changed forever, and others drifted back to who they were, But there's always change that takes place in these kind of things spiritually, and frankly, they should. Yeah. And so it does get people thinking about things they normally don't think about. Do you ever think about your eternity much on a day where everything's going your way and everything looks great and everything's prosperous, everything number one? Probably not. No. But when you start seeing people dropping dead all around you, and you wonder if there's a plague's been handed down on the fallen creation in a sinful world, you start kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, you do.
All right. So, and to warn us, here comes Arnold. Yeah,
he's back again with his second
1 minute exactly. If we go now, we can squeeze it in.
Here's Arnold warning us from a hot tub about spring breakers.
Home, taking a jacuzzi, smoking a little stogie. I just finished a bike ride and a little bit of workout, and I just, keep staying at home and away from the crowds and away from outside. The reason why I'm saying that is because I still see photographs and videos of people sitting in outside cafes all over the world and having a good time and hanging out in crowds. That is not wise, because that's how you can get the virus. That's how you get it, by contact with other people. So stay away from crowds, stay away from being in restaurants and outdoor cafes, especially now in springtime where all the kids are going to the beach and celebrate and drink and all that stuff. This is not a good idea. So stay away from the crowds, go home, and then we can overcome this whole problem, this whole virus in no time. But you got to go and follow those orders. Just remember, stay at home, don't go to crowds. Put that cookie down.
He did it! He did it! Get down! Get down! Get Put down! That cookie down! Put the cookie down! Put that cigar down!
So Arnold has become the voice of the pandemic. Betty, welcome back to the show. How are you during the pandemic?
Well,
is that a dry cough,
How
honey?
are y'all faring?
Honey, that wasn't a dry
Was that
cough.
a dry cough?
Betty.
Well, that's. I got to clear my throat here.
Yes.
I've got my supplements lined up here, trying to take them. But,
Yeah.
Good morning, babe.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morning, hon.
Yeah.
Good morning.
What has it been like to be quarantined with one Bill Bubba Bussy?
Well, let's just say the Wizard of Oz. I'm Glinda the Good Witch. You know what I mean? And there's little monkeys flying around. You know what I mean? Here. And sometimes I feel like I'm turning it into that other witch that's green.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand that you're trying to give Bubba some responsibility outside of his normal responsibilities.
Well, Caitlin and I went on a little trip. Probably shouldn't have, now that looking back. But anyway, on the way back, I told Bill, I said, well, it sounds like we're going to be needing some groceries, before I can get back. So why don't you go on and get us some? Well, I come in. Bill has lined up about 3 each: Apple Jacks, Captain Crunch, Fruit Loops, and about 5 boxes of Pop-Tarts. And
well, you forgot I did get some good ones too.
Peanut butter crackers. Oh, he got him some Honey Nut Cheerios.
There you go.
That'll save
Peanut butter crackers and apple juice. And I thought, I have not eaten a Pop-Tart since I was about 10. So I don't know. I don't think just like, and I don't think I've ever eaten those flavors. But anyway.
Yeah. What flavors did he have, Betty?
Oh, that would be those s'mores and those, cookies and cream. And,
the healthy ones. I love you.
There wasn't a fruit filling to be found.
Lord, no. Don't let her be a strawberry. Anyway. Good. Come on.
Well, at the time, see, this is when it first broke out. We didn't know what we were up against, so I was just getting the necessities.
Thank you for being with us. Brand new hour is underway, and we're glad you're here. We'll get into some more phone calls coming up on the program today, more stories to cover. Speedy is here. Helmsy is here.
The real Greg Burgess not here. He is taking our mom to a doctor's appointment today, but he will be in Birmingham, Alabama for lunchtime today. If you would like to go see the real Greg Burgess and grip and grin a little bit, you can see him 11 to 1 local time in the land of 104.7 WZZK at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. So go by and see Gregory. And then he also will be with Team Man Church coming to Starkville this weekend and back on the show tomorrow. So heads up there. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Great time to go back and pick up those that you may have missed. And yesterday's Bible study archive is available for you today. So there you go. You're all caught up. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. You okay, buddy?
I don't know.
So is this?
I mean, about the time that segment started.
Yeah, I know.
Had a little piece of sausage. I don't know if I'm all right.
Okay, so this is not from Sheetrock Dust.
No.
Dust. This is.
No, I was already over that today.
So this is
and
breakfast.
It was right about the time you started talking.
I know. I saw you up there. You okay?
Yeah, we'll be all right.
Helmsy, how is your stomach?
I think it's good. I think I'm in the clear.
So you think that you drinking an outdated sports
No,
drink
I know I did.
is not going to come back to haunt you?
I don't think it's his. No.
Not yet.
Well, I mean, I think don't those reactions happen pretty quickly? Now, that mold thing that Adler was talking about scares me a little bit, but I'll forget about this.
Well, nobody wants
4
to
to
hear
6
that.
hours.
Yeah, I'll probably forget about that. I think I'm good.
Usually,
but there
when-
was a moment where and I think it was all mine. I think it was all mental, where my stomach was squeezy. I kind of felt like I was going to throw up, and I probably could have
That gets in
talked
your head.
myself into that.
Gets in your head.
But I just kept drinking water, getting the taste out of my mouth. I think I'm good.
There's a lot of things in living life here in a fallen state, in a fallen creation, that are just zero fun. And one of them is when you think, like you just did, oh no, I have brought something into my stomach that I now know was outdated, no good, and could make me sick.
Yeah.
To me, I'm going to ask you if it's the same feeling, because, I mean, my goodness, you got a family, you've had this one too. I liken it to the feeling when all of a sudden your whole house begins to get a stomach virus and they're dropping like flies all around you, and you start thinking, well, there's no way I get out of this, and you just start waiting. And you just start waiting for the bell to toll.
Yeah.
Is it that same feeling?
Yeah.
You can, every little movement of your stomach, you go, well, here we go.
I've put a little food on my stomach just to. First of all, I wanted to eat the
That's
fruit
smart. I think
because
that's smart.
because I wanted to actually have that taste in my mouth.
No, you're
and
right.
not-
That's smart.
And so after about 20 minutes, I just went for a piece of bacon, and I think I'm in the clear.
Yeah, I've always I've
I
had
love
that
the
approach
taste of
when
bacon,
something
and now I
happens.
can't taste any of that other stuff that I
Good.
had.
Yeah,
Good
you
for
try
you.
to overwhelm it with
That's what I was
so
doing.
much other stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
You're also doing you're also doing a public service announcement today. You did for me. Check dates on sports
Check,
drinks.
yeah.
Before
I
you
took for
I
granted
noticed you
that
sniffed yours, Rick, before you drank it.
I did.
don't take that for granted. I did this morning,
Sniff,
friends.
sniff.
Mm-hmm.
You ever open some water that smells a little bit? Just water.
Yeah.
I did the other day.
Yeah, this Celsius thing.
Got it at the store.
I'm getting emails now. Rick, what is this small metal can that appears
They even got a 16-ouncer now.
halfway
Yeah.
through the show? Well, now,
It's
now we're
good.
getting out of hand.
No, it's good.
Are we going to get to the point though? You remember did Panera Bread ever get rid of that lemonade they were killing people with?
Rick, I don't know. They got several
there was
lemonade
lawsuits.
options.
There were lawsuits. There were lawsuits.
I don't think Rick. I don't think Panera Bread has lemonade that's killing people.
Yeah, let's.
You don't
They may have. They may have. I don't
Right.
think they're doing that.
Might
anymore.
want to clarify
Allegedly.
People were having heart attacks.
People were having heart attacks because
Yeah,
because now this new thing is.
Well, I get. That's one of our number one stops with the tennis team. Of course, the girls they love Panera, and most colleges have them,
Well, yeah,
and so we
'cause
stop.
that's where women
Everybody
eat.
like.
Yeah, I got
But
it.
listen, hey, I get lemonade every time.
Not any lemonade.
Well, now you're scaring me.
Not any lemonade. Over there, and I saw it the first time I went. It's called some kind of
Charged
lemonade.
You're being reckless.
And I think that as a society, we need to tap the brakes on everything. Every drink's charged now. I mean, can't we get our own energy now? Is no one capable of being energetic without a charged drink of some kind?
You mean the old-fashioned way, like your body produces energy
Right.
from what you ate?
You get enough sleep, maybe eat, and this kind of
Move
stuff.
around a little bit.
But we charge ourselves into a frenzy, and it had so much caffeine and stuff in it. People were having heart attacks.
Okay, it does say here
Okay.
to your defense. Now it just says that there's lawsuits linking
Allegedly.
linking the beverage to 2 deaths. These were 2023 late 2023 articles.
Young people.
Family sues Panera Bread after college student who drank charged lemonade dies.
Y'all think I just pulled this stuff out of
How
the
much
air?
caffeine is
now,
in
it does say this. Sarah, 21, had a heart condition and
See?
wasn't aware of the drink's caffeine content,
Need a
which
warning.
exceeded that of cans of like Red Bull or Monster energy drinks
Exceeds it combined.
according to the legal filing.
I'm telling you, watch this
By the way,
lemonade.
I didn't know that was.
Hey,
they're limited.
How much caffeine does it say
A
that?
30-ounce cup. A 30-ounce cup contains 236 milligrams of caffeine. They still offer the drink, and some people are speculating that completely moving the drink from the menu would come across as an implied admission
Well, of course.
that something was indeed wrong with it in the first place.
So
well, a cup of coffee has what, 200 milligrams?
I think it's around 100.
I think
This thing's charged, Bubba.
Is it two? I don't know.
Helmsy, I'm just telling you, be careful with this charged lemonade. That's all I'm saying.
And I don't know that I'm drinking. I'm gonna check next time.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm drinking the charged one. I think I'm just drinking
Yeah,
the regular.
8
regular
ounces
one's
of
fine.
coffee. I'm so sorry. I'm walking all over everybody today. I don't know what's wrong with me.
It's okay, buddy.
95.
You've had too
Yeah,
many
yeah.
injury.
Yeah,
energy
but
drinks.
8 ounces of cup.
Right.
That ain't a whole lot.
Well, that's what they call it. One
Yeah.
cup, 8 ounces, 95 milligrams.
Oh wow! So this thing has 201.
239.
Good night,
Gracious.
Bubba. Good gracious.
It's like that. What was that dessert? That restaurant we used to
Oh,
eat
the
at?
Fudge Nut Fantasy. I remember it well.
We meant,
Now, it did kill some people.
it did. It killed some people.
They admitted that one.
It killed some people.
They
How
took
about
it off.
this?
How many calories?
We miss you, old friend.
I think it's 1,600. Something
You,
like that.
you know what they could have put down at the bottom? They should have put under the Fudge Nut Fantasy. This thing was unbelievable. They
It
should
may
have
be the
put.
best thing I've ever ate.
They should have put underneath. If you're diabetic, this is instant death.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, it had butterscotch and chocolate and Haagen-Dazs ice cream and brownies in there.
Oh,
and
my
stuff.
gosh.
And yeah, I mean, just, what else? Did I say caramel a minute ago?
Yeah, you said butterscotch.
You said
Well,
butterscotch.
caramel's what I meant.
But it had that too. I think it had butterscotch too.
What
had
restaurant
everything.
was it?
It was crazy.
Fudge Nut Fantasy.
Yeah.
Was it from a restaurant?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you,
Yeah,
buddy.
Yeah. You could have taken it into Ethiopia, and the whole country could have been saved from starvation.
Yeah, it was better than what was that other stuff we used to get? Plumpy Nut, wasn't that what it was called?
Plumpy nut.
Oh yeah, from World Vision. They
Yeah.
would bring us Plumpy Nut.
Oh, that's right.
It had like 2,000 calories.
It was meant to save people who were starving.
Right.
And-
Of course, we
and
ate it anyway.
Well, we just tested it to see it wasn't that bad.
I remember
just because we were hungry.
I remember the people at World Vision went, "That's for people who are hungry. That's for people that could
He
literally
had
die
problems.
from starvation." This
I don't
week.
even think it was legal to have in this country and consume.
Why are you fat people just eating it? Oh, we thought it tasted pretty
Remember,
good.
you squirted it out of a bag. It kind of came out like toothpaste, but it was chocolate tasting.
Yeah, you had us at Chocolate and Peanut Butter Foundation.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we were in. Oh, this is
So
this is
8
just a-
ounces is not much in a. What is
Nah,
it? What's a
nah.
normal cup?
Well,
of
look at it
coffee?
like this. So this
That's
is
the smaller one. You know,
I'd
people
say
have a
8 to
smaller
12,
one, the little
probably.
styrofoam. small one.
Styrofoam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, most people drink twice that much.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
you're taking in easy 200.
Oh yeah. I start the show on 200 grams
And like
of
most
caffeine.
soft drinks that we're familiar with that are, pretty active, mellow yellow type stuff is about 50. I think,
Yeah, but
milligrams.
back to this young lady
The great
went to
Mellow
go
Yellow,
get
by
that
the way.
lemonade with a heart condition and didn't know it had.
That's
that
what
in
I was
there.
about to say. And Helmsy, it just happened to him. You saw his face. I think where there may be some correction. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying liability. I think there might need to be some correction. That when you walk up and you see lemonade, most of us think I'm just getting lemonade.
Right.
Maybe there should
And
be
you
a
know
little
what
more
lemonade usually has in it? Lemons and sugar and water.
water.
Yeah.
And so if I have a heart issue, I think lemonade's safe. So what you need, if I see Red Bull, I think maybe not. So maybe they just need to do a better job of saying this is charged lemonade. Be careful. Our signage.
Whoa.
Just like you see getting on rides at amusement parks, they say, now, if you got these conditions, this ride's not for you.
That's right.
If you got these conditions, this lemonade's not for you. Over here, we have the regular lemonade.
Uh-oh. There's the display. It clearly says charged lemonade and how much caffeine it has.
All right, so that's not the one I get. I get the standard.
Okay.
I get the standard. What's
That's
on
the
far
culprit right there, old mango.
See, I don't know about y'all. I'm not a very good sign reader, and I realize that. I'll walk right past a sign that says something I need to know. Other day, I go into the gym. I go into the bathrooms. They're all closed. I'm like, why are the bathrooms closed? When I checked in, there was a sign that said bathrooms are closed, and I never saw
Yeah,
it.
good to have Sherry on the show.
Right.
Because Sherry does not read signs.
So I would fill up that lemonade and probably not even look at the sign. I need to read
But
signs better.
legally, is the sign enough?
I may give that a go.
Careful.
Just a little lightness. Maybe not go 20 ounces.
But now that you're aware of it, you might want to give to the team, hey, ladies.
Well, they have to drink water.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless we win and we're on the way back, and then I let them get a regular beverage.
Hey, you have to train your mind for that.
Yeah.
That's how I used to do Sunday afternoon.
Same way you train. Well, I don't want it, but it is. It's very similar how you train animals. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Those are necessities?
Yeah. For Bubba,
That's
yes.
the necessities. I would need some kind of insulin shot if I ate all that.
I
Good
probably need
Lord.
one too.
But there's no national emergency yet, though, because we're not out of Heinz ketchup. Up here.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
well,
When we get out of that, it's over.
Yes.
Did you mention grape juice? I got grape juice too.
Yeah, he got grape juice.
Like a good Baptist.
Well, and,
Right. Every time we have communion, we have to go home and go by the grocery store to get grape juice.
and Rick, Betty keeps the pantry and she knows right where everything is.
Sure.
So I didn't want to put all that stuff in there, so I lined it up on the counter.
Oh my goodness!
So she could see it when she got in, inventory it, because I knew she was going to have to go and do more shopping later.
You're like
So I didn't want her to have to wonder what I'd stuck in there.
You're like our
Yeah.
cat bringing a dead chipmunk and laying it on the door. It's like you wanted to show out. Look what I got.
Look what I got, baby.
I'm so proud of it.
Hey,
Look
don't-
at me.
Hey, don't you worry. Hey, don't you worry, little lady. We're ready for quarantine.
That's right.
All we need
And 3 things of ice cream. I forgot that. 3 big buckets of ice cream.
Are you talking about lactose intolerant?
And I did get 2 frozen pizzas.
Yeah,
about
2 frozen pizzas. So anyway, and I've hid the ice cream. He doesn't quite know where it is. We've got enough that I could hide it. But anyway.
Okay.
Well, you got to keep it frozen so that narrows it down.
Right.
Yeah. That's right. But well, I guess so. Funny. But what's been so funny is both kids here and all these online classes they're supposed to be
Oh
doing.
yeah.
Holy cow! One of Caitlin's teachers, I swear, I said I'm gonna sit here and pretend I'm you or whatever. If he says anything, I'll just tell him the coronavirus has aged me.
That's right. If he looks up.
I don't think they ever look up to see what. Some of them had their dog, sitting there,
Oh, yeah.
or just some stuffed animal. But anyway, it's pretty funny.
Yeah. Big Love had a friend who kept changing his background the whole time.
Yes,
and then he would talk. And then he would talk loud, so he would become the prominent picture, and like LeBron James would be dunking over his head.
I know, but anyway, well, if we don't get any more meat in the grocery stores around here, we're going to be eating some kind of deer hoofs or something. I don't know what we're going to do.
Well, now Bubba went down and got the deer meat, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, we do have some deer meat, but I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm looking up recipes on Pinterest feverishly. I'm about done with all I can do with it. You know what I mean?
Well, look,
But anyway.
you can eat deer. I mean, forever and ever. Amen.
Is there anything we're running short of, honey? We need more of?
Frosted Flakes.
Well, toilet paper. I mean, God forbid anybody have any toilet paper in. What is the deal with that? Why didn't they start putting limits when they saw people going out with buggies full of it? A week ago. It's like, hey, maybe we should limit it.
Yeah, the toilet paper, the toilet paper issue is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. That and bottled water, I don't get that.
Yeah,
either.
we got water.
Hey, we're not having a storm.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like the water's okay, the grid's fine.
The virus is not going to eat through PVC pipe.
Right.
I guess not, but what is this virus? Some kind of gastrointestinal deal that we've missed? I don't know what the deal with the toilet paper is. And then I find Kleenex and get up there, and it's 4 for $5.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly labeled 4 for $5. So I put 4 boxes up there. She goes, oh, no, there's a limit. You can only get 2. I said, well, where was the limit with the toilet paper? I said, y'all shelves are empty back there. What in the world? Now you going to limit me on 4 boxes?
What was that, honey? What was empty?
The toilet paper.
The shelves.
The shelves. Yeah. She's just got a little. I think it's allergies.
Did I say the S word? Sorry.
No, you didn't say the F word. Thank the
We
Lord.
didn't tell what you said.
But you were passionate about that toilet paper a minute ago.
Yeah, you sure were.
Listen, I know. I don't know what in the world. I feel like I need a Xanax because I can't find any boneless chicken breast, toilet paper, or ground beef. What is going on?
Oh, you look. That's back to the deer meat again. You got all the ground deer meat you could ever stand. That's what I keep telling Sherry.
Well, I know, but I don't like a hamburger patty out of that. You know what I mean?
Don't knock it. Just put the right seasonings in. Put a little Moors in there with it or something. Little Dales.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let me tell you, if this thing keeps going on, we're going to be having squirrel burgers before long.
Blackbird.
Yeah. So you don't need Bubba to stop on the way home.
Yeah,
and get
you
anything?
need him to pick up anything other than toilet paper.
Sure, we might could use some more Apple Jacks or Pop Tarts. So maybe you stop. And
Anything you
handle
need
that.
though that I forgot that maybe you need or something?
Oh, you talking about my wine? They haven't got to that yet. Thank God. I mean, when that goes off the shelf,
When they make a run
find
on
me at the loony bin. Pour their love.
Well, look, let's be honest with you. Even the best Baptists, if they had to live with Bubba, it'll drive you to drink.
Yeah.
Well,
Betty will be out there stomping grapes before we know it.
That's why
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later this hour. So, Bubba, you know, it's we've been grinding here for many shows, many hours, many days. And one of the things that we've tried to explore is the English language. And there's been many things that in my mind, and I thought some of this has been nothing short of brilliance on your part, pointing out things like if something is going to be shown to us for the first time, the word debut makes more sense than debut or debut. I mean,
we're actually saying debut.
We're viewing it. Why can't it be debut? And for many years we thought it was debut. And
I think I've said it that way.
Yeah,
for a long
you have.
time.
And there's a number of these. Well, it just happened again, and I thought that when we were making fun of Joe Scarborough, deservingly so, I've always thought that it's mind melt, M-E-L-T, like you're melting somebody's mind.
That's what the Vulcans did.
Yeah. Well, somebody sent me a text and said it's mind meld, and I'm like, meld? It's not melt. And I was like,
I didn't know that.
And I'm like, no, that's not true.
Well, I've watched Star Trek for a long time, and I've never heard anybody say mind meld. I've always heard them say mind meld.
And so I looked up mind meld, and that is what it is. It's to bring people into deep compatibility and opinion, and to change someone's thoughts.
Oh no!
I've said mind melt.
They're talking about like weld.
Yeah,
meld?
like you're melding their mind into
Mind
what
meld.
you want it to do.
You think
So
Joe Biden is okay?
Now I didn't watch Star Trek.
That's a good one.
I didn't watch Star Trek, so I don't know. Is that what they're? Is it a Vulcan mind meld?
Yes, it's a
Not
technique
melt?
that the Vulcans can do.
But it's not melt on Star Trek.
Well, I've been saying melt.
I have too.
But I also say spatula.
I think that saying Star Trek is more important than mind melt. Let's first make sure we're saying Star Trek, not Star Trek. I'm sorry.
I do get that emails every
I want
time
you
we
to
talk
know.
about
I
this.
want you to know.
Yeah, we do slur it a little bit.
I want you to know.
We're not slurring. We're saying it right.
that I'm willing to move on many things,
Trek.
but not Star Trek.
You can't call it Star Trek.
I
Rick.
can't because I never watched the show. I don't even like the show.
Rick,
So I feel no responsibility.
Yeah, I agree with that.
To say Trek on this show because it's not my show. I don't care about the show. I'm not interested in the show. And now, if I was someone like Bubba who loves the show, then I would feel a responsibility to say it correctly.
Trek.
I don't.
It's just lazy lips on
It
my
is.
part.
I
I know
know-
it's Star Trek.
Right. I like if I wrote it down, I would spell it Trek every time.
But I know most of the people I talk to say Star Trek.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's
You're basically asking us not to be from Alabama, and I'm not going to have any part of that.
It's track.
I
mean, it's track.
It's track.
Dang it.
Walk into that animal creature.
Oh, wow. You edited yourself on the fly.
Well, I was just messing with it.
Star Trek.
I think I found
And a
it.
mind meld.
I found somebody.
Shouldn't you be in a
Is that
burrow?
all right? Is
Never
everybody
heard-
happy with that?
Never heard mind meld before.
I haven't either.
I tell you,
Wow.
my mind was melting listening to Scarborough.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, I thought.
Hey,
it was
Adler,
after
is
the
there an
drink.
example of a mind meld we can see?
Yeah,
Can you
I'll
show
find
us a
one.
demonstration?
Here's
that won't get us
a-
in trouble?
Spock will be Obama, and then Captain Kirk is Biden, and he's got his hand on his forehead.
Here's a tour
You
bus
will.
that I think they're getting around some copyright issues here, so they can just call it Star Trek
That's
Tours.
funny.
Okay.
Little tour bus
See,
there.
Bubba and I would get on that bus, and we wouldn't think anything about it.
I would look at it and go, well, they've misspelled Trek, but
Right.
I understand.
Sure.
No, you'd say they misspelled track. I would.
I'm not moving on Star Trek. Sorry. But that's okay. But I know it's not right. I'm just not going to move on it.
I think it'll be another 5 years before I even say it.
Right. But if I write it down
I
correctly,
really did think it was mind melt. Didn't you?
I
you
did.
add it, or
I
did.
did.
You know
I
it was
did
wrong?
too.
I knew it was meld. I'm sorry.
Did you really? Why? It's okay.
I'm a nerd, so
Right.
I'm not very cool. So that
Yes,
doesn't-
you are.
That's not good.
Your coolness has come a long way.
Here's
I'm proof you can have both.
Here's
There you go.
Here is
Okay, here.
meld.
Okay.
Melding.
Listen to her. This is
The
old
sky will
Bob.
explode and threaten to destroy the galaxy.
Wow.
So
That
when
was
he
a
does
meld.
that,
My
he's
mind is
able,
melded.
Play
he's
him again.
able to show the other person what he's seeing, what he's thinking, what
Correct.
he's feeling, and actually, control somebody. Now the Jedi mind trick's a lot more simpler. You just kind of wave your hand and you say something, they repeat it right back to you.
I think I like it better.
I do too.
Could
Can
you
we
play
see-
Spock again? I think I got his voice.
Okay.
Oh, here comes the man of a
Well,
thousand
no,
voices.
I wanted to hear.
Here,
one more
here
time
we
now.
go.
Just if you don't
Rest in
mind.
peace, Leonard Nimoy.
Okay.
Live long and prosper.
Mm-hmm.
Will explode and threaten to destroy the galaxy.
Threaten to destroy
Bit of a lisp there.
You're
Dan.
going Sean Connery.
Threaten to
You've
destroy the galaxy.
That's too far. That's Sean Connery.
I think I can do it.
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Speaking of mind meld.
See, little adjustments like that. I've been saying it wrong forever.
I know. Well, I really have.
I just said it wrong last hour.
It's on me.
No, I mean, I'm not upset.
But
about
I
it.
hope the world's a better place. now.
Yeah. Well, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. When somebody texts me MELD, I thought, what's this guy talking about?
Yeah, I just say melt.
All right, what an idiot.
You know what I mean? I looked at
Do
this.
we-
This guy can't even
Adler,
spell melt.
Can you find us an example of a Jedi mind trick? And I don't mean the bar drink.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did you know, Bubba, when I got the text, I thought, look, this guy can't even spell it right.
Does clown? He can't even spell. Look, this is where they just tell them what they want them to think.
Let me see your identification.
You don't need to see his identification.
We don't need to see his identification.
That's much easier.
So good.
That's much easier. Was that
Great
Obi-Wan?
Yes. Yes.
The Jedi. Uh-oh. So you know more about it? You
I
want to
did.
let
I
it?
did.
Nerd alert.
No. I was
No.
late to
That's
Star
original.
Trek. I was late to Star Trek. I did not watch it till I was grown and had kids. I'd never seen it. I
No,
didn't
that-
see
you talking
it.
about Star Wars?
I'm sorry, Star Wars.
Here we go.
And I've never seen Star Trek, the TV show, to any account. But I did watch some of the movies and thought the movies were pretty good.
Yeah, I think I've seen every episode. And I was late to Star Trek because I was pure Apollo. I didn't like them making fun of too far
Yeah,
out.
when I was a kid and I would see Star Trek on, I would think to myself, can anything be more boring? Please put Gilligan's Island on. Give me Brady Bunch.
That's so funny.
Bubba, do that again.
Live long and prosper.
That's it. Yeah, I thought you would have had an issue with some of that, being a true, authentic space person.
Well, I did to begin with, and then I realized what it was. And I thought it was some pretty cool concepts to think about when you do, and if you ever do encounter that, how you're going to govern that. And, the non-interference objective, I thought was pretty revolutionary thought.
Yeah, you're right. When I mispronounce things, and I think you're in the same boat. The chances of my correction are higher if my mispronunciation doesn't make so much sense.
Right.
Like a mind melt makes sense to me. You're melting my mind.
Yes.
A day view makes sense to me because I'm viewing something.
That was just wrong.
Star,
Why can't we
Star
change it?
Trek makes sense to me because there's tracking out into space.
If I change my gender, I want to be able to change debut.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They had wine back then. I feel sure they had kids. I mean, come on.
Oh my goodness! Eddie, all right, well, Betty, I'm glad.
Thank you, honey.
You'll be glad you got them Apple Jackson Pop Tarts when the grid comes off.
That's right.
That's right.
Yep, you enjoy
All
it.
righty.
All right.
Hang in there.
I'll be headed home in a few, honey.
How about this? Let's all weigh ourselves before the pandemic and weigh again after.
Yeah.
Thanks, Betty.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, the voice of calm and steady as we work through the pandemic together. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Stretch Armstrong, Helmsy, all here today. Adler has gone home to await the arrival of he and his wife's first child. And they definitely will have a story to tell the child. So Stretch Armstrong takes over those duties going forward until Adler gets back. We will be doing another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. So you be paying attention for that. It'll be released again as you get up this weekend, as you're binging and looking for content. Go back and pick up any episode of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. If you're not getting the podcast, it's available wherever you get podcasts. So we'll do that again. We'll talk about this weekend. We'll talk about a book that was we talked briefly on the big show about, but also during the pandemic, we'll talk to some of the people that are being hit hard. What if your entire way to make a living involved people gathering? So we'll find out what that's like as we talk to Phil Waldrop of Phil Waldrop Ministries about the book Betrayal, which a lot of you have responded to, and there'll be more after the podcast. But also, what is it like to have the Gridiron Men's Conference coming up and the Woman of Joy Tour, which goes to multiple cities? If you're in the event business, what are you doing? So we'll talk about that with him as well. So enjoy that for coming up this weekend on Rick and Bubba University. So let's bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! How about you, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in. It's Rick and Bubba, your two fat buddies on the radio during our latest pandemic.
Yep. Come on with it. Got 'em on my knees again. Begging please. I say I need you. We the Kingdom, Holy Water. I love it. Somebody sent me another version of that today where they're just, of course, it was before the pandemic because they're hanging out in the church doing a little jam session. And brought in some special guests and all that. So did a little other version of it, threw a little piano in there. Looks good. Great song. So we have a lot to talk about, and Bubba was holding up. It was funny. I started getting the article all last night about, you remember when I came back from Christmas vacation that I nearly fell to my death on Peavine Falls, and they said that people wanting to get out, and they actually rescued somebody from the falls with a helicopter just in the last few days. So, and said they go to get 3 to 5 people a year out of there.
Yeah.
How in our look? I know we're in pandemic world
Sure,
right now, so everything's a little different. But prior to that, in our world of we must protect everybody from everything. How is that still allowed to happen? I mean, look, I love it, and I'm not,
Sure.
I'm not for wrapping everybody in bubble wrap. Y'all know me, but
sure, yeah.
Just knowing the environment. I'm just asking this to the group. How in the world is that allowed to carry on?
I think.
With a painted wagon with some fancy things to say. All right, we're back. Our number 866 We Be Big. We'll get some phone calls before the hour is done. Right now, though, simplysafebubba.com is the URL. I literally got a text just moments ago. Somebody saying, "What's that URL? We need a security system for you guys." And I said, "Well, it's simplysafebubba.com." Go there right now, and you can get 24/7 burglar busting protection that is better than anything else on the market. And simplysafebubba.com gets you 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring. Now, you're going to want the Fast Protect monitoring. It's less than $1 a day because with the new technology, the Simply Safe folks that are monitoring your property can see what's going on in real time, and they can even engage an intruder. Hey, we see you. Police is on the way. They can see a fire. They can see flooding. They can see, God forbid, if you had a loved one that had a medical emergency, but they were there by themselves. So, and they can get help there. So it is a phenomenal system. It can be customized to any property. This is not the old school where the security system is what it is, and then you try to force it down on your property with all of its uniqueness. Now, you can put sensors wherever you may have a problem. Bubba, I do want to tell you this. It's happened again. They were just named Best Home Security System in 2024, too. Just happened by U.S. News and World Report. It's also recognized by the Best Customer Service by Newsweek. So this advanced technology comes with great service, too. And we're going to get you 20% off the system with Fast Protect monitoring if you go to simplysafebubba.com or go to rickandbubba.com. You can find that link right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, we have an Elon Musk update.
Here comes the money.
Elon Musk. Dollar, 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 say. Musk and his new endeavor X, which was formerly Twitter, making adjustments. One thing that we can say, thank you, Elon Musk, for bringing freedom of expression back to this social media platform. Now, we can say that. Now, Bubba is kind of wishing he would stop dabbling with this and get back to making rockets.
Yeah, I want him to get back to rockets and battery cars and quit playing with this stuff. This is somebody else can handle this.
Right. Yeah. Just delegate. So anyway, it looks like that Elon he thinks it's a waste of time or a waste of. He said he thinks it's bogging down the platform to have something that tallies how many reposts or likes somebody's getting on X. He's like, and I'm with him. I honestly don't pay any attention to that. I do like the ability to see something, like, for instance, when the archive comes out for the Wednesday Bible study yesterday, to just be able to go there and repost that and just send it on to the people that are, might be following me on X. But he says that part's not going away. The headline's a little misleading.
Mm-hmm.
Musk says X is considering removing likes, reposts from content. And you're like, what do you mean? You can't do that anymore? What he's saying is, I just don't see any need on this particular platform for the like tally to be there or the repost tally. It seems.
I kind of like having the numbers there.
Yeah,
I want to see what everybody's doing.
Yeah, I've never noticed them that much on. Now you can, for some reason Instagram seems to be. I don't know. Maybe that's more on display there, but I've really never noticed it much on X. But he's saying that he thinks it's unnecessary, and for some reason, he's very quirky like we are. He thinks it's bogging down. He keeps trying to find ways for it to be more monetized. And some money features and to the app. Says that he wants to include the ability to send payments to other users. Receiving licensing in from the state is a step forward to doing that. So he must be having to go to every single state and being licensed to do that. Can you imagine? But he says he's worried about cluttering the content. So I don't know. So I don't know if that's a big deal to people or not. I don't know. I do know that when we saw the documentary that Helmsley brought to the table that changed all of our lives on how these, just like we know, in a fallen creation, any new thing can be really, really good, and it can be used for good, it can be used for evil. But I keep thinking about the guy who came up with the like feature, and he was like, I did not mean to ruin everybody's life. I actually thought this would be something fun. I didn't know people would sit in a dark room weeping because something didn't get as many likes as something else, or they think they're a loser now.
Right.
So it has led to some weird,
what was the name of that documentary? Public
Social
Dilemma.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question.
That was a game changer.
Game changer.
Because I know a lot of influencers, they monetize their social media presence. So if he
Correct.
took away the likes and stuff, because some people, advertisers, they'll go, well, hey man, you got a big following, you've got this many views and this many likes.
Yeah,
we'll give you a cut of I mean, can they still, on the backside, maybe monetize that in some way if it goes away?
It seems to me that most of these folks that are placing buys with influencers, they seem to be more concerned with how many followers you have versus these kind of tallies.
Okay.
Because they're thinking, well, I don't know how many people are going to like what you put out there, but I know how many people are going to see it. So that's really all they're concerned about or hear about it or whatever. So I don't know that it would affect that much, and maybe he's thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll tell you the feature I hate that went away is used to we could put something on Instagram and send it to X and to Facebook.
Yes.
And do it all at one time, and then they broke ranks, and you have to go do it separate. So
Yeah, I saw that too. So the other thing that I wish that we would get around to, and we keep hearing, and maybe is there something I need to pay for to be able to do this? Maybe I'm wrong.
The blue.
Yeah. So if I upgrade to that, can I edit things that are put on X? Because that's my biggest thing. I like the fact, because I'm goofy, that if I'm going to type something on Instagram and I look and go, you idiot, you misspelled that, or you left a word out, which that's what I do a lot. My mind gets to going and I can't type as much as I'm thinking. And I easily just hit edit and then add the word or take one away or fix it.
Right.
And you can't do that. Once you send an X, if it's wrong, you have to delete it and then do another one. And I'd like to be able to just go in there and edit a few words. But can you get that on the upgrade if you become?
I don't know, but I always do Instagram first,
right?
Because it gives me some clarity in a few minutes to go. Did I do this right? And then if I need to change it, then I change it. And if I don't, I just copy and paste it into.
Yeah, that's almost like your run through.
Yeah. But I don't know your answer on the check mark.
Yeah.
X Premium, you are allowed to edit it within an hour window, it looks like, if you have X Premium, and then it will note underneath it, edited. This post has been edited.
Okay.
And that's according to help.twitter.com.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's worth the upgrade.
Should it be help.x.com?
I don't know if they have that domain yet.
Yeah.
Right.
But the view count you guys are talking about, to me, is actually helpful because it kind of gives credence to.
It's kind of like voting.
It's like how many people have seen this, how many people like it, and that kind of thing. Like, for example, the Biden administration tweeted this picture out yesterday in which they said, "See you tomorrow for the State of the Union 2023."
Oh,
wrong date.
Wrong year.
That'd be four.
But 94,000 people saw that before they deleted the post.
Okay. Right. That is good stuff.
Yeah.
Wrong year.
You would think
That's
that
tonight,
people
y'all.
typing for the president could get the year right. I mean, not us saying Star Trek or Mind Melt. You got that. But these people are supposed to be pros.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. Is this their way to make us think he actually handles his own Twitter?
Yeah.
Or
Maybe,
X or
yeah.
whatever it's
Maybe,
called. I can't change it.
I know. Post on X. That's hard for me to say.
I know. I put an X out. It still feels wrong.
Bubba, you mentioned
I
the
wish you could
battery
call
cars.
it Twitter X.
Yeah, something.
Yeah. Did you see the other Elon story on Tesla? It dropped out of the top 10.
As far as what was it?
U.S.
on,
companies, I believe.
Is it on the size of it? Based on stock price?
Market cap? What are we talking?
Yeah,
What are we talking here?
Market cap?
And Elon did come out, too, after he met with Trump to clarify everything on X. He posted, I'm not contributing to either Biden or either side, Biden or Trump. I'm out of that.
There's the headline. Tesla not one of the 10 largest U.S. companies for the first time in 13 months.
Yeah, well.
A decline of $228 billion so far.
Bezos surpassed Elon Musk to retake the world's richest person as well.
Now that was because of the ruling in Connecticut. That
Delaware.
was going or Delaware that's going to cut his salary back from $55 billion, right?
That's billion, y'all. We're talking about B. There's a B in there.
All right, guys, we got to get this house on the budget.
Wow.
Phone calls from America are next. All 10 lines are available. You're the program director. Enjoy it. You come up with the content, the questions, and bringing information to the table. We chat with you. You can comment on the things you've already heard. Bring up a question of your own at 866-WE-BE-BIG when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's in this is a play. Look, what some of you do in other parts of the country. I'm sure you would look at this and go, "Really, this is y'all real concerned about this?" But I think, Bubba, they may take the approach when it comes to our national parks and our state parks and come out and enjoy the beauty, and certainly people want to get outdoors now. There's certain things here that are dangerous because you've made the decision of going out into the wilderness and climbing and walking. And Bubba, it may be back. And of course, you look at my situation. Of course, Sherry has declared, we'll never go back again after that. It's one thing to, not be concerned about it. It's another thing to know it's dangerous and keep going back.
Yeah.
But anyway, and but it kind of goes back to what you said before. Look, if people know the risk they're taking and they want to take it,
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the way we let natural selection do its thing.
But the other side is what I would talk about though is what about all the energy it takes and resources it takes every time somebody falls.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys are aware, helicopters are very expensive. They're expensive to fly. You're risking 3 or 4 more people's lives going in there to get them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So there's that part of it.
I hate to go back to this again, but we have to look at our risk assessment and what our acceptable losses are on this.
Well,
by the way, I've had to email this to a few people. I saw Trump's press conference yesterday when the reporter right out of the gate wanted to know what our acceptable losses were.
Right,
okay,
yeah, I know.
and he says not one.
Right.
Which is not, and Cuomo too. They're not being honest. Because they don't want a soundbite of them out there saying that they will accept a certain amount of losses. Right. Because we do in our daily life every day. I'll rant about that later. But
maybe the better word is, and I know what we mean by all this, but because it does sound bad to say that, maybe a better word would be required losses. I mean, it's not accept. We wish that none of it would happen. I wish that there wouldn't be any life ever in danger. But then there's a certain, like we said before. The better analogy on this, to me, beyond cars and flus and things like that, is just war. Because we said this is war. And every time we've gone to war, we said, look, here's how many people are not going to make it, but this is what it takes to get to the other side of fill in the blank.
You deal with the odds of acceptable loss, I mean, multiple times every day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And most of them are very small, and most of us can do the activity and be fine. But there is a chance. I mean, we've had cases where products on store shelves were contaminated. So I mean, you deal with that, elective surgeries, and get airplanes,
Peavine Falls,
going on hikes, getting a vaccination. I mean. The whole world is that. So don't act like it doesn't exist. You're not being honest with yourself or me.
Yeah, well, really where we are is you get to the point and go, well, here we are again in that situation we find ourselves in on what is the greater good here and which one is going to be the most devastating to the most people, and then you do it. But
stack the odds in your favor.
Do the best you can. Minimize them.
And I'll give you an example. It's like putting on a seatbelt. Mm-hmm. I don't like the fact the government tells me to do it. Just on principle, okay? Is it a good idea? Absolutely. Should you do it? Yes. Do I do it? Absolutely. I require everybody in the car with me to do it. Because if you're in a wreck, your chances of surviving go way up if you're strapped in. That's an acceptable loss that we deal with the numbers on, and we try to stack it in our favor, but we still drive every day. We all do. Yeah. Well, we used to.
Right.
If it was normal.
Right. But how about this? Back to the thing we started with, the Peavine Falls. They said when conditions don't afford a helicopter, it takes 90 minutes to get to the people.
I can't imagine.
Because if you go on foot, it's going to be 90 minutes to get there. And so...
Again, we try to take care of everybody we can, as long as we can.
Minimize it. That's all you can do. 17 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. As you're looking for things to do during your quarantine, the new Bible study was done yesterday. Some of you saw it live on our YouTube channel. Others, it's an archive situation for you. Got some great pictures of those of you enjoying that together with your family. And you can go get that now if you missed it. It's on our YouTube channel at rickandbubba.com. Also archived to our podcast channel, audio only. All right, so let's unpack. And this is the biggest story. We do try to add other stories. Now, I will tell you this. When you have
the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls coming in. We go troll form. That means we get a lot of them in a short period of time. 30 seconds is the buzzer, and your time comes to a close. And no meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, no baby predictions or anything like that. We're just rolling through content. Here we go. Got a question? Got a comment? Here we go. Bubba has updated the story we just gave about the tweet from the president's office that had the State of the Union in 2023. You said they didn't even get the date right?
We had an emailer that said the date said February the 7th. Said I looked it up, and that was last year's promo. So apparently they just reposted what they put together last year.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, see, it says live February the 7th.
They don't even have that right. So I guess it's last year, and they just put it out again this year, or was it last year? I don't know. Well, they need to have this year's date and year right. I don't think that's unreasonable for somebody to say I think that's the way to go. Let's get started. Let's go to Landon in Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Landon, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
I know y'all were talking about golfing the other day.
Yep.
And I think it would probably be a bad idea to get Greg on a golf course because he might learn, believe it or not, he might learn some new words that he's never heard before to add in his vocabulary.
Yeah, I hear that it's a frustrating game, and the guys have all affirmed that. I will tell you another thing too, that Greg, as you've heard us tell stories about him when he was a child, he struggled with his temper if things did not go well.
This is not his sport.
No. I think your legitimate concern there, Landon, about new words to the vocabulary and just the danger of the throwing of his clubs and things like that, because he absolutely is that guy. In this game, I think lends itself to that feeling a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, Rick, it's so aggravating.
Because
there's nobody outrunning you.
Right.
There's nobody blocking you. There's nobody trying to tackle you. It's just you and that ball.
Yep. Yeah. Phyllis in Alabama. Phyllis, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I haven't talked to you in probably 10 years, but since this is the last year, I thought we would reminisce back to the year 2000.
Oh, wow.
June 8th, 2000. Does that ring a bell?
Time out, Rick. Time out.
Phyllis,
Phyllis, you're going to have to help us out. I'm sorry
Phyllis,
it's been so long since we talked.
June 8, 2023 doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, right. Yeah, so, yeah.
That was when you guys were at the premiere of the movie Rustin.
Okay. You know what's interesting, Phyllis, that you brought that up? This is extremely interesting. So my mother is going through, obviously, after Dad passing, all kinds of bringing out folders of pictures and articles and da-da-da-da.
Yes.
And so we were over there at her apartment the other night, Sherry and I, and she brought out something. And, Bubba, are you ready for this? Guess what she had? A lanyard for the premiere of Rustin.
That's funny.
And I saw it. And this just happened Sunday night, Phyllis. It's so funny you're bringing this up. And we were talking about going to that premiere.
Guess what? That's what I'm doing. My mom just passed away at the ripe old age of 96.
Oh, wow.
And I've been cleaning out her stuff, and then I started cleaning out my stuff. And guess what I found? A lanyard from the premiere of the movie Rustin.
Unbelievable. You and I both just had the same experience.
Yeah, take a picture of it and send it to us.
Yeah.
We'd love to see it.
Yeah, that's cool.
I got one somewhere. I don't know where it
So
is.
that was 2000. I did not know that.
How about that?
Now let's go back to all that millennial end of time stuff, and now that's been 24 years ago.
Oh, I know.
Bubba, 24?
I know. Been a while.
We continue. Wesley out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Wesley, 30 seconds. One time out is gone. Go ahead.
Hey, man, just long time listener. Love y'all guys. Y'all are amazing.
Thank you.
Back to one of the story about drinking something that makes you sick. One time I was at this girl's house, and I took a bite of a hamburger, and when I pulled it away, there was half a roach left in it.
Hey!
And I had to finish the meal, man, because I didn't want to embarrass nobody.
Yeah, well, at least it was still protein, though. Protein on protein.
Yeah, I guess.
No,
man,
you finished that hamburger.
Do you think he did?
No. Nobody's going to do that.
Hey, if Greg was here, would he do this?
Yeah, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's
his meter would be up for sure.
I mean, look, I know you don't want to embarrass the family, but you could just say, "I'm full. I'm not hungry
Yeah,
anymore."
I'm done.
Anybody here can finish a patty that has half a roach in it? I don't think I can.
She can't be that fine.
Mike in Georgia. Mike, go ahead. Welcome to the show. 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. I just want to tell y'all got me in trouble with my grandson and my wife and them about him. I was trying to help him TT, learn how to go to the TT, get potty trained.
Understood.
And all of a sudden, he loved Captain Jack, but he couldn't go. So I just started, I got a ticket, I got a TT and doing the Captain Jack and running with him. And
okay.
You know, we actually have a song that has
Yeah,
that.
you should have gone to the Rick and Bubba Children's CD. I'm going to TT in the potty. That would have done it. We continue. Let's go to Chris Boaz, Alabama, listening to Z93. Chris, go ahead.
I just wanted to say Greg might be like Happy Gilmore. He'll get out there and he might make a lot of money golfing.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
I'm not going to bet the farm on that one.
Right. I'm telling you, there's some easy decisions in life. Some are hard, some are difficult. Greg and golf, they do not mix. They do not mix
for several reasons.
Yeah, that is not a good partnership. Greg and golf, no way. Let's keep him where he is now. He hangs around the course at the pro-ams. He spends a little time there. He does not need to go out there. Let's go to Jake at State Farm. Jake, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Hey, Jake. This is Jake. I've gotten some word, some inside scoop on who is set to fill the void when Rick and Bubba leave. Are you ready for the new Dream Team coming in 2025?
Yes.
Let's hear it. Big Al Taylor, Casio Kid, Aaron Boy, the intern, Greg Burgess, Scott the Tech Guy, and Chris Eagle.
I didn't remember the first one.
Big Al Taylor?
Big Al Taylor?
Alan Taylor?
Was that who you're talking about? The guy who eats worms?
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Justin in Birmingham. Justin, go ahead. Listen to ZZK. How are you?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good.
I was going to say, you were talking about NCAA 25 coming out. It does have create a team, so you can create everybody and put them all on the line.
I love it. I'm bringing back the Rick and Bubba staff on the team. Yeah, we did pretty well. We won a championship. John in Haleyville. Go ahead, John. 30 seconds.
Hi, Rick. John McCullough.
Hey,
19 years ago almost, we were in the NICU together at Brookwood.
Oh, really?
We were definitely the two biggest men there.
Yeah.
But I just want to say I'm a pastor and also a principal at a school, and you were the same there as you are on the radio, and I appreciate people being the same. Appreciate what you do. Thank you very much.
Wow, that is quite a memory. I that would have been Bronner, and yeah, that's interesting. I remember that because he had to be in there for just a little while right after, but not very long. Good to hear from you, brother, and thanks for your support all these years. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Society in a country that is completely shut down, trying to find anything going on other than something involving coronavirus, that's difficult because that's all that's going on in anybody's life. So we certainly will talk about what life in the quarantine and
we'll try to have fun with it.
Right, yeah.
And I understand.
Yeah.
And
like
some
today, I
people
can announce today that I went and sat on the deck for a little while.
Yeah.
I mean, what am I going to tell you? I mean, there's not.
Hey, Rick, yesterday I looked out my window.
You're right. I've noticed.
I watered my tomato plant.
I've noticed that a couple of birds that we've identified as phoebes are making a nest on our gutter. I mean, what else should we tell you? I mean, I'm noticing things, but that is part of the good things. I'm noticing things that I usually take for granted. And there's a lot of learning going on, but that's another topic. Let's get in to the big story. And now remember what, and this is a biblical concept. but whether you believe in the Word of God or not. But here's the thing: when you get into stressful situations and you get into these emergency type, situations, what you always should be looking for is that people will reveal who they really are. Now, I hope we're paying attention politically, because what we see is people are revealing who they really are. I can't even imagine that any human being can possibly walk in to be a senator or whoever and are crafting this stimulus package and can actually look people in the face and say, now I want to be sure that I get this in there that has nothing to do with us trying to keep an economy and a society alive, healthy, and sustainable, then that's all the stimulus bill should be about. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent. It should be about nothing but what are we going to do to keep the people and the economy going, so when we get on the other side of this, we're not in a Great Depression Part 2. That's all the bill should be about. It shouldn't be about anything else. No matter what pet project you have out there, Republican, Democrat, or independent, this is a nonpartisan statement I'm making. I don't care whether I think I can get in there and get something in that would be wonderful for the passions and the things that I find. It doesn't matter. That's wrong to do that.
Well, you ain't gonna want to look down the list on this $2.2 trillion, because you're gonna be really unhappy.
Well, I'm just telling the American people, taxpayers, that are always being told you that the government wants more of your money, and you say, look, if you're gonna take my money, I'll be a good citizen, but please be responsible with it. Be an elephant right now, and don't ever forget what you're watching. Be an elephant, okay? Remember how wasteful. Remember how cavalier they are with your money. Remember how they treat pet projects. And they take their own personal agendas. They're running into. They're no different than a looter. To me, this is looting.
Yeah, it is.
Tax dollars. You're a bunch of looters. You are looting the taxpayer, because you got us in a desperate situation, and people are saying, "Man, I just got to get my $1,200." And if the Kennedy Center gets the 35, or now I think they reduced it to 25,000. Hey, if PBS and NPR get $75 million, where do they get off getting that in this? But so what's happened is you're trying to help your fellow citizens by really doing something we don't need to do right now, and that's add to the debt and start printing money that we don't have.
Oh, Rick,
okay,
we've just blown that far out.
We're in a desperate situation. I get that. But in a desperate situation, you have people who go and loot. Right now, there are politicians that are looting you, and they're looting me. Yep. We're being looted. Statement. That's not even an anti-NPR PBS statement.
This is not.
They just don't belong in this.
This is not a catch-up on everything you want to get done. This is an emergency of the highest order.
Right.
And it's just inconceivable what has been allowed to happen. But you have no choice. The way our government's set up, the way the democracy works, you can have a Bernie Sanders sit down and stop the process, and you have to make him happy to go forward.
Well, what would the Bern think if I was a senator? Okay, hard to picture, but picture that. And I'm saying, well, I'll tell you what I want in here right now. I know there's people dying and whatever, but I got some ministries that are struggling right now, and I want to put millions of dollars in there to give to them. What would he do? What would he do?
Oh, he'd wear you out.
He would say, "Why don't I care? People need money right now. We can't be worried about your pet projects and your ministries and what you might find to be true and your faith, and we can't be getting into religious stuff." Wouldn't he say that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he'd have.
Well, how about this then? Then how about the arts are certainly. Look, I got kids at work. That's how they make a living. Okay, but and they're not working right now. But that's not what this stimulus package is about. That's not what it's about. Mm-hmm. So that's the word that hit me. It's looting the taxpayer. That's what it is.
We're not talking about the emergency money we actually need. We're talking about the stuff that was stuck in it that has nothing to do with curing this pandemic or keeping American workers whole. That we're going to have to deal with.
Those two items we need to be
invested. It'd be nice if we had a slush fund. We actually, wasn't in debt. But
you got to prioritize
all of it. Look, we're going to get through this, but we're going to have more problems down the road. And here's the biggest problem. You know how it is when you were a kid and your mom said, "Don't leave the yard. Here are your boundaries." Mm-hmm. Well, there's that one day you're back on the back corner and your friend's over there and he wants you to come out and play for a minute, and you're like, well, there's a tree here. Mom won't see me. And I go over into their yard for a minute, and then I run back when I think I hear her coming. Well, you got away with it, so the next time you go a little further. I mean,
6 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show as we roll into a brand new hour. Thank you for being with us. Speedy Helmsy Adler here, Greg out. He is appearing in Birmingham today, though, and he was on the kickoff hour earlier. He'll be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, 11 to 1 today, if you want to go by and see the real Greg Burgess there in Birmingham. Crestview, Florida tonight, First Baptist Church, Kevin Derryberry will be there tonight. You'll enjoy that, guys, as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy. This is their next man church. Find out where one is near you by going to themanchurch.com. The Man Church Conference this weekend, Starkville, Mississippi, starting tomorrow night at 7. Doors open at 6. A handful of tickets still remain if you want to get them at the door or from themanchurch.com. Looking forward to being with all of you this weekend, and welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here.
Sir.
Thank all of you for joining us. And, Rick, we got an update.
Well, Bubba, this update involves a sport that you and I have been intrigued with for years, the Iditarod.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
It's a Rick and Bubba
news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news.
Hee-ha-ha.
All right, Rick, we had this story about Dallas Ivey, who is a 5-time Iditarod champion.
Mm-hmm.
And he was attacked on the race this year by a moose.
Yeah.
And
Pretty common, I guess.
The moose injured one of his dogs, got tangled up in his sled, and he had to kill the moose with a gun he had.
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently, the rules, and we talked about this in the Iditarod, is if you have to kill a big game in Alaska to protect life, limb, or property, you have to gut the animal on site. If you kill moose, caribou, buffalo in defense of life or property during the race, it requires that they gut the animal and report it to officials at the next checkpoint. Now, him being a 5-time champion, I'm sure he knows the rules pretty well.
Right.
He used a handgun to kill the beast, and apparently he spent about 10 minutes at the site, then mushed his dog team about 11 miles before camping on a 3-hour layover. But anyway, when he got there, he told officials about it. They convened a 3-judge panel to look into it, and they decided that he did not properly clean the elk. He didn't gut him right, or at least to the level they wanted it gutted. And so they have imposed a 2-hour penalty on him.
Hey.
He said, I gutted it the best I could. But it was ugly, he said.
I made the comment at the kickoff hour that that'll probably cost him the Iditarod. And I got several emails saying, this guy owns this event so much, 2-hour penalty will be nothing, he'll overcome it.
How far did they say they go in this?
1,000 miles.
Well, yeah.
With dogs pulling you across ice.
And, you guys said yesterday when we were doing the first story the first time.
That makes Lake Martin look like nothing.
Yeah, that the 3-hour layover to gut the animal, he still caught up and got hit again.
Yeah. Right. So you now say they have a 24-hour break, I think, in the race. Yeah. He's got to stay 26 now.
And he's in the standings. He's currently in the lead. But I don't know if I don't know if they've already assessed the penalty or they do that at the end. I don't know how that works.
I'd like to know.
Based on what Speedy said, they'll put it in right here, right?
But I don't know if it is like he may be sitting right now waiting to go. Yeah. I don't know. But he's still in first place according to the standings.
Yeah.
And our boy Jesse Holmes from Alabama is in 9th.
Hey Jesse.
Okay, wait, Jesse.
Hey, Jesse, I'm gonna meet Jesse.
Phoenix City, Alabama.
All right,
in case you're wondering, I think it might have been a step out.
I don't know why. There's just some weird side of me that I want to know why it wasn't sufficient.
Yeah, I guess maybe he didn't.
I know it's probably gross. I probably don't want to know.
Yeah. So it goes through what you have to do, and I guess maybe he didn't remove what he needed to.
Everything.
Did kind of and he even said himself it was a mess, probably a sloppy job. And they went and looked and said,
Maddie had to do it.
You didn't really you didn't complete the job here. So we're going to penalize you, even though they did retrieve the meat.
Is this like leaving a lug nut off and you got to come back to pit road?
That's it. That's it. I think that's a great analogy.
But I go to this in the animal world. We pick and choose winners and losers, and lures sometimes too.
Yeah.
And losers. So the wolves, too bad, so sad. We can't just leave the moose for them to eat. The scavengers, sorry guys. So we're really picking winners and losers like Democrats in the animal kingdom. A dead moose laying on the side of the trail is great news for a lot of other animals, and we rob them of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you think they're just trying to keep these guys from taking animals they don't have to take? They know they're going to have to gut them, so to speak, if they kill them. So they'll go out of their way not to kill them because the race people don't want to. They don't want to lose their race because they're harming the environment.
That and Adler just put up the trail that they go through. One thing I read in the story is this meat. I mean, none of it goes to waste, and so they feed a lot of the communities around there. So they went, retrieved the meat; it was in good condition, and then they passed it out to the locals in these different little communities they run through. So I guess that's part of it too.
Well, even if it was a little spoiled, Helmsley still eat it.
Yeah, he would.
He would.
So they have
chase it with water.
They have a way they go, and then it splits. They have a northern route and a southern route, and they alternate years
from even and odd,
and they go all the way to Nome. Which I bet is cold.
I bet.
I bet you it is.
Very cold.
When you're way up north of Anchorage, you know it's cold. Right.
Did y'all know tonight in the
is
State of the Union you'll see also that Democrats are required to properly gut America?
Oh, really? They do it really. That's not a sloppy job. They're actually doing a real thorough job.
We'll get that again tonight too. More taxes. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly what.
Let's raise those taxes. Everybody needs that.
The course record is 7 days, 14 hours. And it looks like it usually takes around 10 days, generally.
Wow.
So in Nome today, where you would be showing up, it's 17 degrees with a 7-mile-an-hour wind.
So not too bad.
It's not bad.
That's short sleep.
Not for Nome.
Yes.
I bet that 7-mile-an-hour wind makes that 17 sweet.
Guys, when it's cold, wind is everything.
Oh, boy.
I mean, if it's not cold, I can handle quite a low temperature.
Yeah.
But if that wind's blowing, that's a game changer.
We talked about this in the kickoff hour. Does anything Alaska kind of pull y'all in? We looked at,
of course,
life below zero. You got all these, different things. Yellowstone has a couple out too when it comes to different
all that
Montana
game warden here
and
in the lower 48 or anything Alaska. And I have talked to people who have been there, and there's not an exception. They will all say, if you hit the right time of year, the beauty that you will behold, because it's so undisturbed, will blow your mind. It's almost like you can't get a picture that properly captures it. You can't do it.
Well, thanks.
And the wildlife and the beauty and the natural beauty is just mind-boggling.
Can I give you some Nome facts here? The coldest month, I love it,
little
is
Nome
January.
Facts.
The average temperature there is 5.6 degrees.
Okay.
Although highs on average breach the freezing point only 2 to 4 days per month from December to March. There's 76 days annually of 0 or lower temperature. 0.
Don't know about calling Nome home.
I think the people who originally named it on the map put none. Like, don't go back there.
Misspelled it.
Yep.
Right.
Y'all sent me to Alaska. Thank you very much. In late July of 2017, when
it's a good time to be there.
Yeah, when Tyler played collegiate summer ball for the pilots, the Anchorage Pilots.
Yeah.
And I just sent, I don't know if it'll come through in time, but some video to Adler that I shot. To your point, Rick, you look out and you think, I can't describe this.
Right. How'd I get a picture?
How?
How do I video it?
You know the old saying, the picture doesn't do it justice. It really doesn't.
Low tonight,
it's
minus
amazing.
10.
While I'm waiting for that to come through, this is from China, a storm that just rolled through on the 3rd, and it was freezing wind. Freezing wind. And it's putting icicles on things, but sideways icicles. I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is like something out of Game of Thrones or something.
It really does.
That's weird right there, folks.
But Speedy, you emailed me that?
Yeah, I did, and it probably won't come through in time. I don't know.
Sure.
That and we went by one of these places, and I actually got to see a moose really up close and personal. Check those things out.
Yeah, I remember us watching those when you came back.
Yeah.
It was
crazy.
That is.
Here we go.
Yeah, but this is amazing, y'all. This is just footage that I shot with an iPhone. of me just kind of looking out.
Talk to me about the temperature in the summer there, because I know
it was in the 50s. It was so pleasant.
Look at how beautiful.
It was so pleasant, and that was just one of many that I shot.
Yeah,
that's actually my screensaver, one of them right there.
Yeah, man.
And I just pulled over on the side of the road.
Yeah,
you just look around, and it's hard to really pay attention on where you're driving because you're looking left and right so much. But and there were some snow-capped mountains that I shot, but that was the quickest one I could get to.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
It is.
Did you just rent a car when you were there?
I did. I rented a car, and when the games were over, sometimes they'd play off in the mountains in different communities. Coming back, I would stop and get like fast food at 11 o'clock at night, and it would still look like around 5 p.m. here.
Sure.
Did you send me a moose video?
I did.
Oh, I got it.
Of them eating. It's pretty cool.
We'll be back.
They eat really. They're smackers.
Was it a Star Trek?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
But that's what we got to watch with the Congress, because now that they know they can go in there and under the guise of, hey, we're in a disaster, whoop out trillions of dollars, they'll do it again.
We'll come back. We'll get more into it next.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So the stimulus package now goes to the House. We'll see what happens there. Yes, it is true, on a positive note, that though the looters came to loot the taxpayer, and what we really are saying at the end of it all, even if this gets through the House, that the looters came and tried to steal everything you had, and what we did is minimize what they could steal. They still stole stuff. They just didn't steal as much as they were trying to steal.
Yeah,
they broke in.
Yeah, they got some easy things. They didn't get the TV off the wall. That's about it.
Right. They didn't get their green stuff, and all, but don't forget the audacity of even trying that. I mean, that's the part.
There is some justice in the world, I guess. You remember the kid that made the video of licking the toilet seats the other day?
Yeah. Yes.
He's got coronavirus now, by the way.
I hate to say this, but if anyone deserves the coronavirus, I think he made that link.
Yeah. Good for him.
You see the Subway guy?
If that's where he got it. If he got it from licking the toilet seat, then how about this? You deserved the coronavirus. And that's terrible to say about it.
I hope you learn a lesson that's not a tragic lesson.
Yeah.
I hope you're just really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But you could learn a real big one.
How about this? Licking a toilet lid. There's so many things you need to worry about, not just coronavirus.
Right. Yeah. Can I tell you this? And
Doo-doo.
Look, we've all got things that
There's that.
You look, Greg. You watch your children, and you say, "We'll see where they finish." There's moments where they might do well, then they do really bad, and you kind of hope they finish. But can I tell you one thing that I don't think any parent can work past? My kid's a toilet licker.
No, that's
you know what I mean. It's
I got bad news.
That's when you just go, we were failure.
I guess we messed up.
Our kid is a toilet licker.
He thinks that it's okay to lick a toilet.
Yeah, that's
wow. He got there.
We all go, well, my kid went through that. You're going to be at a very, very small group of kids who are toilet lickers.
Exactly.
I mean,
nobody can give you advice on how to handle it because it hadn't happened a lot.
Let me ask you something you've probably been through. My kids start licking toilets. Somebody's, I got nothing.
I'm sorry, I didn't deal with that.
Who do you talk to?
Never dealt with that.
To the phones we go.
Here's a question, though. Can I just ask this? Because we are going to go to the phones.
Yeah.
So Trump wanted to open by Easter. He's getting the boo birds from the medical community.
Boo, Trump.
All that. So we're going to give all this money to the airline industry, okay? And they are critical. We got planes sitting on runways right now. Even that's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they're going to be sitting on runways. You can't leave airplanes sitting on runways. They won't work. They deteriorate. They're not. They got to be flying. That's how they work.
Everybody who works in the industry or has a plane says the key is you got to keep them in there.
So we're gonna pass out all this money and people need it. I got that. I have no problem with that.
Okay. But then what? We're still sitting at home.
Yeah.
Still sitting at home.
Still ain't flying.
Still sitting at home.
And from what I've gathered, this is a one-time payment, right? I mean,
well, Rick, it'll get easier for the second and the
No,
third.
I got you,
Don't
but I'm
worry.
talking about if you don't open the economy back up at some point and you just give people money, to your point, still in a dead economy, and then you still don't, and you say, well, this is one time, but then that goes beyond, the economy goes beyond that one-time payment. Now you're back to where you were before, so then you get another one?
They said they'll revisit, depending on how long this lasts.
But planes can't just sit there. They're like respirators in warehouses. You can't just have them sitting there. The other thing in the bill, I don't know if you saw this too, they specifically said that Trump and his businesses could not get any payments because they don't want him to prosper off of this.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, to me...
But now the problem is he...
22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us again today as we work our way through another one. We enjoy, taking issue when a team is robbed of something by the inefficiency of the officiating crew. These stories seem to be getting more and more. You see people begging. I think what's happened is being an official of any kind is so difficult now. Nobody wants to do it.
Well, Rick, it's so. I mean, everything is down to the second. You got so many cameras that can review what went on, and you want to get it right. But it's a. I think the job of officiating anything is getting harder because players are faster, the balls are traveling faster. Time is now counted in tenths of seconds, so it's tough.
If you've ever had something robbed from you on a bad call, it stays with you. Yeah. Oh wow, it stays with you. There's a couple throughout my life that I just lay awake at night, even sometimes now, going, wow, if they just got the call right.
My goal line, I know.
I just don't get started on that, and I'm going to get into the 9th grade basketball championship. It was very similar on this one. We hit the winning shot to win the 9th grade state, and after we were elated, the official ran out and waved it off and said that Mickey Shadrick's double dribbled. Our Matt McGrath double dribbled, passing to Mickey Shadrick's, and of course we all took great issue with that.
What?
Made the shot, hit it at the buzzer. And the dish to him for the shot they ruled was double dribble. And what about when you thought you won the game and then all of a sudden you're going to see it here? One bleachers goes nuts and then they get the rule and the other bleachers goes nuts.
Yeah.
But it looks like
actually right.
It looks like this ref missed it. So here we go. I cannot pronounce this team.
It's the New Jersey semifinal state playoffs.
All right, let's just say that. Okay, let's say that.
And it's we're down to 5.8 seconds.
Manasquasin or something.
Yeah, and they're going to be the ones I think that hit it. But it's going to sound like mania. But there's a buzzer beater here that gets waved off.
All right, here we go.
Guy dribbles down, shoots, misses it, rebound made.
Oh, clearly.
And so they win 46-45. So you think then the referees get together. One is adamant that he didn't get the ball out of his hands before the buzzer hit zero. Right. So then here they go. They're about to wave it off.
Oh no!
And now the other side goes nuts. Like you're kidding me.
Unreal.
And we're about to show once Adler loads it another.
You could see a clear second on the clock when he
Watch
let
this,
it go.
Helms. You can really see it here.
Right.
So shot is off.
Yep.
It's a miss.
Oh my goodness! There's
1.6, but he hadn't got the rebound. Up.
0.4.
Oh, the ball's
seconds.
gone. The ball's already gone.
The ball's already out of his hands.
With half a second left.
Yep.
And
0.4.
And then I think when he released, it was like 0.9. And so they clearly won the game.
Oh my goodness! The ball's almost on the backboard with still 0.4 up there.
Yeah, that's a bad call.
And it was only one of the three referees that were adamant. This is another angle, more of a.
Give me as many angles as possible.
This is
I love this kind of stuff.
Top bleacher type angle here.
So now Camden's up by 1, 46-45. Bad shot. The M team rebounds. Y'all, it's clearly in.
By the way, good job on the back put. He knew he didn't have much. He knew he didn't have much time.
Yeah.
Did you say he did? He knew I need to catch it, get rid of it right now.
Yeah. Really good.
And he did.
He did, y'all, and it got wiped off.
How about this? Here's the worst. This is awful. Think of all the problems with this totally wrong call. You rob a team of a championship, and you hate that. But that guy who should have the rest of his life the story of I hit the winning shot, he's not allowed to have it because you called something illegal that was legally done. He got the job done, and a referee robbed him of that the rest of his life.
Yeah, Adler's really slowed it down here. So we got a running shot, right up against the
He's got pretty good hops.
out of bounds line, and then it goes, hits the rim.
Wasn't a bad shot.
No, it was a
1.5.
He misjudges it.
Right.
He mistimes the jump, but then, boy, look how quick he gets rid of it. 0.7, it's gone at 0.5.
Clearly out at 0.5.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the frame rate.
And goes in right when we get to 0.
Right.
Well, it doesn't matter when it went in. It's when it's left his hand.
And it looks like to me, and I could be wrong, that there's 3 referees, and only one of them was extremely adamant about the fact that it did not count.
I think you're right about that.
Because he's in there, they're like, it's almost like I didn't see it. I mean,
can we go?
The guy on the right there.
Can we go back? Because the guy on the right to me looks like he counts it.
I think it's the other guy that was saying good, like right here.
What is that?
Watch right here.
What
What's
does that
mean?
signal mean?
That
What does
means
that signal?
good. That means down.
Yeah, I think he's counting
count
it.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Game.
Oh, so that says
But he's
count
not
it.
the one on the right. He's the other one on the back left.
Okay.
In this shot.
The one on the right just comes in and just is adamant.
Is
the guy on the right.
The guy listening to them talk, is that the big chief from the Celtics?
So this guy says it's good.
Correct.
Yeah. This guy says no.
Correct.
Right.
He's waving it off like
okay.
incomplete pass. He's going no.
There's so many things with this.
I thought that was the guy that said it was good on the original.
No. The original's the guy in the back there.
Yeah.
You got 2 bald-headed guys. One has darker skin. Is that the dark-skinned guy saying it's good?
Yes.
Right
Okay.
there.
You're right. Is that?
That's
Yeah.
him.
Okay.
That's him. He's
That's
saying
the-
it's
Y'all,
good.
he counts it, and he's the one who sees the clock.
Yeah, he was the one in position to see both
He's the
of
only
them.
one in position to make that
This
call.
is so frustrating.
I don't understand. I mean, maybe this is getting down a road this opens Pandora's box. But I got to tell you, the fact that we have this footage now, if I'm the organization, I almost go, sorry, guys, they won. They're moving on.
I know.
I mean, and if I'm the other coach that wins this way,
I don't
goodness
think
gracious.
something that obvious you can let stand.
I don't either.
Now,
I think they have to overturn
can you play
it.
this? And did they protest it?
I don't know.
Do
Now,
that?
you basketball folks can let us know on the high school level. I know in football, when it comes to the state finals, they do have replay. Now, when it comes to basketball,
Apparently not.
Because they should have it. I know this is New Jersey, but that has to be in semifinal and beyond games.
The reason why I will just say I don't think they have instant replay, because if they did, they'd turn it over.
Yeah, I know they don't, but they should.
They should.
But I just wonder in some states if they do.
The NJSIAA, New Jersey Sports, whatever. They admit the referee's error in a call that gave Camden the win over Manasquan, but the call will stand. They admit it was wrong. They apologize to Manasquan, or however you say that. They may file an appeal.
Wait a minute. How can you agree that it was the wrong call?
I think this
is this under the mentality of, yes, the referee was wrong, but the referee is part of the game, and it's going to be the ruling no matter what.
Once
the injustice.
Once the official leaves the court, the score cannot be changed, the association said.
The injustice.
Since they don't officially have replay, then sorry.
The injustice.
God.
Well, if you're that organization, though, these guys, or at least one of them, can't ever referee again.
Ever.
Because you can't miss it that
Does
bad.
he feel bad about being so adamantly wrong? Back to your point again, Bubba. Here's another passionately wrong. But why, if I'm the head ref, or whatever it's called in basketball, head official, I say, all right, which one of y'all had the best angle at the clock? And the guy said, I was right there. I counted. I saw it. All right, so you had the best angle, then his call stands.
Yeah.
If you didn't have the better angle than him, then it doesn't stand.
Rick and Bubba.
Several thousands of people at various places. So
that was my
those
question.
people,
Don't
people don't. You're punishing those people.
Yeah, surely they don't mean that, do they?
No, it's in there.
Yeah,
it's
I
in
mean,
there.
I'm talking like if he has an employee, a citizen, who works at something that Trump owns, and he meets the $75,000 or below, he can't get his, or he or she can't get the one-time payment.
Yeah, I don't know if it limits that or the business's ability to
I would
get
think.
money
I would
to
think
pay
probably
them.
the businesses won't have access to these loans
Right. Because the hotel industry is suffering too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
Well,
they're saying the other hotels can get it, but he can't.
Let me ask you this:
I don't think that's right.
Other than Walmart and delivery people and people who are still open because we're bum rushing them to get stuff, who is okay?
You're right.
I mean, the list
Dollar
of people
General
that
and
are
Walmart.
The people who are okay are actually trying to hire people right now.
They
The
are.
pizza guys,
Pizza guys.
the delivery guys, Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, those guys, they're fine. But, I mean, that's a little bitty list, and everybody else is closed, no income.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Amazon is shifting their new jobs over to groceries.
So you give everybody
But then
money. That's
groceries,
fine.
can the supply
It
keep
has
up?
to be a two. It has to be
You know
a
what you gotta do to get
two-sided
stuff?
deal on this. You have to give them money and you have to put them back to work. If you just give them money, we're still sitting here.
That's right. Yeah.
We haven't accomplished.
It ain't working.
What you ought to say is we'll give them money when they go back to work.
Yeah, when everything clears.
Oh, how can you be so?
You got money
evil?
to spend.
And keep in mind, without truck drivers,
And
none of this
obviously-
works.
Yeah, obviously you're not going to do that.
I know, but I see what you're
But
saying.
you have to have the other side of this, or it doesn't work.
Well, if I was sitting here looking at this $2 trillion, of course, it could be less than that if we didn't have pet projects in it. But
How much is it, Rick?
Trillion. So it is that when
Trust me, all of you are going to pay for it.
But when we get down to this, again, what I'm saying is
no free ride.
Yeah, right. And keep in mind that I won't get into that again. But the point is, if you don't sit down and say, "All right, here's $2 trillion to get us to blank," then this is not very wise.
Yeah.
You have to have. We're opening the economy back up. You have to at least have some potential dates. You can't say
That's what that was the point I made yesterday.
Yeah.
Psychologically,
we need $2
you give
trillion
people hope.
to get to where?
Yeah.
We need $2 trillion. You can't just say we need $2 trillion now, and then we're going to have to get another $2 trillion in 60 days.
Where's it in?
Unlike what California's doing, where they're basically saying, "Hey, we're going to be shut down till July," or whatever they're saying.
Do something.
To Bubba's point,
God
you got to
bless
build some hope in there, man.
Yeah. I mean, find a date, because then I know that I'm budgeting and I'm doing a stimulus package to get us from point A to point B. What is point B?
I don't even know
it
how
can't
to
be
budget.
TFN.
I don't know how to budget my food, my toilet paper. I don't know. I don't
how
know.
long you gotta have it.
Yeah, I don't know how long. I don't know. I can't have it like
And
this.
I think
and
that's
eventually people are just going to go, screw it, I'm going out.
Yeah,
And
you're
they're
right.
still not going to have a job.
That's already starting to happen.
And I think that's what Trump's trying to balance, because you got the doctors going, "Oh, don't give a solid date. That's the worst. You can't do that." But then he's going, "Yeah, but we got to give hope here. We got to try to get back to normal by this date if we can." And it could float. But I think the hope is we do this, and then by the time the next one would come up, that we're getting somewhat back to normal.
Yeah,
I think that's the hope.
I think you almost have to treat it the way orthodontists treat people with braces. Mm-hmm. You tell them a date, you're taking them off, and then they come in and you say, we still need to go a little bit longer.
Right.
Yeah.
Well-
but at least they're living their life thinking that's the day. Now,
In my case,
I know.
they did that twice.
I know.
And the third time I said, nope, you've lied to me. We're not doing it again. Take them off today. It's probably the biggest handle I was as a child one
right,
time.
Right, yeah. But yeah, you're
But
right.
I announced to everybody, including my mom, we ain't playing this game again.
Yeah.
Over. Game is over.
But to that point,
I'm 18. It's over.
But to that point,
out.
You got to that place, but they kept you from getting to that place sooner.
Yep.
Because they kept telling you there was a time it was coming out. And
Trump knows the psychology of this above everything else.
We'll take your phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today as we roll through another one. Tax Network USA is ready to go. And let me tell you something. If you have drug that tax issue into this new year, It ain't going away, friends. Nope. We got, 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents tonight in the State of the Union. You're going to hear the central government saying we need more of your money. We need revenue. You think they're going to let this go? They are not going to let it go. So you need an advocate. So let's get you one. Tax Network USA. There they are. Okay. So, tax day's approaching. So the IRS is currently mailing millions of Pay Up Now letters. They're not going after the richest of the rich, because the richest of the rich have lawyers that protect them from these IRS agents, and you and I don't. So they think we're easy picking. But that's why we need somebody to be an advocate for us. And tnusa.com/Bubba. You need them now. They will be there to help you. They have a direct line to the IRS. They know which IRS agents to avoid, which ones are more favorable. And there's a brand new program that you may not be aware of. And the folks at tnusa.com/Bubba, they are aware of. The IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify for this. So schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer, and make today the day that you put any tax issues behind you. Let's be done with this. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Is there a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors? Yes. All right, so a couple other things. Speaking of things that aren't fair, this Adam Schiff, Steve Garvey issue. Now, see, this is the kind of stuff that gets the voting public. We're getting disenfranchised.
Now, this is two Democrats in this case, because it was a Democratic primary.
Yeah.
Steve Garvey, I'm assuming this is the baseball player, Steve Garvey.
Correct.
Former L.A. Dodger.
That is correct.
That, by the way.
And if
Adam's really did a good job showing
there's a time elapse here of what went on. At one point, Steve Garvey, and again, I know that this can vary on depending on what boxes come in.
Sure.
But you go to bed at night, and Steve Garvey. Let's go back when Steve Garvey's in the lead. Adler, when he had his biggest lead. Can you freeze it right there? Okay, he has about 700,000 vote lead.
Look at the percentage.
Can I say
45 to 28%.
Watch his number.
Oh, he's a
though.
Republican. Is this? Why is it? Why were they voting for this?
It's
now?
just red. I don't know what party he's with.
No,
It says it to the right. Republican.
It says party REP.
Democrat.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what parties he's with.
Yeah. I'm confused on why Steve Garvey is versing Adam Schiff now.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they be in the primaries?
Yeah, I'll look at that. But focus on the number of votes. Yeah. He has 1,800,000 and change. Focus on that number.
And Schiff has 1.1.
His number went down to 970,000. How did he? Oh, there we go. Yeah, how did he lose votes? It's like they robbed votes from.
He lost 1 million votes.
Yeah, how does that happen? That's what everybody's screaming about. It's like,
that's
how did he go from 1.8 million votes and just like that go down to 970,000?
If Schiff beats him and he gets more votes, he gets more votes. But you're saying in that graphic, Garvey's votes went down, which you can't have them going down unless they were mistabulated to begin with, right?
Right.
Which, how would you know?
Well, this harkens us all back to 2020.
Boy, that is strange.
But I'm still confused on why we're looking at the Republican.
Well,
and
he is a part of the Republican Party.
It says, Patrick here in email says, I think it was a special general election for a vacant seat.
Is it?
Because they're running
Feinstein?
they're running for they're running for Senate.
Who was it?
And old Crazy Eyes is a congressman, so I guess they're running for the Senate seat, which we all know that we need more Adam Schiff.
So this was
Senate.
a special election.
Yeah, that had to be what it is.
Yeah, okay, because I'm a little confused. But looking at what just happened with those votes, see, that's the kind of stuff that really upsets everybody out there. They're like, now what in the world? Even if there's nothing going on, then there needs to be a very clear explanation of why this isn't shady. Right. Just tell us why.
I still don't understand this. It says Adam Schiff and Steve Garvey will advance in California's Senate race.
Yeah, this is weird.
This whole thing doesn't make sense to me. it's like they still have an election to go.
So does the top 2 get to go and be in the general
Yeah.
election? Is that
In
it?
November.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just throwing Jello at the wall here. I don't get it.
I'm very confused on what we just saw.
Hey, the why we're going to figure out, but what happened is what has everybody so freaked out.
Is the fact that the numbers changed.
Is
So
how
they
in
both
the world
move
does that
on.
happen?
They both move on. They're the
Okay.
top vote getters for their party. But him losing votes is what's got everybody stirred up, right?
Yeah.
Is that making
Okay,
sense?
yeah.
I'm trying to help myself.
So
here.
California has the top 2 primary system in which all candidates, regardless of the party, appear on the same ballot and the top 2 vote getters advance, I guess.
Okay.
So I guess that's what
Are
happened.
they just not wanting for people to see the Republican get more votes than the Democrat going into the general election? I don't know.
If you throw the other candidates that are Democrat, if they vote for Schiff, looks like he will probably win.
Sure.
But, I would think Steve Garvey is incredibly popular in California. I mean, if he couldn't win, nobody could, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I still bet he's got bigger forearms than Adam Schiff does.
He was.
You remember his forearms?
Oh
were
yeah,
massive,
he was an interesting looking dude.
Man.
So Schiff and Garvey are advancing to the U.S. Senate race.
Okay.
Just to clarify
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
People that think that something is up are calling this a glitch switch. This is an algorithm. They're trying to figure out how many votes to give Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff ended up winning by 30. It was 33.2% versus 32.5%.
Okay, what they're saying, another email
So
said it's
confusing.
an open primary. Everybody goes in. Since no one got 50.1%, the top 2 vote getters will face off in a runoff for that open seat. They won't have to wait till the general
All
election.
right, so
Okay.
Adam is a Dem, Steve is a Republican.
Got it.
And they both advance to the general election.
Okay. There you go.
If Garvey had gotten 50%, that would have been it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
That Speedy, it won't be the general election. It'll be a runoff for this one.
So this
and it'll be
It's just
like
like
in a couple
advance
of
to
weeks.
general election.
Well, I
don't know. Yeah.
One of the reasons why it was brought up is how did Steve lose votes?
Right,
Hey,
yeah.
Now we need to figure out who's
At
on
this
first.
point in the story, I feel like a scared child that
Right.
wish I wasn't here. Anyway,
I wish I would have read an article now before it broke.
Right, it's fine.
well, look, we're not the only ones confused.
No.
Apparently, the people counting the votes are too.
Right. So Nikki Haley, we have, speaking of politics, we have her speech of dropping out of the race. People noticing no endorsement for Trump.
Yeah.
We have this clip, cut 5, Adler, when you have it ready, and so people were looking to see would she endorse Trump, try to encourage her supporters to go with Trump. Here she is.
Likelihood Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee when our party convention meets in July. I congratulate him and wish him well. I wish anyone well who would be America's president. Our country is too precious to let our differences divide us.
So never endorsing, though.
But it seems like, a lot of times women have a hard time hiding that they're mad.
Rick.
Why is she clenching her teeth and talking through her teeth?
Rick.
She seems very mad. Doesn't she?
I wish him
Donald Trump, good luck.
I wish him well in hell.
He's gonna be our nominee.
Right. Yeah, it's she doesn't seem she's clenching her teeth while speaking. She either has lockjaw or she's mad.
Honey, what's wrong with you?
Nothing. I'm fine. I wish him well. Wish you well.
Do you mind if I go play golf?
No.
You can go.
Do whatever you want. Get out of the house. Did you eat all the chicken? It's okay if you did.
Okay.
Do I have to go?
That was actually a quote from last
Do I
night.
have to go to Costco with you?
No, I'll go by myself. I'm good.
So are you going? Are we going over there? Do I have to go?
No, I guess you can do whatever you want. That's fine with me.
Do we have to ride together? Or can I just meet you there?
That's fine. I'll just meet you there.
You sure you don't mind?
No, I'm good. Where are you?
I'm at the farm. Is that okay?
Sure. Hope you enjoy it.
Hope it's not cold.
Hope it rains.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour. We're back from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport.
We are your social distancing connection. And we're here trying to stay calm but not be afraid to talk about the elephants in the room. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here. Adler is home and is quarantined and doing his job from the house. He doesn't have the virus, but we want to get him on home so he can be there for the birth of his child and not be at risk up till that day. Stretch Armstrong's got that covered. Here's Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Glad to be on the wall during your last pandemic.
So, the whole, binging, everybody's watching this, and, it's obvious we have too much time right now to ourselves, too much time. And so now the big thing is, what are you watching? What are you doing? This. And I realize, and I haven't watched it, I know that it's the language is terrible and there's all kinds of things going on, but I'm literally asked every day about Tiger King.
I know.
Okay, every single day I get a text or an email now. Tiger King. Now I understand the language is awful. I haven't seen it. I know that some of you.
It is. It's terrible.
There's a little twist in there.
Yeah, that y'all kick the tires, and there's all kinds of lifestyles and this. So I'm going to take all of that and I'm going to push all that away. Okay. So I'm not suggesting anybody watch it. It certainly doesn't sound like family entertainment. I haven't seen it. I'm going to take all the bad sides of it and the uninteresting parts, and I'm just going to push them away. I am going to land at what Helmsy was just talking about in the break and what they were talking about, because it's been a concern that we've talked about on this show for years, and that's these exotic pet people. And that's what this is about people who own big cats.
Yes.
And keep them in captivity. And I'm not talking –
breed them.
Yeah, I'm not talking about an overweight calico. We're talking about lions, tigers, panthers –
Ligers.
Exotic. He's got bears.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, big ones too.
He's got a full-blown zoo. Okay, one guy's got an elephant.
But
He
these
rides it
It's
around. Which
about
is
these.
kinda cool,
It's about these independent zoos, right?
It is. It is.
All right. So
What's the miles per gallon on the elephant?
But it would be like if we're going hunting Bubba's and we showed up at your place and you come up a hill riding an elephant.
Hey,
guys!
listen, Bubba, it's serious business.
That's how this guy does. Look, here he comes.
He lives next to a river
Oh,
or
I
lake
love this
with a
part.
boat ramp, and so he'll just go down the boat ramp into the water. There'll be people out there skiing and sea-doing, and he's out there with his elephant.
There's elephants in the water blowing water on everybody.
unbelievable.
Hey, where's Bubba? Here.
Let me say this
here
too, Rick. Based off what you just said.
Hey, I thought it'd be like me having a little elephant down Lake Mitchell.
There you go. And this is a warning for you too, Rick. Okay, so I want to put this out there. The language is horrible, as you've discussed. But I'm telling you this: if that bothers you, do not start watching it. And not because of the language, because I don't care how bad it is, you can't turn away.
I know, and that's what.
So if you don't want to finish it, do not start it.
The way I've been talked to about this, it'd be like some guy screaming, "Do not try heroin." Okay, because you know it's bad, and if you do,
that's it.
The way you won't be able to stop. Rick, don't get addicted,
because it has the other things that we love so much. Bizarre people, a little white trash mix in there.
Yes.
Got that?
Which is your favorite?
Oh, it gets me every time.
Yeah.
I'll watch a documentary on Appalachia in a minute.
Can I ask you this?
I found them on YouTube.
We all been doing this.
There's a lot of them, by the way.
We all been doing this for a long time. And I know y'all had to have experienced this, okay? Because everybody here is married except Stretch. It happened to me the other day during quarantine. Have you ever had your wife, like you be discussing something, and we've already talked about it on the air, not once, but a number of times, or made this statement a number of times, and she listens and goes, "Now look, don't ever say that on the air."
I reckon it's my face.
Hey, Greg, hey, seriously, I understand. I wouldn't say that on there. And you're like, okay. And like this one,
3 weeks ago.
This one, my sons knew that I'd said it so many times. They started looking at me like, "Daddy, you gonna get?" And I'm just, okay, thanks, honey. Good point. And this was the point, and I'm just gonna say it again. This is when I talk about Greg and your feeling about the Appalachian, the world of white trash.
Yes.
That you kind of always study that, immersed yourself in it, like Jane Goodall with the chimpanzees and all that. And I said that, and of course the boys are laughing and all that because I was saying, look, I'll go to Uncle Greg. He'll know everything about this thing. And I said, because it's got everything he loves. And all of a sudden Sherry goes, "What did you say about Jane Goodall?" And I said, she goes, "I wouldn't say that on there." And I went, "Oh, okay."
Rick, she missed that by years.
Years. I've been saying that forever.
A long time.
But anyway.
The only one worse is we had a general manager one time ask us if we wouldn't mention something on there, and we've been ranting about it for 3 weeks.
Greg,
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Don't forget, any part of the show you missed, you can catch it in the archives every day. And I know you believe in me. Oh, yeah. So you can get archives every day on our YouTube channel or also our podcast channel, so you never have to miss any Rick and Bubba. All right, so things to remember if you're in Birmingham today in the home of 104.7 WZZK, go see the real Greg Burgess, gripping and grinning and having that wonderful, wonderful all-around good attitude today, 11 to 1, if you want to go see him at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall today. All right, so we have more Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, as you said, Bub, in the break, can do no wrong right now.
No, she's practically raising people from the dead now, Rick. Incredibly.
Funny headline from Babylon Bee. Travis Kelce wonders if it's too late to ask Taylor Swift if she's the one who sings Wrecking Ball. Hilarious. But anyway, this one is claiming that Taylor Swift's song was miraculous.
Listen, a Missouri woman who spent nearly a week in a coma says she's grateful to her family for singing her Taylor Swift songs that says helped her to wake up.
It says a Taylor Swift song. I'd like to know what song.
Angela Fisher went to the hospital at the end of January for a colon dissection.
Ooh.
She had a massive bleed, so she was rushed into the emergency room, but after she got out of surgery, she didn't wake up. Everybody tells me I almost died, she said. For nearly 7 days, Angela Fisher was in a coma. Doctors even told her family to say goodbye until an intensive care unit nurse made a suggestion. Make some noises, do something, she said.
Oh, here's the song.
Which one?
She recalls the nurse's advice. Yeah. The noise they decided to make was one of Taylor Swift's biggest hits. The family started belting out Shake It Off.
There it is.
Over and over, louder and louder.
That's funny.
Next to her hospital bed.
There it is.
First, she had a tear in her eye. Then it was just like she was struggling barely. You could tell that it seemed like she was hearing us. After the tear came a blink. These were the signs that Angela Fisher had awoken from her coma.
Hey.
Bad blood.
So really, they did to their loved one what my dad did my whole life. Shake it off.
Yeah.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
They just sang it. My dad didn't sing it, but
Now,
he said the same thing.
They're not clear if she liked that song or it annoyed her, so she got up and said, y'all won't even let me have any rest here. I don't know.
It could go either way, couldn't it?
I wonder if the family members can sing, they have good voices,
Doesn't
or if
matter.
it was pretty bad in there.
Doesn't matter if it's the magic of Taylor Swift.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
Yeah.
Adler, finish it for us.
Shake It Off is great for when your kid falls down a million times over and over again. Oh, shake it off, and then you just turn it into a fun song. Speaking of which,
will you sing it to us right now?
Yeah,
how you do?
like
If
if we were in the
I act
hospital
like
bed.
I fall, like
you're
I'm
okay,
Ruby.
baby. You're okay, baby. Shake it off. Shake it off, and she'll just twist and turn, and she's good to go.
You don't feel all that committed right there.
You didn't. That's why I needed a committed Adler.
I didn't want
You're
to
not
do
really
that.
singing the words to it.
That would
You're
not
just
have brought
screaming, Shake It Off.
That
That's
wouldn't
just
that wouldn't have brought me out of a coma.
I'd still been crying.
Yeah.
I'm still in the coma, Adler. I hope you're happy.
I'm not. I'm so sorry. I will say that it is very different dealing with Ruby versus dealing with Ezra. Girl, also first child. Do y'all remember when I brought that video? Maybe I just posted it on social media and then we played it on the show. But Ruby's first steps.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Ruby walked. She's walking back and forth between Aaron and I, and we're crying.
We're all crying. We're screaming.
Literally crying. 2 days ago, Ezra took his first steps. I got it on video, and I'm like, "Way to go, buddy! All right, let's go eat some food." Like it's just
different.
It's
Totally
a
different.
totally different thing.
different. Totally
Boy
different.
and second child around.
Yeah.
And I feel so bad. Ruby sees all the attention that Ezra is getting because every little thing you got to make a big deal out of it. But I'm like, kid, if you could have seen the attention that you were given as kid number one, we literally were like, she's walking, we're doing it. And then with Ezra, we're like, way to go, buddy. You want some applesauce or whatever?
Right. So do you tell her when you sing this to her that the players are going to play?
We skip that
Do you
part.
do that?
We skip that part.
The haters are going to hate.
Something you might want to teach her now.
I actually,
baby, I'm just going to shake.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Shake it off.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
That Shake It Off video is very tame, relatively speaking, to what you see in music videos now. But I actually edited a version of that music video to play in our little play area in the basement. that's even more tame. So I tame things up. I keep it
Do
tame.
you work out to it?
I don't watch. I don't watch. By the way, people email. I don't watch UFC around my kids either. I wait till they're asleep.
You get some bad emails on that?
And I don't listen to metal around my kids either. So y'all can cram it with your emails.
Who are you, Joe Scarborough?
Yeah.
Stand up and shout. That's one way to get her to.
Yeah. Wait till you have the third child. You kind of stop parroting at that
Yeah,
point.
you completely-
You know, then you won't even record their first walk. You just tell them
Good job. Let's go.
Let me know when you're running.
Get in the car.
Yeah. And then if you go to 5, you'll literally say things like, "Now, which one are you?"
Right. When's your birthday?
Mm-hmm. Which one? Give me a start. I know they're all B's, so don't start with that.
With
Give me
all the
something more.
B's,
Yeah,
yes.
start me something different. What's your second letter? Okay, some of those are the same. Give me a third letter. So there you go. I think, Bubba, you said it. Haven't we established that Five Guys is very expensive?
Oh yeah, there's a big story
Didn't we
today about
establish
a $24 tab that somebody got for a single person they're eating. I wasn't that shocked by the headline.
Yeah, I remember the first time that Five Guys went down this road. I couldn't believe it. I remember even saying, "You had a good burger, you really do." Now I don't know why I need a complete paper sack full of fries, but but y'all are really proud of this. What are we basing this on? I understand that everything costs more, but you guys seem to be really, really proud of this burger. And so now they're saying $24, as you said, for one person. That wouldn't surprise me that much now.
No, not really at all.
Yeah.
That's
And
insane.
they said that the bacon cheeseburger now at Five Guys at this particular location, I'm not sure what state this is, $12.49, soda $2.89, and the fries were $5.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah, good gracious. Isn't this company in trouble? Didn't we? I
don't know.
Remember them?
We
Not
stop
that
at anytime the girls want a burger. It's either if there's a Freddy's around, that's where I take them.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Hearing a lot of Freddy hop.
It's good.
Yeah.
What's Freddy's?
And there's one right here, by the way, within a mile.
real
from
close.
Us. Oh,
Real
yeah.
Never even heard of Freddy's.
Yeah.
Hey, don't change your world.
Don't overlook that frozen
Don't say
custard.
stuff like that.
Okay.
And so, but Five Guys always comes up with them. And
it's a good meal.
a good burger,
Just
and
wow.
it's a kind of a deal that I want to give them every once in a
Sure.
while. But I'm gonna tell you, turning in that receipt to bonds is tough. That's an expensive burger.
Well, and we just found out when we looked at the dollars surrounding Caitlin Clark's potential WNBA contract, she can't eat there.
No, she's not going to be able to. Rick,
yeah.
they were talking about that. She is now the all-time NCAA Division I scorer among all athletes. And she's going to be entering the 2024 WNBA draft. She has decided to forego a fifth year at college, so she could play another year with her COVID
Yeah,
year.
she could.
They're saying her estimated NIL evaluation is $3.5 million.
Yep.
Ranking fourth behind Bronny James, Shadur Sanders, and Livy Dunn.
Yeah.
Shadur.
Whatever. I mean, it's close.
And so that's pretty good. But they're saying if she goes to the WNBA, her rookie contract, even as a top pick, would net her less than $80,000.
Yeah. Yep.
She'll keep the good news for her is she'll keep those endorsement deals, and they'll probably go up.
Yeah,
because she is the face of college basketball right now.
Yeah,
and then adding, the $80,000 or whatever it is, will be helpful. But I think her biggest adjustment is going to be playing games in front of no people.
Well, that's true.
That's going to be her biggest adjustment.
That's true. And they said her jersey sells along to whatever team gets her, there'll be profit.
Yeah,
right.
Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.